What's better than this? It's guys being dudes here at the actual NFL draft. Joe Marino, Kyle Krabs here to take you through the first round of the 2023 NFL draft tonight. Thanks for being here, everyone.
That's nice. I like that.
Boom.
Hello, Joseph.
Kyle-soph.
We've made it. What a pleasant surprise that there's already a bunch of people who are ready to rock and roll with us as well, which is super exciting. So welcome to everybody to our Draft Dudes Locked On NFL coverage, NFL Draft 2023. We've done this a few times together, Joe. There's nobody else I'd rather be in the saddle with here. We got a busy couple hours ahead of us, probably a 4.5, 5 hour stretch. And everybody who's along for the ride, welcome. Let's start setting the table here as we get ready to kick this thing off, Joe.
Absolutely. First of all, a big thank you to our sponsor tonight. Locked On NFL Draft coverage is presented by Ultimate Football GM. You think you can run an NFL franchise? Visit ultimate-gm.com to play the ultimate NFL GM simulation game. Start your dynasty today. Kyle,
do we want to talk about the Lamar contract? Is that where we want to start?
We got to
just casually drop the 5-year contract extension on our heads.
And you know what? And there's just a big part of me that's excited that we're talking about Lamar Jackson and not Aaron Rodgers as we start the 2023 NFL draft. Thank you. For the first time in 3 years, we're not talking about Aaron Rodgers right now.
So Lamar gets the long-awaited contract extension. It's 5 years, $260 million, $52 million per is the annual average salary, which makes him the highest paid player in the history of the NFL for the time being. He upped the Jalen Hurts contract by $1 million per season. And this was not necessarily the resolution that I think anybody was highly anticipating, even though Baltimore was consistently telling us along the way, Lamar's our guy, Lamar's our guy, Lamar's our guy. And we're like, oh, yeah, sure. Like, doesn't seem that way. But lo and behold, on the eve of the NFL draft, they actually do get it done.
You know, you mentioned it never really seemed that way, but I feel like even through our conversations, right, we did multiple discussions. We did an entire podcast on Lamar Jackson, trade possibilities, all of that. And at the end of it, we're like, yeah, all that was really fun, but we think he's probably going to be a Raven. And here we are. This gets done. And it's a big deal for the Baltimore Ravens, right? It doesn't feel like they are now a team in transition. They're right back in it, right? They're right back in this conversation. And I'm excited to see Lamar Jackson without Greg Roman, right? Todd Monken, very good offensive mind. Odell Beckham Jr. is now there. Hopefully their backfield can stay healthy. Maybe they'll get some help for that backfield tonight. I have them picking Jahmyr Gibbs. You know, maybe that would be
I wouldn't pick Jahmyr Gibbs, but I know you get some help in that backfield.
Well, they're not. I don't think they're going to get Bijan, Kyle. I don't think he's going to be around for the Baltimore
I'm not saying
Ravens.
You have to pick a guy tonight, but like reinforcements in that backfield in general, absolutely.
Oh, sure, at some point, yeah. And so, a lot of young players on defense. I mean, that defense really came together last year. I mean, it feels like Baltimore's welcome back to this conversation. I mean, I say welcome back. They were a playoff team last year.
It just didn't feel that way because the wheels have fallen off the bus late in the season for them the past 2 seasons without Lamar.
Right.
That's all.
Right on. So now it's going to be fun because we saw Lamar Jackson top the Jalen Hurts deal. And we still got Herbert and Burrow coming sometime between now and week 1.
Do you think there's any chance either of those does not get done?
No. No chance.
Just hear me out. What's the urgency at this point?
They're never going to be cheaper than they are right now, and they're your guys.
Right, but the top of the market's the top of the market.
Sell me on this because I'm not sure I'm going to agree with you here.
I don't definitively think there's a reason to wait. I'm just saying that I don't think the urgency here, the bubble's already burst.
Mm-hmm.
So if say you're a team that hasn't historically spent a ton of cash, but you want to distribute the actual cash payout of the signing bonus, and you're the Bengals and you want to wait until next winter. Now, I would get it done in case Joe Burrow takes you on another deep playoff run.
He's going to. He's going
right,
to.
You're probably talking, what, 55?
That was the number in my head. I think Herbert signs next for 53. And then Burrow's like, okay, 55. And then good luck to whoever the next guy is. Trevor Lawrence, I guess.
I have a question.
Yes.
I have a question. How many timeouts do we have throughout the course of this event?
Kyle, nobody's counting. Nobody's counting.
Okay. I'm going to burn it. I'm burning a timeout.
Timeouts when it's your turn to speak, right?
Burkout needs a shout out here. Draft starts at 2 a.m. for me and will end around 6 a.m. Am I going to watch everything? Duh.
Let's go. Where are you? Where are you at? Tell us where you're at if you're willing to.
Correct.
That's fun to know.
Well, I knew Kyle was coming with Bengals slander. I don't think that's slanderous. Did I say anything slanderous?
No, the Bengals fans have not forgiven you for Jermaine Pratt. And then there was like some tension between Bengals and Dolphins for a while there. You guys got a little rivalry going, you know?
Yeah, there was.
It's still there. It's still there. Y'all going to play in the playoffs this coming year.
A couple perennial playoff teams from now on moving forward. Look forward to the unofficial rivalry between the two teams.
Right.
He's in the Netherlands. Burkout's in the Netherlands.
Let's go. Thank you. Welcome.
We got Alex from New Zealand as well.
New Zealand. Love that.
Oh, so what are we giving away? We hit 1,000 subs on the YouTube channel.
One of these, man.
We're doing a draft hat.
Yeah.
So you have to be subscribed to the channel. And the thought is what? We're going to leave a comment.
Yeah, in an upcoming episode. We'll tell you, leave a comment. And if you're subscribed, you're entered into a drawing. We'll have a drawing. Someone's going to.
And whoever wins the random drawing, we'll put all the names in.
2 people are going to win. 2.
We're doing 2 draft hats.
Yeah, we can do 2.
Perfect. UK as well. Please don't make Joe do math.
Right. Brother, I did a Locked On Bills live mock draft simulation earlier this week, and I got myself into some math situations where I was figuring out the trade value chart for some stuff, and I'm like, man, and I didn't even have you to lean on. You know what I mean? It was just me and like 300 and something people there, 380 people, I think, were on the stream, and I'm like, oh my God, I got to figure out this math. It was a very dire situation. The goal tonight is no math.
Hey, can we go to the pen and bring somebody in?
Of course we can.
Tyler from Locked On Titans.
Oh, Tyler.
And the Titans are kind of making a push here as we get ready to kick off. Tyler, what's going on, buddy?
Not much, man. It's Christmas Day. I can't wait to open the presents here soon when the picks start rolling. Obviously, it would be even more exciting if the Titans made a play to go get their quarterback. It would definitely liven up the vibe around the team throughout the offseason and where they're at right now. So if not, basically what has happened is all of the CJ Stroud of the Titans noise that's happened all day has set Titans up for the common heartbreak that we have all experienced while following this team. So the odds are changing. Things are crazy, but definitely excited to see how everything plays out.
Tyler, one of my favorite things about listening to your podcast and talking to you, we've had some crossover conversations over the years. You say everything with your chest. And I love that about you, man. You are definitely having convictions about the things that you say. And so now you're looking at this Titans team. I know that you're interested in getting a quarterback, but you're not interested in all the quarterbacks. So like, where are you on okay, if they're moving up, it better be for one of these. And if they're moving up, it better not be for one of these.
Did we lose him?
I think you're muted, Tyler.
Oh, okay. Well, the conversation has got my head spinning, so forgive me there, of course. But I think if the Titans move up and go to number 3, it has to be for CJ Stroud. I think with the amount of picks that you'll have to give up to get there, that you need a quarterback that can start right away so that you can cut or trade Ryan Tannehill and save that salary cap space. If you trade up for a quarterback, you're giving up a ton of assets like Anthony Richardson or even Will Levis. I mean, if you trade up for a quarterback like that who probably has to sit behind Ryan Tannehill for a year, now you have to pay Tannehill. You don't do anything to make the team better. If you're sticking with Tannehill, it needs to be like an all-in moment, like one more year with Tannehill and Henry. Let's see what we can do. You don't start that push by drafting a quarterback in the first round and paying a bunch of picks to get him that you can't use in that year, and then you got to hang on to Tannehill's money. So for me, if they want to pick Stroud or Levis or Richardson at 11, then sure, go ahead. But trading picks to go up and get somebody, it better be CJ Stroud, a guy who's ready to play from day one.
How does the landscape of the AFC South dictate this conversation for you, knowing that Trevor Lawrence is in Jacksonville? Houston's going to get a quarterback at some point, I'd have to imagine. Tennessee, obviously a team in transition, but in striking distance. Rand Carthen, I've talked about this a lot, was part of the front office that traded up for Goff, part of the front office that traded up for Trey Lance, right? I mean, it's in his DNA a little bit here. You've got Indy, who's going to get a quarterback. Like, you don't want to be the last one to get their next quarterback.
Come on back to us, Tyler.
I'm having.
He's so excited. He's so excited.
Here. Yeah, I'm like coughing, making random noises, so I'm trying to mute myself so they don't come through. All right. Well, here's my thing. Not only would a deal for the Titans to move up get them a quarterback that they can build around and kind of restore hope in the NFL, you're selling winning or you're selling hope, and I don't know if the Titans could sell either right now. So not only does it allow them to sell hope and get that quarterback, but it keeps that quarterback away from, let's say, Houston. If they go defense at number 2, it keeps that quarterback away from Indianapolis, who sits at number 4. So not only are you getting your quarterback, but you're keeping them away from your division rivals. And I think although Jacksonville had a great run last year, I don't see Jacksonville as some powerhouse who is absolutely winning that division no matter what. So if the Titans get their own good young quarterback, and let's say DeAndre Hopkins is in that deal, which is something that's been rumored, then now you got Burks, you got Hopkins, you got, Chigakonkwo is one of the most explosive young tight ends in the NFL. You still have Derrick Henry. I think now you might, because honestly, I think CJ Stroud could come in and be close enough to Ryan Tannehill to where it's not some big drop off, even though Tannehill's the veteran. So to me, yeah, with the AFC being what it is, I'm still not convinced it's some good division. I think the Colts and Texans will still be mediocre at best, and Jacksonville had a good run, but I'm not convinced they're a juggernaut already. So if the Titans can make this move, I think they could set the team up to still compete to win the division and have a good chance to do it.
It's pretty crazy is hearing how Houston has chosen to kind of handle this, from winning week 18, when the manner in which they won. And then a story came out on Panthers.com that kind of detailed, and this came out today, that detailed the trade up to number 1 overall. And it was all lined up where Chicago was going to trade back twice from 1 to 2, and Houston was dragging their feet. And then Carolina saying, you know what, well, let's just go up to 1 ourselves and we'll do it. And now Houston's kind of sitting at this spot where they're potentially not going to get the guy that they wanted. And you're sitting here watching the rest of the South with Trevor Lawrence and Tennessee trying to be aggressive and move up and get a guy, and Indianapolis at 4. And I don't know. I just think that element of this entire division, which has kind of had a certain form for the last 4 or 5 years, is really fascinating, because you thought that, hey, Houston, they finally made a commitment to a head coach. They feel ready to kind of make the next step. And then it just came down to, all you have to do is play defense with your trade here in this draft. And they elected to balk at it, and they've lost all their leverage in potentially getting a guy in the midst of this literal arms race in the AFC South.
Yeah, I think the Houston Texans could be trying to make a move up to 3 right now so that they can, have their defensive player and get their quarterback. And it probably would have been cheaper for them just to go up to 1 and do that from the start. And maybe they don't get the defensive player they want coming up from 12 after that. So it'll be curious to see what they do, because I feel like they're a team that has the assets because of the Watson trade to really do whatever they want to do, in the next few drafts.
Are we convinced that if Houston did have the number 1 pick, that it was going to be Bryce Young, and that was the quarterback that they would stick and pick at 2? Are you buying that?
I am, personally. I think they would have taken Bryce Young. Maybe that's wrong, though, and maybe that's why they didn't pony up to get to the first pick when they had a chance to do it. Maybe they don't feel conviction. But either way, I think Houston is going to try to make a big move with all the picks they have and kind of correct maybe a mistake that they made early on.
Well, the stars are aligning here, because we have Tyler, who's talking, his team is talking about trading up in the draft, potentially up to number 3. And Look who just rolled in.
Oh, Alex.
Alex Clancy, Locked On Cardinals, the team in the third spot, who's thinking about moving out. So, Alex, how's your day treating you so far? I trust the chaos of draft day is treating you well.
Yeah, but I mean TBD for the question directly. We have no idea what the hell is going to happen. Like with the CJ Stroud skyrocketing up the charts with the odds of him going potentially number 2, like it puts the Will Anderson at 3, the Paris Johnson at 3, the Cardinals sticking and picking instead of trading back and just getting this treasure trove of picks to build out this roster that could potentially be the worst in the NFL going into 2023.
The Rams may have something to say about that, but
potentially.
Where's D-Hop going? That's what I need to know.
I mean, the interesting part about it is, he had that little vignette interview where he made the facial expressions on where he wanted to go, and it obviously was Kansas City and Buffalo were the two that he made the smirk at. I couldn't see him being happy in Tennessee. I could potentially see him being happy in Houston. I don't know if that is too far in the past. Like, I don't know, but I do know that going to contenders, and I feel like them potentially trading back into the first round, like I did with the mock, would get the most value for DeAndre Hopkins, because that would be about, a third round pick if they were to trade back in the first round. So I don't know. I find it very hard to believe that he's going to go somewhere without a stud quarterback, though, at this point.
What's your feel for Arizona and the salary cap components of this, and how much salary they're going to be willing to take on versus the impact of that dictating some of the compensation that could come their way? I mean, are they trying to unload here? I mean, I think they're going to find somebody that's going to give them something. I don't think this is a cut the player situation anymore. But, like, what's the salary appetite, you think?
Well, I mean, he has no guaranteed money going into this year. So that's the thing. Like, he said multiple times he doesn't want an extension. So it ain't about the money for him. It just seems like he, in the DeAndre Hopkins way that he is, the cool and non-egomaniacal guy, is like, I'd like to not be here anymore, please. But he doesn't, he lets other people say it for him. So when it comes to the cap, like, I feel like at this point, going into the first night of the draft, this is the time where the Cardinals can maximize the value they can get for DeAndre Hopkins and make it as clean of a swap as possible without having to add, any sort of extra little layers to this. Swap it with the draft pick if you're going to trade up or trade back, and call it a day.
I know we got Q here.
Are you stealing another one from Alex, or can I?
You can go. You can go.
And thanks. We want to get everybody to share the mic here as Mike Debate with Locked On Patriots to say we'll share the mic here. So I want to tap Q in because the Raiders are a mystery team for me. I'm really interested in what the pulse is there. We've kind of heard offensive tackle. We've heard corner. We've heard they may be interested in the right quarterback. And Alex just got done talking about if the Texans take CJ Stroud at 2, which is where the betting odds are right now, that might potentially blow up the market to trade up. And it seems like the Raiders in mock drafts, if they have gone for quarterback, it's most frequently been Stroud. So Q, how's draft day treating you? And tell us a little bit about the vibe check out there in LA or in Las Vegas.
Well, I'll tell you, man, it's kind of all over the place. It's real interesting, right? I mean, because quarterback could be the way that the Raiders go. They could be one of those teams that potentially are talking about trading up with the Arizona Cardinals to that number 3 spot for a guy like CJ Stroud. I actually talked to CJ Stroud yesterday here in Kansas City, and he sounded very comfortable with being a Raider, right? I mean, he didn't say that he was going to be selected or that anyone gave him any assurances, but he talked about being with Max Crosby at the fight last weekend, and that Max was showing him around town where he could live if, he wants to enjoy Las Vegas without enjoying Las Vegas, if he was going to become his teammate. And Josh McDaniels said he was going to teach him a lot of things and be with him every step of the way if he were to become his head coach. I mean, it was just certain little nuggets that he kept dropping that made me feel like, there could be a real possibility. I just don't know how much the Raiders would want to trade up and how much capital they'd want to give up, right? And that's the thing about it is I feel like you have to give up a lot of assets. They have 12 picks in this draft, so they can definitely use some of that to package. But, I mean, if you're moving all the way up to 2 or 3, you've got to include something from next year as well, probably a first from next year at the least, right? So I don't know if they're going to be in the business to do that. The one thing I do know is if all those quarterbacks start going real quick, fast, in a hurry, then Raider Nation will be happy because then the Raiders can really focus in on the defensive side of things, which we all know for a very long time the defense has been a struggle for the Raiders.
How about up front for the Raiders? They have Colton Miller at tackle, and obviously the Alex Leatherwood selection didn't materialize, and You got Dylan Parham, who looked like a promising player as a rookie when he was able to get into the starting lineup. And then on the defensive side of the ball too, it just feels like that is such a ripe area for improvement opportunities for the Raiders. How much has maybe their pre-draft visits or what the rumored interest has been for them in the trenches as well, not just on the defensive side of the ball exclusively, but both sides of the line of scrimmage?
Yeah, that's definitely something that they're going to focus in on. I don't know when they're going to go get an offensive lineman, right? I mean, there's been conversations that maybe Skoronski is their guy. And I'll tell you right now, Raider Nation would not be happy with that pick. Not saying it's a bad pick, but they wouldn't be happy with that pick because right now they're looking at those 12 picks and looking at that bad defense and saying defense, and more defense, right? And so, and it should be. But at the same time, the offensive line needs to be upgraded, that right side in particular, whether you get a guard or a tackle, and a guy like Skoronski could play probably multiple positions. And that's what GM Dave Ziegler, he really covets, is those guys that can play multiple positions, be versatile, as he continues to tell us. And so I think that he could really be a player. I would look for a Skoronski if maybe the Raiders traded back a little bit. I just don't think it's 7. If they stay pat, they're going to go and get an offensive lineman there. I think maybe a defensive lineman, Tyree Wilson, if he drops, probably won't. Maybe Jalen Carter, if they feel like that, everything is okay and they can select him to be in Las Vegas. After talking to him and hearing him talk yesterday, I don't know if this guy is always focused and locked in. So I'm not sure if that's going to be a player that they really covet, but they're definitely going to improve the trenches at some point throughout the course of this weekend in the draft. And it could be as early as number 7.
Q, we started this conversation by talking about the Raiders potentially moving up for a quarterback. And the further we've gotten into this conversation, I think the more clear it's becoming that there's a lot of needs, right? Yeah. And offensive needs, defensive needs, quarterback. I mean, if they do move up, I think you're probably talking about parting with, is it pick 40 that they have? Probably a 2024 first round pick. This team has more needs than that. Is this a situation where you just roll with Jimmy G, try to build up this roster and talk about quarterbacks next year?
You very well could, right? And that's been an idea that I floated out on the show multiple times. I mean, we remember when the Chiefs traded up and made that big splash to go from 27 to 10 to go get Patrick Mahomes. The reason they were able to do that and give up all that capital is because they had a team. They had a team that was already going to the playoffs consistently. They just needed someone to get them over the top. Well, fast forward 5 years later, we know what Patrick Mahomes has done. I'm not saying that the Raiders are going to turn into a playoff team and be that good under Jimmy G, but to maybe build up the team, again, having 12 draft picks, they could build up both sides of the ball and say, okay, now we're a quarterback away. And hey, this quarterback class is a lot sexier, even though we still never know if that guy's going to translate to the league or not. But they could go with that approach. The one thing I do know is that the Raiders were interested in trading up to 1, right? We know that that's a part of the conversation. So somebody was a guy that they really coveted. Bryce Young, most likely. But if CJ Stroud was their guy, if he drops to number 3, I wouldn't be shocked to see the Raiders, at least pick up the phone and make some calls, which I'm sure they've already called the Arizona Cardinals and say, hey, what's it going to take to get this deal done?
What could be really attractive for Arizona and moving back is that they don't have to go that far back with the Raiders, right? I mean, they're not going back to 11 with Tennessee. They're still going to get a ton of assets and still the 7th overall pick. I mean, that's got to be attractive for Monty Ossenfort with the Arizona Cardinals.
Exactly. And the other thing about it is there'll be a stud defensive player there at 7, no matter what, right? Yeah. If that's the case, if someone's trading up to 3, a really good defensive player, either a corner, defensive lineman, somebody's going to be available at 7 that could be a difference maker for whatever team is sitting there, if it's the Raiders, the Cardinals, or anyone else.
We have a non-Raiders wee-woo on our hands, some breaking news. The Arizona Cardinals and the Philadelphia Eagles just agreed to terms of a pick swap in relation to tampering charges with Jonathan Gannon. So as if the Eagles, who picked 10 and 30 already, as it is, don't have enough draft capital at their disposal. Their pick at 94 is now at 66.
Wow.
And there was a future 2024 5th-round pick that was also sent as a result. So the Eagles went from the bottom of the 3rd to now a top of the 3rd round draft selection as part of the ramifications for tampering with Jonathan Gannon and the outstanding issues that needed to be resolved on that front. So
that's big, man. The rich get richer, huh?
That's right.
And more motivation for Arizona to move back. Now they just lost some draft capital here, right? And
that's not a small deal in this draft class, especially too. You think about where the value lies.
Yeah.
Well, and we talked about it with Alex, the host of Locked On Cardinals. Probably the worst roster in the league. And now they probably really need to think about moving back from 3. They need to make sure they trade D-Hop. Budda Baker, is he really – Kyle and I have talked about this. Is Budda Baker really going to be able to maximize his prime in Arizona for a team that I think is 2 years away from being 2 years away?
Right, exactly. And they have a lot of questions, man, in Arizona. I look at that roster and I look at the situations and scenarios in front of them as you just rolled out, and it's just like, man, what in the world is going on? And, again, I could see the Raiders being a team that really is in conversations with Arizona and could make some moves. And, but Arizona, I think that at this point now, especially with the latest news that you guys just dropped, they might probably want to get as much draft capital in return as possible. So, man, it's going to be interesting the way tonight shakes out. It really is. I have no idea what to expect except for the unexpected. And that's really all you can do, right?
That really feels like the general consensus from both of us and just about every successful mock drafter. It's always interesting, like the last 24 hours before the draft, to kind of see all the mock drafts come in and see where everybody's at. Everybody's all over the board.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Yeah, no,
now,
they are.
The one bit of momentum we have got is over at FanDuel. CJ Stroud is now up to his odds to be the number 2 overall picker up to minus 6,000. So he is overwhelming odds right now to be the number 2 pick.
But who's going to make that pick is the question. Who's going to be the one to make that pick?
Yeah. Especially, Houston, with the buzz that's been happening about, I know there was some late medical stuff with Tyree Wilson that came out, and they've kind of been tied to Tyree Wilson as a fit in DeMeco Ryans' system. All bets are off after 1. It's a great place to be.
Right. Yeah. No, it really is. And Houston has 12 picks going into this draft, right? So what if they decided that they wanted to trade back as well? Maybe they're not, sold on that, and somebody does want to jump up to that number 2 spot and get Stroud. Man, they really could try to turn this team around for DeMeco Ryans. And then, look, picking at number 12, maybe they decide that a Hendon Hooker or Anthony Richardson is their guy, and they'll let them develop behind, just for a couple of years, sit for a couple of years and learn. I mean, that they have that opportunity. DeMeco's got that long contract there. I mean, there's a lot to like about the situation that the Texans are in, especially with all the draft capital that they have.
4 top 70 picks for the Philadelphia Eagles in this draft, including 10.
Right.
I mean, it's going to be interesting to see if Howie just wants to continue maintaining assets, right, year over year. Does he stick and pick? How much wheeling and dealing does Philadelphia have? Or do they want to pick a blue chip player at 10? Do they want to move up from 30, right? I mean, a team that's that stacked to have this much flexibility is insane.
They've been one of the teams that have been tied to potentially moving up in the top 10 as well.
Yeah.
Go up and get a guy.
Right.
And watch this be the domino that they need to actually pull that off now.
Right, exactly. And you know that Howie Roseman attacks the trenches, man. That's when he's drafting. He's attacking the trenches. So I could see a scenario similar to our Locked On draft that we did, our mock draft, where the Eagles trade up to go and get Jalen Carter. I could totally see it, especially with the extra ammo that they have now.
Well, especially if these quarterbacks are going to go, it's going to push Jalen Carter down.
Yep.
And a modest move gets that done. And we know that not every team's going to have an appetite for Jalen Carter. Right. I got a feeling Philly's going to have an appetite for Jalen Carter.
Yeah, they do.
Carter feels like he's Seattle or bust in the top 8.
Yeah, I agree. I've had him penciled in at 5 to Seattle for the longest. But, if for some reason they go with maybe Richardson or they go Tyree Wilson, then all of a sudden that leaves that door wide open for a team like Philly to trade up. And, I mean, I don't know. I'm not inside the Raiders' war room, but I don't think that he's on their board like that. I don't think that they would feel real comfortable with drafting him just with the scenario that shook out with Henry Ruggs. Even though it's not the same, it's still too fresh, right? Too fresh in the community. I think it's just a bad look for the team and the organization, but it's a new staff, so maybe they make an exception. But that's why I've had him off of my board the whole time, just because I don't think that it would be a good move for the Silver and Black after what happened with Ruggs.
Yeah.
Well, maybe the Raiders are the team that moves back with Philadelphia, right? I mean, just like
what we did in our draft.
Yeah. If you're not going to stick and pick a quarterback, move back and get more stuff. And Philly's got stuff to give you.
Right. Exactly.
I think the challenge with that, though, is it takes 2 to tango, and it feels like there's a lot of teams, at least the discussion in the top 10 has been moving up, but in general, it feels like there's a lot of teams that want to move out of spots. And it kind of makes it this, well, why would I move up further than I have to? And probably Philly's in a unique situation, but they could also probably say the same thing with Atlanta. What happens if they say, well, we don't want to go to 7 if we feel like we can get a cheaper, save an early day 3 pick by going to 8 instead of 7. And then you get into the staring contest and then you say, well, that's fine. We'll just stick and pick anyway. Like now, Howie's been one of the more aggressive GMs. And I think the Eagles specifically are an example of a team that you might not have to be as worried about doing that. But I think the vast amount of teams that are ideally looking to trade down, I think that's how Arizona has gotten to this spot where they're on the clock potentially here in the next 20, 30 minutes and can't get a trade partner to move down when they've been trying for a really long time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about it. And it's been a long time since what has been over 5 years since there's been a draft day trade in the top 10. Yeah. Right. I mean, it's been a while. It's been a while for a reason, right? People don't, and organizations don't want to come up off of the capital it costs to do business. And so that's why, you know, Chicago got their deal done immediately. Long time ago. I thought it was even a little too early. Well, obviously it wasn't. They figured it out. Carolina got up there to number 1. Chicago's at number 9. And, you know, we'll see. There's always a lot of conversation and speculation about this team's going to make a move. That team's going to make a move. Then all of a sudden it's like you see a run where pick, and they just can't trade back because the capital's too much, like you mentioned. So it should be interesting, man. It really should.
All right, we officially open?
Well, we're at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, so we should hear that the NFL draft is open very, very soon. We'd like to remind everyone that Locked On NFL Draft coverage is presented by Ultimate Football GM. You think you can run an NFL franchise? Well, visit ultimate-gm.com to play the ultimate NFL GM simulation game. Start your dynasty today.
I have a serious problem with that game. I'm so addicted to that game. It's not even funny.
Don't we do this don't we do that? Play the game on the podcast every single day when we're breaking down what teams are going to do or what our team is going to do and what we think they're going to do.
Life imitating art.
Playing the game.
Ross makes funny. I had one that I think I'm like 120 years in. I just keep going.
You're the longest tenured GM in the history of football, Kyle. I mean, that's incredible. 120 years.
I try and change the name every 40 years or so. So I'm like the son of the previous GM.
Okay.
We know the league loves their family lineages, right? So
how many Super Bowls in 120 years?
I had a dry spell of about 15 years, and then it's like every 3 or 4 years I get one. So
wow. I mean, you're phenomenal. A dry spell of 15 years, Kyle.
Because I do the Howie Roseman thing. I load up all the draft picks, and then I'll move up when I want to, and then for a few years I'll trade back and pull for a future year and be loaded, and then load up again, and I love it. But that's the draft in general. So I guess Goodell's getting ready to walk across the stage here, right? Hey, Ross.
I just want to make sure that I say I don't make fun of you for it. I celebrate you for it. I celebrate you for your dedication to Ultimate.
That's a great way to put it. Hopefully everybody's celebrating draft picks here.
Always.
Joe, are you warm?
Hey, Carolina Panthers, baby. This is the city that I live in. We gotta throw them a bone here on the stream. City of Charlotte's gonna get the number 1 pick. I don't agree with who they're gonna pick. We'll get to that, but I got to show my support. You know, my wife's a Panthers fan, so look, I'm hoping that this works out.
There you go. I like it. I like the support.
Kansas City looks like it's a good time too. Just kind of looking at, they got the broadcast up here and Union Station, and it's a pretty neat layout. Kind of reminds me of what Philadelphia was when Philadelphia was down by the Art Museum. Mm-hmm. It's a nice little layout that they got in Kansas City.
It's been pretty cool. I'll tell you, man. We were at the Play 60 event yesterday with the prospects, and they kind of had their final moment to just be normal guys and not be first-round draft picks, even though we all know that they're going to be first-round draft picks. But they just had an opportunity to just kind of let their hair down and hang out, relax a little bit, chopped it up with us, but got to hang out with the kids more importantly. And then, just going around, seeing a couple things here in town, and you know how busy it is covering the draft. It's not like you get to see everything or stop everywhere you want to, but I think the Kansas City's done a really good job. You can see the buzz. The one thing I love about the draft, and you mentioned it, Philadelphia, I remember looking back, I was standing at the basically right in front of the stage, right at the bottom of the Rocky Steps, and I look back and you just see all these different jerseys, just all these different teams represented, and you realize that this is a lot of teams' Super Bowls, right? I mean, they're trying to get that player that they've been talking about all off season long, that, man, if we only had that player, man, the team is going to be different. And sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't, but for this and this couple days that it's going to be here in Kansas City, every fan base for the most part gets fired up when their team selects a player. And so that's always cool just to see so many different fan bases super excited and into what's going on. And then, well, reality kicks in when the season happens or training camp, and maybe that player isn't who they were. But for that quick minute, and I know I've been there so many times sitting on the couch like, oh, yeah, that's the difference maker. And, well, no, it wasn't. So,
I think that's my favorite thing about the draft. And Joe and I, we've talked about this before, but it's a 3-day event that's all inclusive for all 32 teams. And everybody mostly everybody walks out feeling like they won, right? We got better this weekend.
Yeah.
We got players. So you think about the pomp and circumstance around the Super Bowl, but it's a pretty exclusive deal. Only 2 teams get in the party every year. This is all 32. And the fact that you can really bring fan bases from all across the entire league and have them congregate in one area, whether it's here on the Locked On NFL Draft coverage that we're doing here or literally physically in Kansas City, I think that's my favorite thing about the draft and why it's one of my favorite events on the calendar.
You know, the other thing that's really cool, and I saw it at the Play 60 event, was players that played against each other, you know, them up there talking a little trash with each other, right? And even a guy who is already in the league and CeeDee Lamb, he started talking to Bijan Robinson, and it was just like, hey, did you guys ever win the Big 12? And he's like, oh, no, we did not yet. We'll see what happened was, right? And I mean, you get the old Oklahoma, Texas, rivalry going on. So that was cool. And then you see guys like Jalen Carter and Bryce Young and CJ Stroud was walking around talking about Roll Tide, walking behind Bryce Young. And so, I mean, just kind of those interactions is a lot of fun because you know how much pride they have when they're in school, and they'll always have that pride. But also being out here and knowing that they're about to achieve their ultimate goal, which is getting into the NFL. And you just, again, see them interacting with each other. A lot of these guys know each other growing up anyway, but that's another part of it that I really can appreciate is just, all the camaraderie and guys rooting for each other and cheering on each other. And, you're getting to know these guys' personality a little bit before they get drafted. That's really cool, man. I'll say this as well. Anthony Richardson is a guy I'm excited about. I don't know what he's going to be in the league. I really don't. But just seems like a humble dude, seems like a guy that gets it. He's going to work his tail off. And you got to have, talent. It's not just about hard work. But there's one thing I know he'll do in the NFL is work his tail off to become a really good player. If it translates to that, great. If it doesn't, well, I mean, he's gonna work his tail off to try. So I'm interested in see who picks him, what the coaching staff looks like, and how they can help develop that young man.
Q's getting a lot of love in the chat. So Q, we're going to christen you with the draft dudes question. Who is your worst case scenario pick for the Raiders at 7? What would be the player that you would just?
Skoronski.
No, it wouldn't be him. Oh man, that's a great question. I think Will Levis has been a guy that I haven't been a fan of for a long time. And I know that most of the reason is because of what he did last year. And it just wasn't, what he should be. But we know what he did the year before. But I just am really stuck on what I saw from him last, which was a lot of inaccuracy. I know he had injuries. I know there's reasons for, his lack of success. But it just seems like he's not really that guy. And it seems like that he's going to get selected really early. So I can see that if that were to happen with the Raiders at 7, it'd just be one of those where I kind of roll my eyes like, well, here we go again. We'll see how this shakes out. And look, he could end up surprising the hell out of me and end up being the best quarterback out of all these guys. But for me, I think it would be Will Levis. Just that's a big no for me.
Joe, you're making a pick tonight, so I get to ask you the same question. I don't have to answer because I got to wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thanks to I won't even say his name. We're not going there.
He's retired.
He's retired. He's no longer relevant. I won't make another draft show with his name included. So Joe, worst case scenario pick for you personally, and it's just opinions and players go on to prove people wrong all the time, right? But who would be the one that would draw the big moan from you?
I mean, I have to be realistic here. I can't just say like Jacqueline Roy or something like that, right? Justin Shorter. I got to give you a realistic pick.
Correct.
I would not love Josh Downs or Quentin Johnston.
Is it more two very different kinds of body types of wide receiver? Would that be more because of depth of wide receiver, fit within the offense, missed opportunity at a different position that you feel is a more pressing need?
All of that, yeah. And there's receivers I'd be happy with at 27, but not those ones. Yeah. I got to stop talking about Gators, Kyle. Gets me in trouble,
Gators
man.
Locked in here.
I'll tell you. Wow. Justin Shorter is going to be a great
top.
He
was a 30 visit, right?
He's a 30.
So he's on your mind because he was a 30 visit.
Yeah. He's going to be a great day 3 pick. Look, the number 1 pick's about to be made, and we're talking about Justin Shorter. You got to love this. He'd be a great day 3
right now, I got Pat Mahomes dancing on the stage with the Lombardi Trophy.
Yeah,
so I don't know
nobody
if the number 1
wants
pick's
to see
about to be made.
Height, weight, speed guy. I think he's going to be a good special teams player. He'll get got a chance to get a jersey on game day, but yeah. Sorry to Justin Shorter and the Florida Gators.
So do we want to start to shift this conversation to Bryce Young and Carolina and that expected selection and what the magnitude is of this? And I don't know, did either of you guys get a chance to read the story that came out from the Panthers today? I thought it was some pretty fascinating stuff that was included about their process to get to number 1 versus they were originally set to go to number 2 and how they viewed that trade. And you guys get a chance to read through any of that?
Oh yeah, with Houston and that Houston was trying to trade up. Is that or are you talking about another one?
Yeah.
I saw the one about Houston.
So this story came from, I want to make sure I give credit where credit's due, but it actually came out from Panthers.com.
Oh, okay.
And it was from Darren Gant. And it outlined a 3-day stretch in early March where Carolina was locked and loaded. They had the deal ready to go with Chicago, but it was to trade up to number 2 after Chicago traded back from 1 to 2.
Oh, okay.
And they were sitting here waiting on the Texans to finalize the trade. And it went like 72 hours where the Texans were dragging their feet. So Carolina said, you know what? We're going to give an extra future second-round pick more than what we were going to do to go up from 9 to 2 and go from 9 to 1. And that's going to be how we get the deal done. And that was, I thought, pretty interesting from the perspective of Dave Tepper. And Dave Tepper said, in that story, he was quoted as saying the motivation for him as he looked through it to take control of the draft was, well, if you kind of look at it, we're trading a future 2 to go from 2 to 1 because we already have the terms agreed to go from 9 to 2. So I thought that was a pretty interesting way to look at it. I don't know if that's the proper way to look at it. He did concede maybe we overpaid on the trade from 9 to 2 along the way, but if that's all the extra cost is,
right,
let's go ahead and do it. So I thought it was really interesting to kind of get the curtain pulled back from Panthers.com there in that regard.
Well, if that's your guy, you go and make the move, right? If you have an idea who your guy is, and I don't think Carolina actually knew who their guy was, but knowing that they got the number 1, they're going to get their guy. So, right. It makes sense, and especially if you hit on them, then you're good to go. And so, most likely that's Bryce Young. I think that's kind of been solidified for quite a while now, and we'll get it. We'll hear it officially in a little while, but really the draft starts at number 2. So Carolina's going to get their guy, and then what's going to happen with Houston at 2? That's the big question for me.
Well, the Carolina Panthers sure did pay a lot for this moment, right?
Yep.
This is a big deal for this organization that absolutely needs to get their new answer at quarterback. And Kyle, we've no, it's not official yet. It's not official yet, but we'll analyze it once it's absolutely done, but they got to get it right. I think that's my prevailing thought. And they've positioned themselves to pick whatever quarterback they wanted, and missing out on this after not choosing to participate in the quarterback class multiple years in a row and sticking and picking a lot of players, that puts a lot of urgency here for that reason, but also because of what they gave up to be here. So,
well, Joe, I think that's the thing I was most interested you wearing the CLT hat. They have passed on swinging big several years in a row, in spite of the fact that it had been reported that Dave Tepper wants a franchise quarterback. And when you look at this kind of saga from start to finish, and the start was what, Rule's first year? 2019? Derek Brown picking 8.
Derek Brown at 8.
Yeah. Pick and prepared to back. The extra draft capital that has resulted in them investing. When you think about trading for Sam Darnold and trading for Baker Mayfield and what they paid Cam Newton to not be on the team, and then they brought Cam Newton back anyway. It was just kind of been like this
Matt
heavy
Corral.
swing after heavy swing, and they finally got here. Right, they traded up for Matt Corral. Like, how much does what the saga has been, when you trace it back to the origins of them looking to this, what does that say about this being the path that they fully committed themselves to in your mind?
Well, I think it's enough is enough, right? Maybe they should have picked other quarterbacks in other years, but it really came down to enough is enough. If we really want to build a sustained winning football operation, we've got to get our quarterback position figured out. And I think they've done a good job here to get a good coaching staff in place. I think they've solidified their offensive line, which was another big question for a number of years. But I really appreciate the coaching staff that's in place, the veterans that they brought in on offense, and Hayden Hurst, Miles Sanders, Adam Thielen, DJ Chark, Damiere Byrd. I think that they've done a good job of correcting some wrongs, and it's about moving forward, right? All that stuff is unfortunate. They took a lot of swings and misses. I'd say they were light swings, right? I mean, not huge swings, and they finally make a huge swing, and that's Dave Tepper's entire empire is built on making huge swings. He finally did it in the NFL, and now it's about supporting this player and making sure that he has everything necessary to succeed.
And isn't it really given the coaching staff, the new coaching staff that you guys mentioned, that opportunity to set themselves up for success, because this is their guy, right? It's not like they're being hamstrung with, oh, that's the other guy's guy. Oh, Matt Rule made this selection. Oh, Matt Rule traded for him. Oh, Matt Rule signed him. No, that's done. That's a wrap. These are your guys. So this is the Frank Reich era. Starts with this quarterback that they select in a few minutes, and then they go from there. And so it's all on them, and they're all on the same page. So I think it at least allows them to have a fresh start and an opportunity. Now they've got to go ahead and develop them and get it together where they need to be. But I mean, with the coaching staff and all the experience they have on that coaching staff, you feel like things have to go pretty good for this quarterback, Bryce Young, in a little bit.
What I can really appreciate about what you said there, Q, and that I actually believe, is that it does feel like they're aligned, right? And I was nervous about that for a while, but at least listening to Frank Reich and Scott Fitterer lately, it does sound like they're on the same page. And that's really important, right? You don't want a situation, well, it wasn't the head coach's guy, it wasn't the owner's guy, it wasn't the GM's guy. They seem aligned on this pick, and that's critical. And look, we talked to you, and it was, okay, if the Raiders were going to pick one, it's Bryce Young. The Houston Texans, if they were going to pick one, it's Bryce Young. So for as many people that may doubt Bryce Young, me included, I recognize that multiple NFL teams wanted to pick this player with the number 1 overall pick.
Right, exactly. And I mean, he's got the it factor. I know the size is something that's going to, concern people, and it's not even the height. It's really the weight, just the frame. It's very slight, and the NFL is a different animal, even though the SEC is a monster as well. But so there's that. But I mean, the guy, he said it at the combine, man. He's like, look, respectfully, I've been this size my whole life. I've dealt with it my whole life. This is what I'm going to do. So at least he's got to have an opportunity. And look, going back to being on the same page, look, I cover the Raiders. They had a new head coach, a new GM last year, and they stuck with the other guy's quarterback and Derek Carr. And they signed him to a contract extension and then benched him before the season was over. So basically, it stopped them from having an opportunity to try to put in their plan and try to grow. Now, I don't know at what point they decided their plan was not going to be what it was when they first took over the job. But at least in this scenario in Carolina, they're getting a fresh start from the jump. They don't have to worry about the other guy's stuff. They're getting their guy at the most important position, which is the quarterback position, and they can build him up from the beginning. He doesn't have to learn one playbook, then all of a sudden the next year has to learn another playbook. And his head coach has job security. The ownership is behind him, and they can all move forward together from day one, which I think is huge.
It probably feels like the best silver lining out of this saga that we talked about when Matt Rule was your hire and you paid Matt Rule as much money as you did as an unproven as a proven college coach and program builder, but not a proven NFL coach, and how much money they committed for Matt Rule to be the guy and how volatile the offense was. I mean, I'm out here watching Chosen Anderson tape because the Dolphins signed him, trying to figure out what he's got left in the tank. And I'm watching this Panthers offense and I'm like, it was, and not just the quarterback, the protection schemes, the spacing, the route concepts. it had been like pulling teeth. And the fact that you now have, as Joe mentioned, this stability in the coaching staff, the pick is in. It feels like if you had to find one silver lining for my money, it would be the fact that they are all making the commitment at square one together.
Yeah.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers have selected quarterback Bryce Young, University of Alabama, trading up from 9 to 1. This is officially the guy and the first Alabama player in the modern era of the draft to be the number 1 overall pick.
Wow. I didn't realize that. That's a good nugget there. I didn't realize that. Shout out to the 5'10", 5'11", whatever he is.
Of all the candidates.
Right. That's awesome. Shout out to him. I did not realize. That's a good little nugget right there. But the worst kept secret in the NFL, Bryce Young is the quarterback of the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah, it's official now. And first of all, I think we can celebrate this moment for Bryce Young. He's a number 1 pick in the draft. He's 5'10", and his playing weight is in the 190s. This guy did enough at Alabama against the best competition in the world to convince an NFL team to pick him number 1 overall. And not only that, but to trade up and trade away quite a lot to get this player. And obviously the intangibles are really, really exciting. The leadership, there's the makeup component of him that I think any team is going to love. And this guy's got a chip on his shoulder, right? I mean, that's pretty clear that he knows he's got a lot of doubters out there, and that fuels him. And obviously he's answered every question to this point in his football journey. And now it's about going to the NFL and being the face of the Carolina Panthers. And like we talked about, they've done a really good job of ushering in this moment with the coaching staff, with the improvements to the offense, and even trading away DJ Moore, but replacing him with veterans. It's all about building and developing from this point forward, but obviously a big moment for the Carolina Panthers and Bryce Young. And for this city, I surely hope they got it right.
I think they did. I think they did. And the reason I think they did is because the dude's a leader, man. He's a leader. Like I said, he's got that it factor. I want to say, to me, it kind of is very Russell Wilson. Like when Russell Wilson was coming out, I felt like he was just a winner. We've seen Bryce Young do it. We've seen him win a national championship. We saw him lead that Alabama team that, it's going to sound weird, Alabama wasn't that Alabama team last year, and he still had them up there competing and winning a lot of games and, being just a very good, tough out each and every Saturday. And so I really like what he brings to the table, and I think the Carolina has got their guy. They've got the right guy. He's going to be a leader of men, and I think that those guys are going to follow his lead. And some good things could happen. And again, with that coaching staff, I got to tip my cap to them, man. Very experienced, a lot of NFL experience in those guys, and I think they're going to help develop them as well.
I think the thing that I'm really intrigued by is the state of the NFC South in general. And you have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers as a team that's in transition. The Atlanta Falcons kind of feel like they are gearing up. You have the New Orleans Saints, who went out and acquired Derek Carr in free agency and put themselves into the mix as well. How do we feel like, with the offensive line finally being an asset for this team, with the selection of Ikem Ekwonu last year and him playing as well as he did down the stretch, some veteran wide receivers between DJ Chark and Adam Thielen that they've added into the mix. They don't have Christian McCaffrey anymore. They obviously moved from him on at the trade deadline last year. I think that's the big mystery for me, is how quickly Bryce Young can acclimate to the NFL game versus finding the balance of the inside structure stuff and the outside of structure stuff that he did so well at Alabama, because this division is here for the taking. So I think that's the big variable that I can't wait to find out, because if he finds that balance quickly, this team can contend for a division championship this year.
Well, the Houston Texans, who are next up, all the chatter of trading and all that type of stuff, they very quickly turned in the card here. They're sticking and picking.
Wow.
I'm going to bring Chris Carter in here too. Chris is with us, so I'm going to bring him in.
Oh, man, I got to go. If Chris is here, I got to go.
Dude, don't you go nowhere, sir. Stay right
I got
where
to
you
go.
are.
If you're bringing in Chris Carter, I'm out of here, man.
He's like, I got to talk with him later. 2 shows? Absolutely not. Out of the contract.
So Houston didn't waste any time here, huh?
None.
Who do we think that the Will Anderson buzz got real hot? The CJ Stroud buzz got real hot.
Tyree Wilson buzz has been hot.
Tyree Wilson's been hot for 2 weeks and magically got cold the day of the draft. Like, I don't know.
It's got to be the quarterback.
Yeah, I've been on Stroud.
It's got to be, right?
That's just where I've been at with the Texans and the second overall pick. I get that there's some people that think like go for a skill player and then pick one up at 12, but you can't take a chance like that. And I think the Texans know that they'll get their quarterback right here. That's at least just how I see it.
I think what's interesting for Houston is there has been so many of these galaxy brains ideas of taking the defensive lineman and coming back to swing on the quarterback, like Chris, like you just said. But you have heard just how red hot the Arizona conversation got with Tennessee, with potentially Houston coming back up in that spot. We've heard Minnesota's really interested in getting in the market. The Raiders have been teased as interested in CJ Stroud. So what's interesting to me was just how active the trade discussions got once we got here on the doorstep. Did that change what their strategy was going to be and how they hoped to deal with this, to say, yeah, you know what, maybe we'll take our chances that the defensive player that we would take is going to be at our disposal a little bit later down the road?
There it is, Kyle.
Boom.
I'm on a delay.
CJ Stroud it is.
So with the second pick, the Houston Texans, the odds didn't lie today. Quarterback CJ Stroud, Ohio State, the selection at number 2 for the Houston Texans. Chris came in, pounded the table real hard. Q verified. Joe, I think this is what both of us would do if you told us the Texans were picking a quarterback. I know he's both of our favorite quarterback in this class. So let's talk about it. Texans, Stroud, it's done.
Well, we entered this entire cycle with it being Bryce Young and CJ Stroud as the top 2 quarterbacks. And here we are on draft day, and they're the top 2 quarterbacks. And I congratulate Houston here because we've talked ourselves into so many different things that they could do, but they do the right thing. They sit here and pick who I think is the best quarterback in this draft. And what I like about it is I think their offensive line is pretty stable. They've got some young playmakers. They have a very good offensive mind taking over in Bobby Slowick, who comes over with that Kyle Shanahan pedigree. And obviously defensively, you're excited about what DeMeco Ryans can bring to the table. They've got a ton of draft capital coming up to continue adding to this roster. And I think for the first time in maybe 3 or 4 years, I feel like the Houston Texans have a direction.
They do. They have a direction. They have their guy. It's funny, man, because they talked about it so much, or it was talked about so much that it wasn't going to be CJ Stroud. It was almost I don't want to say it was a surprise because we all talked about it should be the quarterback, but it's almost like, okay, now it's official. Now they got their guy. So now I'm interested to see what they do at 12, see if they go and get their defensive guy, or if they use that pick and maybe even trade up a little bit and go get a stud defensive guy for DeMeco Ryans, because I do think, and again, they have 12 picks in this draft, so they have 11 more to go. I think that they have an opportunity to really get good, not contender good, but still good enough to get DeMeco Ryans off to a good start. So I think that there's something that Houston's got going on.
Yeah, I'm on board with this. I think CJ Stroud's a heck of a talent. I think that that when you look at what the Texans needed to do, they needed to do a complete tear down and rebuild. And I think CJ Stroud is a quarterback that has the talent to build the franchise around. The question just, what do they do next? You know, the Houston Texans, I've talked about this with a lot of people before. Organizations, they can pick really exciting players, but do they change their philosophy? Do they fix, the parts of their organization, the foundation that has led them astray so many times? You look at the Bengals and how they've made so many changes. It's not like Joe Burrow was the first number 1 overall quarterback they ever took, right? They had Carson Palmer, and that was fun for a little bit, but they never got anywhere with him. And I think that they've made a lot of changes around the organization that allowed them to change the tone of things. They still haven't, hit in the Super Bowl, but they've at least won playoff games, gotten to a Super Bowl, gotten to back-to-back AFC championship games. The Houston Texans, I think, are another organization they kind of needed to clean house, restart over, and try to get the right things at the building blocks. Otherwise, you're just going to be building a house of cards. You're going to get some really good talent, have some really good games here and there, and then ultimately fall apart and have to do it all over again. I think CJ Stroud is a good building block to get to that point.
Well, and you think about Houston with all the draft capital that they have and how they kind of treaded water for a few years with not making commitments and signing 1-year contracts with I don't say replacement level players, but not high profile free agents. They didn't spend a lot of money. And if this it will, you're not going to be picking in this stratosphere again in the near future. So I think that's the biggest selling point to take CJ Stroud, is if you feel as though we're going to contend and we're going to be competitive, and the magnitude of the AFC South is changing, and we feel like we can compete in spite of the fact that you can make the argument they needed to further improve the supporting cast, or they needed to go defense and get DeMeco Ryans as a defensive-minded coach, his guys. That's the sell for me, is you got all this draft capital. You can really load up, let these guys grow together. Don't expect to compete right away, but you make sure your infrastructure is good to support a young player, and what they do from here, I think will be fascinating. Do you go the DeMeco Ryans route, or do you try to maybe give Jackson Smith-Njigba with your pick at 12 and get a familiar face at wide receiver? It's really interesting.
That's an idea, Kyle Krabs.
I mean, we've spent all this time trying to figure out where Jackson Smith is going to go. Houston's been in the conversation, but it's never been through the lens and lexicon of CJ Stroud's going to be the pick.
And you know what people forget is that team 2 years ago, they had Chris Olave, great NFL player. Garrett Wilson, great NFL player. The guy that led the team in receiving by a lot was Jackson Smith-Njigba. Now you got me all kinds of excited about him being their pick at number 12, but are they going to be able to resist a defensive building block? I'm not sure. But that's a really fun idea to consider right now. Now, the Arizona Cardinals are taking their time here, right? I mean,
they certainly are. I'm curious. I think I had my standard mock draft of Young and Stroud, and I had them taking Will Anderson. But man, when they so I'm like, I'm trying to see how long I could stay perfect with this mock. Usually it's like 3-4 picks, and then when the trade happens, that's when every mock draft gets blown up. But where do you guys have them going here?
We don't have them going anywhere. They're trading out of the pick. And guess who's back on the clock?
The Houston Texans.
You're kidding me.
I have a feeling this probably is not Jackson Smith-Njigba, right?
No, this is going to be either Tyree Wilson or Will Anderson. That's my guess.
Or Will Anderson, yeah.
So fun idea on Jackson Smith-Njigba. That's gone. Now they're going to get their defensive building block. Unbelievable.
Wow. That's Houston
I wonder
Texans.
what the cost is here, because this is not a short ways to go.
This is
12.
It's just 12-3, Kyle. Like, we've seen that before. That costs you 3 first-round picks.
That's 3 ones.
Yeah.
Wow. Houston is not playing.
I'm in awe right here. I thought there was a chance the Texans could trade up to get Smith-Njigba, because they'd be like, hey, we got the Ohio State quarterback. Let's get the Ohio State wide receiver. But I thought that would be like 8, 9, not 2. Like, what is this? Or 3, excuse me.
They were pretty deep into the clock, so we probably won't have to wait too long to find out. But Arizona, the other side of the coin here is Arizona did the thing that we thought they should do, is move out. Your roster is in
get
shambles.
As much draft capital as you can. Understand this year going for you. Embrace it. It's going to be a year, right? You're not going to have Kyler Murray for the first half of the year.
Got the terms of the trade.
This for Arizona. Okay, go ahead.
Terms of the trade. The Texans get 3 in 105. The Cardinals get 12, 33, a first rounder in 2024, and a third in 2024. So they do not have to give up 3 first-round picks. This feels like good value for Houston.
Is that a third in 2024 with the last piece there?
12, 33, 2024, 1, 2024, 3.
Wow.
I think this says a little bit about this class, right? I mean, there's been times where, what was it when Miami moved back with moved up with the Raiders? I think it was the Deion Jordan year, and it cost like 2 2s to move up like 8 spots into the top 3. So I think the discrepancy with the cost really tells you quarterback, the rest of the class, the market kind of dried up here pretty quick.
Pick is in, Kyle.
With the third pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans are selecting Will Anderson, pass rusher Alabama Crimson Tide. Alabama goes 1 and 3. Joe, I think it's probably time for you to start announcing these picks because my screen doesn't have it yet. I took the leap of faith and looked at social media. So,
well, how about the Houston Texans here? They come away with who we believe is the number 1 quarterback, and they come away with who many think is the best player in the draft. Now, this cost them some stuff here, right? They don't have a first-round pick next year and certainly gave up some things to get here. But you talk about building blocks and getting franchise cornerstones and pillars, right, to really build this operation moving forward. This is an outstanding job of just collecting those premium assets. And we know Will Anderson, not just a dynamic football player, but that type of guy that can be a core piece of who you're going to be, your DNA as an operation moving forward. And for D'Amico Ryans to get this type of talent to come in and be part of this build, you get excited. Like I mentioned, because we just talked about Houston, like they really have a direction now and they're starting to get some premium talent, and it's all about making it come together, but they have pieces, and it's exciting to see for them because it's been a tough couple of years.
So what does this do for the rest of the rest of these top picks now? Because now the Cardinals have bounced back to 12, right? So Will Anderson's still off the board. So that I think that's still the trajectory of that still works, right? But now we've seen one team get aggressive for a top defensive player. Who are some other teams that you guys think are going to be aggressive as well, trying to trade up, that are going to jumble up this board even more?
Is Tennessee motivated to make a move? I mean, do they like one of these other quarterbacks? Mm-hmm. Philadelphia with Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
I think those are the two for me at 10 and 11. Especially they got jumped by Houston at 12, but not necessarily for a player that they probably would have been in the market for.
That's what I'm looking at. I agree with you. I think that Philly makes sense and Tennessee makes sense. But now, now that they're already up to pick number 4, it's going to be interesting to see what happens now. I mean, Houston, they really came in and swung the big stick, didn't they? I mean, they did some big things right there. Something that I don't think any of us have really talked about. I know Daniel Jeremiah had mentioned something about that earlier, but I didn't really think that was a possibility. And boom, here it is. So there you go. Maybe Philly makes a trade now. Maybe Tennessee, but that's all I really got.
As a quick administrative note, and I know a couple people in the chat do have this, Houston does have a 1 next year from the Browns still.
Oh, so, my. Yeah.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to know what pick that's going to be, right? The higher one or whatever they negotiate there. One thing that we know about trades, right? It's not going to happen here. The Colts are going to stick and pick a quarterback. That's at least my expectation. So
I agree.
I think the trade conversation gets interesting after this selection. And if, whatever quarterback's left, if there's a market, right, there's going to be teams that want to go get this player, or they'd rather just stick and pick and see if they fall to him. I mean, if he's your guy at quarterback, he's your guy at quarterback, you go get him. But it's going to be slim pickings after this. We could be in a situation here where, I mean, these quarterbacks come off even quicker than expected.
I think what's interesting, and now that we're talking about Colts, they could have very easily played defense. I guess not. They were another team that could play defense and chose not to. When it came down to in March, when the draft first started getting traction, and they ended up staying at 4 as compared to they got jumped by a team at 9. What do you think that says about the options that they felt that they had and what they now face with Richardson and Levis as the 2 quarterbacks on the board? And was this a matter of them just being comfortable and understanding, hey, we're going to get a quarterback and we want to build a system around that, and that's why we took Shane Steichen, because we feel like he can be a little bit more flexible with his scheme? Or did they miss the boat? I guess that's the question to ask, as far as missing out on what are generally perceived to be the consensus top 2 passers available in this class.
I see Chris's face. What just happened with Chris?
Yeah. Well, we got a pick here. We got a pick from the Indianapolis Colts.
They took Richardson.
Yep. So with the number 4 pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts pick quarterback out of Florida, Anthony Richardson. Kyle, we talked about this as kind of their guy. We went through that lens of Chris Ballard likes unique players. Got him the most unique player potentially at quarterback we've ever seen come out of the college ranks.
So we talked about the Jalen Hurts parallel and what Steichen was able to do with Jalen Hurts, and you put it through that lens. I'm not overly surprised that they went with the player who echoes the most. Now, we've also kind of heard that the Levis is maybe the one to slide a little bit, has gotten some buzz. And sure enough, now that's not what we have. I think what's interesting, though, is we heard all the quarterbacks are going to fall, the quarterbacks are going to fall. We got 3 in the first 4 picks here.
Right.
And Richardson has the highest ceiling out of any of these guys. I can't wait to see what they use to build around him. But, man, imagine him in the backfield with Jonathan Taylor and being able to run downhill.
Yikes.
And do some of that power run game with the quarterback where you pick up an extra gap in the run game because you got an extra body to block with the quarterback. They could do some really exciting stuff now with Jonathan Taylor and Anthony Richardson in the run game. I'm pumped.
So I'm in the media room here at the draft, and all of a sudden Richardson gets announced, and everyone gives a big ooh. that was classic right there. I wish I had audio rolling on that one. That was everyone in the room. Big ooh and ah. So there you go. And I think you guys hit it on the head when you talk about Jalen Hurts. And they already know how to use a player that have traits like Anthony Richardson. Now, obviously, Jalen Hurts had a lot more experience in college than Richardson, but I mentioned it before the draft ever started that guy's going to work his tail off. He's going to be the hardest working dude in the room, and that's exactly who Jalen Hurts is. So I'm excited for Anthony Richardson's opportunity there in Indy. We saw him put on a show there in Indy, so he's returning to somewhere where he knows very well already. When he was there at the Combine, he did some really good things there. So I think he's going to be a breath of fresh air for the Colts fan base.
So the question for me now is, how wild do people get for Will Levis? Because now he's the last of the top 4, and is someone going to get desperate for him, or like
don't
in
you curse
our?
Me, Chris. I know your tendencies. Don't you curse me?
He knew where I was going.
Yeah. See how he tries to see how
You
he tries
said
to
that before we started too.
That dude, that's why I said I had to leave, man. Because that dude, he's like, that's who he is, man. He's a low key sniper. He knew what he was doing. He was setting that up the whole way. Like, oh, yeah, I know what's going to happen now at 7. The Raiders are going to fall in love with Will Levis, and Q's going to have to talk to him all the time and see what kind of quarterback he is. I know your tendencies, dude. It's all right. I got you, man. I got you.
Yes, you do. You know, you called me light. You say I have light-skinned tendencies.
You do. You just put them on display.
I just saw it coming, man. It's right there in front of us, Q. You hate it because it's true.
No, it's not.
I'll say
defense,
this about
defense.
Back to Richardson with the Colts. One thing that I really like about this, because with Richardson, we know he's not a lot of experience, right? 13 starts, less than 400 career passing attempts at Florida. Let's not overlook that this team has Gardner Minshew, right, as kind of a bridge quarterback that spent last season with Shane Steichen in Philadelphia, right? That I think that eases some of that play early type stuff where you don't want to put him out there before he's ready to go. But I mean, you think about that identity, like Kyle mentioned, Jonathan Taylor running the football, some young weapons, a really creative offensive-minded coach. You really feel like this is a really good spot for Anthony Richardson to have his best chance to succeed.
Hey, you know who's really nervous right now? The Tennessee Titans. Because now look at the other quarterbacks in that division now with Trevor Lawrence, CJ Stroud, and Anthony Richardson. And you got old man Tannehill back there as the last one standing. And they've been talking about potentially transitioning.
Would Hooker be someone for Tennessee?
I think that's one of the spots that would make sense for the Hendon Hooker first round buzz. I wouldn't do it. But if you're looking at the trend of the division, you know, that's the number one pathway to making postseason any years, consistently outperforming your divisional rivals. And the entire balance and scale of that division has been turned on its head the last 2 years when you consider Tennessee was consistently the winning program out of that group. And as we project the next 3, 4, 5 years, what does Tennessee have to cling to right now?
Right.
Well, if Hendon Hooker is an option for them, they do have two in Will Levis and Hendon Hooker. And I don't who knows if they're really in on those players. And are they going to trade up for either, knowing that there's not a whole lot of spots? I mean, unless they have to play defense, I think they're going to get one of them if they stick and pick.
I don't think you got to move now, right? You could probably stand pat unless you get wind that somebody's coming up above you.
So on the clock now is the Seattle Seahawks. And
Jalen Carter, that's my call. Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I've had the Jalen Carter pick penciled in for a while there too. Yep.
Could they move back? I mean, Tyree Wilson feels very Seahawksy with his
Yeah, he
makeup,
does.
like you mentioned, Jalen Carter as well. That it feels like defense is the play here. If they stick and pick a player, they're going to get a toolsy guy. That makes sense. I mean,
Well, especially if they want to go on the line, right? Because you sit here and you consider you have Detroit, who's going to go corner. Okay. So, or you anticipate they're going to go corner. They're probably not a threat if you're going to go on the line. Then you have the Raiders going in a potential direction. They could go offensive line. They could go quarterback with Will Levis to kind of feed into the negative energy that Q's trying to stiff arm right now. They could go up on the line as well. You know, that's maybe a spot to threaten. You have the fans who have spent a bunch of money to bring in defensive line talent, and then you're at Chicago. So, you know, if they did want to slide back here for somebody to maybe get up in front of Detroit for a specific player, I'd feel pretty good about moving back a couple spots if they wanted to.
The clock is still ticking here, so
yeah,
maybe they're just taking all the phone calls.
a lot of rumblings that there's some trades being potentially worked out with Seattle here, taking it deep into the clock here. Only about a minute and a half left. Multiple insiders reporting that phones are ringing and they're contemplating offers.
Oh, boy.
Could you imagine
nervous,
Tennessee getting in on this? Get 3 rookie quarterbacks in the AFC South plus Trevor Lawrence?
That'd be wild.
Trevor Lawrence would be happy.
Maybe
Lawrence would be happy. I mean, you know.
Maybe it's Philly. If they want to come get Jalen Carter, they got all the ammunition. We know they love him.
Yep. I can see that. I can see that move. I can see Tennessee or Philly right now trying to make that trade. Something that, we said a little while ago. I can see both of those happening. Tennessee to get their quarterback if they're, into Will Levis, and Philly to go get Jalen Carter. It just makes too much sense to me.
Well, it looks like the Seahawks are going to make a pick. I was going to make a joke there about Houston being back in, right? Why not, right?
Now they got 33, right?
Why not? So we'll eagerly await this pick from Seattle. I can't imagine it not being Jalen Carter. But it's the Seahawks, right? This is the Seahawks.
Right, but they can do so many. I mean, Jalen Carter, their run defense was terrible last year. So Jalen Carter would be an immediate upgrade on their run defense. I've heard from multiple Seattle guys that cover the team, including Corbin, that he didn't think that they were going to go in that direction anymore after the bad experiences they've had, with guys that have some issues off the field. But it just seems like that's hard for me to buy when it comes to Seattle. Like, it just feels like that they're that organization that feels like that they have the right culture in place to be able to have those guys be all right.
We have a pick from the Seattle Seahawks. Is this pick number 5 with the number 5 pick in the 2023 NFL Draft? The Seattle Seahawks select cornerback Devin Witherspoon from Illinois.
That's a good one. I was thinking corner too. That's really good. And then he combines with Tariq Woolen, who was their rookie last year, their 5th round pick. That's really good corners. Yeah, I can see that's a good one, man. Witherspoon is a really good pick. It's funny. I was here yesterday talking to Joel Klatt from the NFL Network, and I was asking about corners for the Raiders at 7, and he said that I don't think Witherspoon's going to be there at all. I think Witherspoon's going to go 5 or 6 to either the Seahawks or the Lions, and then maybe you'll get lucky and Christian Gonzalez will be there at 7, but even that's not a guarantee.
I had Witherspoon penciled in for a while at 6 to the Lions. Book it. It was happening. I thought that the Seahawks would go get a defensive front guy, whether it was Carter or Wilson. I thought that was their move for sure. Witherspoon, I love him as a prospect. I think it's a great pick by the Seahawks. I just what's it going to be aggressive? Q, you might be running out of cornerbacks by the time they get there. You might have to pick Will Levis.
Shut up. And the thing about it is, as much as Carter's trying to put this voodoo on me and make it a bad night for me, I have an opportunity in a little while as we're here and these draft picks. I'm assuming they're going to get someone who's in the green room. I'm going to have the opportunity to run down the hall and actually, interview this dude one-on-one. And if it's going to be Levis, I'm going to keep thinking about Chris Carter trying to put this bad mojo on me.
Just laughing.
We'll all be giggling and thinking of you, Q.
Right.
But
exactly.
I think the thing with the Seattle pick is for so long it's been Seattle, they don't draft corners high, right? I think that's the most surprising thing about this is they've had so much success with getting a certain body type and just developing corners as compared to drafting them highly and really coveting them. So I think that's the part that catches me so off guard with this pick is the value's appropriate. We all had him penciled in at 6. I think was a no-brainer from a value perspective, and he certainly has that dog in him. And I guess you think about the wide receivers that you're going to have to defend in that division, right? Cooper Kupp, you got San Francisco with Debo. Debo's still going to present a problem with his size in trying to tackle him, but Devin's got as much of a dog and is as good of a tackler as any corner in this class. So I like the fit from that perspective. It's a tendency breaker for Seattle, but I think that I like it. I think I really do.
I guess I'm just surprised they didn't go with the defensive lineman with Tyree Wilson and Jalen Carter there. It's not that Witherspoon's not a fine pick. I felt like that was their biggest needs. I felt like that's where there was some value that potentially some guys that you wouldn't expect to be there are there. And now the Detroit Lions are on the clock, and they're not going to pick Devin Witherspoon, folks. The Seattle Seahawks just took him off the board. So now we have to start thinking about other possibilities. I don't know if they're going to be a Jalen Carter team, but do they go back to the edge situation with Tyree Wilson there? Are they concerned about receiver?
They could just go Christian Gonzalez.
That's where I
stay at corner. That's such an obvious need for them with trading Jeff Okudah.
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Stop it.
Come on, man.
It's not Q. I saw it like 4 picks ago, man. I was like, This is lining you up, Q. Tell Will we said hello.
How about I think the other thing about the Seattle pick, they have 4 interior defensive linemen under contract right now. So you have to feel like that pick is coming. Maybe this is Mazi Smith at 20. They come back later in the round and get an interior defensive lineman there. Maybe they like the value better. Maybe the Jalen Carter pre-draft process didn't inspire. Whatever it ended up being, this is just as far out of left field for me as any of the first 5 picks that we've got. But I really like the fit.
Hey, we were promised unpredictable, right?
We got it.
We got past 1 and we got some really fun stuff. Nothing's been really – the most chalky thing is Richardson. And
Houston double dipping.
But was that chalky? We weren't expecting that. Maybe some people were, but
that's true. That's true. Yeah. We knew that they were going to have another pick in the top, in the top 15 or whatever, because they had 12. But that was interesting. Now Chris got me all out of my game plan now.
Well, Bijan Robinson's on the board. All the offensive linemen are on the board.
We have another AFC West host with us. We're going to bring Daniel in. Daniel from Locked On Chargers.
Yeah.
Ooh. Can you unmute for us? Happy draft night to you, buddy. How things going?
What's up, guys? Happy draft night. That was surprising for sure. I didn't see that one coming at all.
Wow. Did you see the latest?
Yes, we have a trade. The Arizona Cardinals are trading up to number 6.
Oh, man.
Woo!
So they move back and then up. So I'm guessing the player they were probably thinking about at 3.
Still there.
Tyree Wilson?
Paris Johnson?
I think
we've heard some Paris Johnson. Yeah, we have.
Paris Johnson at 6? Ooh.
Well, I guess look at it this way. Raiders are a potential offensive tackle spot, and
True.
Paris Johnson has scheme flexibility, and then the Bears at 9 are another offensive tackle spot.
Terms of the trade, the Lions move back from 6 to 12, and they get pick 34. That's all they get.
For 12 and 34. And Detroit's just loaded with draft picks now, huh?
But
they already had like 5 in the top 80.
Yeah, now they get pick 34 as well. That's a late first round pick.
Yeah, pretty much. Wow.
So
think the Cardinals go and get Carter? Is that a possibility?
Maybe so. Is this also a signal to us that the Lions wanted Devin Witherspoon?
Yes.
And they weren't prepared to live in this world where they didn't get Devin Witherspoon.
They were like us. They thought he'd just be there.
Oh, crap. Had no idea this was going to happen.
If it is defense, too, when's the last time you saw 2 trades up into the top 6, both for defenders, not for quarterbacks? That's pretty wild.
It's a good point.
It's like Q just got done talking in the pre-show about how, Chris, I see you got something, but we haven't seen a trade in the top 10 on draft night for like 5 years. We got a couple now.
Wow.
Yeah, we got a bunch of them now. Uh-oh.
How far does Jalen Carter actually fall? Because now we're talking, if he's not Arizona,
Not past 10. He's not getting past 10, dude.
10.
10.
He's not getting past 10.
But like, if he falls to
Philadelphia's
9 where
there.
the Bears are at, who trades up to get him? Because like that's where I like, from what we've talked about here in Pittsburgh, 9 is the spot where the Steelers might get aggressive to go get him. They are also talking about being
Chicago
aggressive.
might take him. If he's there at 9, Chicago might take him.
They might.
I feel like
They
if you're
might.
going to come up, you got to come to 8.
Mm-hmm.
The Lions now own picks 12, 18, 34, 48, and 55.
Oh,
Wow.
I'll repeat that. The Lions now own picks 12, 18,
Dan Campbell.
34, 48, 55.
Wow.
This is
Brad
happening
Holmes.
in Detroit, folks. This is
Brad
happening.
Holmes and Dan Campbell.
That's
I am
awesome.
in.
Job well done.
We also have the pick here for the Arizona Cardinals. The Arizona Cardinals with pick number 6 in the 2023 NFL Draft select offensive tackle Paris Johnson from
Wow.
Good
Ohio
call.
State.
Good call.
Wow.
Good call. Oh, man. All right. Well, I don't know about this one now. Chris
Hold your
Carter,
breath,
I'm
Q.
telling you right now, don't you start no bad mojo, dude.
I'll tell you what, if you told me Paris Johnson was the first tackle or the first offensive lineman off the board, I'll tell you that whichever team got him, and it was Arizona, I think they got it right. I know there's a lot of discourse around the offensive lineman. There was a lot of questions about Paris Johnson coming into this year, having played right guard at Ohio State beforehand. And is he a tackle? Well, he came out, I thought he put the most consistent tape. He's the best blend of tape and traits of the offensive linemen that are available in this year's class. And he proved he has positional versatility. He played on the right side of the line in 2021 to play right guard, and then he played left tackle this year. I think if you were going to pick an offensive lineman, this is the right guy for my money.
Where do you guys have Broderick Jones in the equation? Where does he fit in? Because some people have him way down, like below Darnell Wright. Some people have him as number 2, number 3. Where do you guys rank him?
I
Good,
think
Joe.
they're very, very close.
Joe loves him.
Yeah, I love Broderick Jones. I mean,
I'm a Broderick Jones guy.
physical mauler, but also this guy can move, man. He's got unbelievable range. I love that about him. Scheme versatility is really attractive. Young, length. I mean, I don't know what's missing there. I mean, he started for like 1 1/4 seasons, but I've seen enough. I've seen enough to feel very comfortable with him. Is a very high selection here.
Matt Derry of Locked On Lions has joined us.
The man of the hour.
What's up, boys?
Was it
Matt, you guys are
Witherspoon or bust, huh?
No. Well, I think that had something to do with it here, but let's be honest. Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell were not drafting Jalen Carter. As you guys, everybody laughed at me on our show when I took Calijah Kancey. I told you, everybody's shaking their heads. Yes, we all laughed at you, Matt. Thank you. But no, let's be honest. They were not taking Jalen Carter no matter what. So I had it half right. Now they can get Kancey later. But yeah, this was Witherspoon, I think, was a bit of a surprise going 5. They must have issues with Tyree Wilson's foot because he fits the bill for what they are looking for. But trading back is not a surprise here.
Matt, the Lions have 12, 18, 34, 48, 55. You're going to be a busy man here over on Locked On Lions.
Yeah.
I mean, how exciting is this?
Yeah, Joe, you and I talked last week about it. I mean, I think the Lions really are building something special here, and it's been nice to watch. But now they're really accumulating picks with the Hawkinson trade, with the Stafford trade, and now they're loaded up to just continue to take guys that fit their system. But in this instance, now 12 and 18. I mean, they could still get a corner if they want him. I know you're a Banks guy, or maybe if Gonzalez slides, I don't know if he will, and they could still get an edge. Maybe Wilson falls to 12. Who knows? This has been a weird night to begin with. So, yeah, they got a lot of options for sure.
The Raiders are on the clock, Q. What are we thinking, man? I mean, Christian Gonzalez, we got quarterbacks.
Well,
Palms
Levis?
are in the air.
Man, good question. I have no idea, right? I mean, there's so many different directions. Tyree Wilson, they can go Christian Gonzalez, they can go Jalen Carter. I'm not going to say that name that Chris Carter put out there in the air because I don't think that that's going to be it. But then again, you never know. So so many different. They can go Skoronski. I mean, they have a lot of options, and they still might even be trying to trade back for all I know. So this ought to be interesting, really.
You mentioned Skoronski, Kyle. One thing that you've brought up a lot lately is the idea that once the offensive line run starts, it's going to go. And we had the first one come off the board. I wonder if we start to see some of that.
The more the merrier.
Well, before we do, Joe, it's 9:00.
It's 9:00, which means it's a perfect time to remind you that Locked On NFL Draft coverage is presented by Ultimate Football GM. If you think you can run an NFL franchise, visit ultimate-gm.com to play the ultimate NFL GM simulation game. Start your dynasty today.
So with Ultimate Football GM, you're responsible for everything from signing the right coaches and coordinators, negotiating free agency, balancing budgets. It's literally everything that like the GMs are having to do now. You do the draft as well. You trade players. You have to balance all of that in this game world that, when you join a league, you get 25 years to turn the worst team in the league from the best team in the league and win as many championships as you can. And I think Chris, who's no longer with us, had the best
he won
dynasty record. He won like 14 championships in 25 years or something like that.
He cheated, though. He was cheating.
He's not here to defend himself. He probably paid, right? He did the microtransactions, right?
Oh, yeah.
He definitely
he definitely cheated, man. That's who Chris Carter is, man. You can't trust him.
It's not that easy. That game is not that easy. Something went terribly wrong. This is a very difficult and very realistic game. Something was not right there.
I mean, they'll tell you it's in a challenging and realistic game world, and it's completely free and playable offline, which is my favorite thing about it. So you can use promo code Locked On in the game shop and get 100% free boost to your franchise when you download the game now. So while you're waiting for your favorite team to pick tonight, go ahead and download Ultimate Football GM and let's get rolling.
3.5 minutes left here for the Las Vegas Raiders to make a pick. We got your boy Q over here. His sweat and palms are in the air.
Yes.
Doesn't know what's going to happen here, but I can't wait for the reaction. That's what I'm excited for.
People always talk about that. They're always like, Q, film the reaction. I was like, no, not this year. Now you guys are going to get it.
Well, I don't have the pick
now.
yet. I don't have the pick yet, but we're going to. We're minutes away from your boy Q giving us the authentic reaction to the Raiders pick.
Your boy Q, by the way, Q is like a big celebrity. I saw him on was it Kay Adams, Q? You're so big time, dude. That was freaking awesome, man. That was great.
It was good times. It was good times. She's fantastic. But I got a lucky direct message from them, wanted me to come on. It's because of the network, though, man. The network is all over the place, man.
Nothing lucky about it.
Everyone was awesome. You did a great job.
Everyone listens to the network, man.
Well, you did well.
So
and you weren't flirting with her like Shams Charania was.
No, I would never do that.
Shams. Now you're trying to break NFL news now too, Shams. Stay in your lane, buddy.
I feel a lot more confident about the pick. I just saw a tweet from one of my buddies, so I feel pretty good about it now.
All right. Well, we have the pick, Q, with the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson, edge, Texas Tech.
There you go. Defense. That's what I'm talking about. Tyree Wilson is a heck of a pick, man. Had an opportunity to talk to him yesterday. He told me that he's been a Raider his whole life. He said, I was a Raider in high school, a Red Raider in college, and I could be a Las Vegas Raider, and now he is. That's awesome. That's a big pickup right there for a team that needs as much defense as possible, right? I think that's a fantastic pick. Now you have Max Crosby, Tyree Wilson, and Chandler Jones. And I know Chandler Jones is getting older in the tooth, but still he can help mentor the young man as well. That's a nice little combo. And not to mention the guy could play multiple positions. You can kick him outside the edge, put him in interior. He's a lot safer than Jalen Carter would be. I'm good with it. I like it. Tyree Wilson it is. Let's go. That's the best.
Interesting watching.
That's the best pick I've talked about in the first round in years.
Yeah, it was interesting watching some of the comparisons like a month ago when everybody was at the combine. They were talking about, is Tyree Wilson as good as Will Anderson? Because Anderson's kind of built, and Joe knows this, like a safety. And man, I love Wilson's size and get off on the line of scrimmage. I think that's a nice pick. I just wonder about the foot. The Lions passing on him,
Right.
and that's right in Brad Holmes' wheelhouse, getting another edge. You wonder how healthy that foot is right now.
Well, this certainly signals to me that the Raiders are prioritizing this pass rush, and it makes a lot of sense with Herbert and Mahomes in that AFC West and whatever is going to happen with Sean Payton. And, I mean, if you're not going to pick a quarterback, you better get some players that can hit the other team's quarterback, and you feel like the Raiders, at least on the edge, and like you mentioned, Q, you can reduce Tyree inside and really – I mean, you could put those three guys on the field and feel like you can get after some people with some quick pressure, a lot of length, hands up in throwing lanes. I mean, it's going to be fun there on defense.
Yeah, that's not something that's been said very often when it comes to the Raiders. You know, I think that's awesome. I think that's a really good pick. And it shows that the priority is the defense because that they know how bad it is. And if they have a defense that's worth the salt, they could win some games. They have really good offensive players, but they just needed to upgrade that defense. And so that's a good start right there. Dave Ziegler, I think he's off to a good start as the GM of the Silver and Black. Obviously, he was a GM last year as well, but I had a limited amount of picks due to the trade for Davante Adams.
So I think about, complementing what you have in Max Crosby. I think this is a really nice compliment to Crosby as a player. I think this maybe frees you up to move Chandler Jones around a little bit more and try and get more run out of him as a player. Obviously, he hasn't met the production for what the standard has been for him in his career to this point with his time in Las Vegas. And then we mentioned Dave Ziegler, and are we really surprised that they went with a heavy-handed, long-arm defensive lineman with what his lineage has been as far as being an executive in the NFL and his upbringings? I think this kind of checks all the boxes from a trends and expectations. And Joe, as you mentioned, kind of if you're not going to get a guy to score points, getting a disruptor on the other side of the ball. And I think his presence will make other guys better on that defensive front too. So I think there's a lot to like here for that.
The Atlanta Falcons are next up on the clock, and it feels like this could be a number of different options. Could this be the Bijan Robinson team? Could this be the Jalen Carter team, local kid? Could this be a corner? Could this be an edge rusher? We know that the Falcons hadn't sacked anybody in 2 years, right? 39 sacks over the last 2 seasons. I think the next closest is actually the Raiders, Q, right? With like 50-something sack. It's just incredible, right, the sack deficiency that's existed with the Atlanta Falcons. Nolan Smith is on the board. So very interesting to see what they do here, if they stick and pick, or what are you guys thinking for Atlanta here as they're got about 5 minutes left to make the selection?
Corner.
Is there any chance that the Falcons could take Will Levis, or no way? Mike Rothstein from ESPN.com, he used to work in Detroit, was like kind of throwing that out there, almost like maybe the Falcons gave him a little smoke screen, like, hey, don't rule it out. That would be wild, because to be honest, that quarterback, I know they like Ritter, but I don't know.
Don't we look at this as a make or break year for Arthur Smith?
You would think.
And really, he's going to roll out there with Desmond Ritter.
Okay, but the alternative is rolling out there with Will Levis at this point.
Right.
I get that, but isn't there that line of thinking that if they can get Will Levis in the room and show the promise, clock. Yeah, you reset your clock. I was like, we're on the right path. You reset your clock a little bit. For Terry Fontenot, the GM, as well. Oh, we do have a pick. We have a pick with.
Oh my goodness.
With the number 8 pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select running back Bijan Robinson from Texas. Kyle, this is what we talked about from the beginning. That Arthur Smith was the coach that can maximize Bijan Robinson, right? What he did with Derrick Henry in Tennessee. He's got his bell cow. He said, if I'm rolling with Desmond Ritter, I better have my bell cow. And he just got him in Bijan Robinson.
What do we say? Don't let good players prevent you from drafting great players. And Atlanta Falcons fans in January said, don't draft Bijan Robinson. We have Tyler Algier. I don't care. Spare me. Atlanta has quickly developed the reputation of being the team that does not care about positional value. They will exclusively take the best available player on the board. They did it when they took Kyle Pitts at 4, and now they're doing it again with Bijan Robinson. Look, you can debate positional value all you want, but at the end of the day, They're getting high-end football players. I can appreciate that, but you have to put it all together now. And if you are a coach that's in a win-now window, guess what? If there was one position that was going to translate early on and be a high-end contributor for your football team in year one, what would you bet it would be? And why would it not be running back?
I like it, Kyle. I like it. I think this gives them more of an identity on offense. And we talk about this NFC South being wide open. And I think having this type of back for them to lean on with what they've added to this defense already, right? There's been significant additions to this defense. I feel like Atlanta's positioned themselves, at least from a continuity perspective, to really have a chance, right? I mean, you could talk yourself into any one of these 4 teams in the NFC South.
Very true. So wide open. By
Charger
the way,
fans' dreams dashed. No Bijan Robinson for the Chargers. Many Chargers fans wanted that. Well, a little early.
By the way, aren't the Bears running up the card for Jalen Carter right now?
Probably.
You would think.
And sticking it to the Lions for not taking him at 6?
Well, especially because that entire defensive front in Chicago is pretty devoid right now.
It's horrible.
They need help everywhere. And if you get an interior disruptor, Eberflus, defensive-minded coach, NFC North, traditionally Chicago as a team, historically when they've been at their best, it's been defense has been the backbone of the franchise. I think this makes a lot of sense. And if you feel like you can get him in here and buy into your culture, go for it.
Yeah. That's the big question. You know, how many of these teams are passing on him for everything that he went through? That's a big question. But the Bears seem like they're just doing. They're at the poker table. You know, Kyle, and Joe, and Dan, they're going for it. I don't think, I think Ryan Poles is in Chicago. They're saying let Ryan cook. They love him. So I think that this would be. You could make an argument that they traded all the way back down, got to 9, and could get arguably the best defensive player on the board. The question is, why was he out of shape at his pro day after being in jail during the combine? Not a great look, but such a dominant player.
I think that's what I like about Philly for him, where you have Jordan Davis, Nakobe Dean, players that he's familiar with, but also Brandon Graham, Jason Kelsey, Fletcher Cox. I mean, these guys came back on 1-year deals to go win a Super Bowl. They're not dealing with anybody's crap.
Yeah.
And so I love Philly for them, for Carter, if he doesn't go here to the Bears. And the Bears, a completely different situation where they're looking for building blocks to move this roster forward. Their defensive line, Kyle, I mean, you've categorized that as an unserious position group, and you're not wrong about it. They got a bunch of backups they're going to put out there and start at defensive line. We're talking about premium stuff here. You got to play defense too in the NFL. It's not just about Justin Fields and the offense,
Joe, you just called it. The Bears are trading this pick to the Eagles. What a great call by
really.
Yeah. So here we have the Bears have traded pick 9 to the Eagles for pick 10 and a 2024 4th-round pick. What is happening with these trades?
Wow,
they're not getting value for these trades.
Crazy.
Yeah, not going by the normal scale. That seems for sure.
No, throw your trade value chart out the window.
That probably tells us that Chicago's not taking Jalen Carter then, because Philly has been long rumored to be the team interested in moving up for Jalen Carter.
How about that?
Unbelievable.
It's a great fit.
Yeah. Why trade out of it if that's the guy you want? If that's your guy, why take a 4th rounder in 2024 for him?
I bet Chicago goes Skoronski.
Well, I guess in fairness to Chicago, they moved back 1 spot.
Right. Yeah,
so
you get a 4th
they couldn't
round
get
for free.
a ton there. But yeah, I guess that makes a little bit more sense.
This is now 3 picks on draft night in the top 10.
Right after, what was the statistic?
It was
in
like
10
5 years in a row.
Some crazy amount of years. Didn't have a draft day trade.
So we're thinking Levis at 11 now? Titans? Where does that slide end? I hope he goes before the Chargers, obviously. I mean, last year there were 0 quarterbacks that went before the Chargers. Every quarterback before the Chargers is a good quarterback.
So in the least surprising pick yet, the Philadelphia Eagles traded up to number 9 for Jalen Carter, defensive tackle out of Georgia.
Gross. Lose Hargraves, bring in Carter.
Howie's not messing around.
I think Carter's the most dynamic player in this class. Now, there's questions.
When he's right, yes.
There are questions. But this guy has more block deconstruction skills, flexibility, power, athleticism than any other player. That includes Will Anderson. That includes Tyree Wilson. If it's right for him, he can be an absolute blue chip difference maker for an interior. And obviously, I've already mentioned I love the fit in Philadelphia, where he does have some former teammates in Nakobe Dean and Jordan Davis. And like I mentioned, those veterans on those one-year deals, I can't get it out of my mind. Fletcher Cox, Jason Kelsey, Brandon Graham. They are not playing around. You've given Jalen Carter, I think, the best possible place to come in and settle in and be the dynamic football player that he can be.
Look, there's a lot of snaps to be had that are not for your nose tackle that plays 20 snaps a game. They had to go out and sign Ndamukong Suh and Linval Joseph midseason, and they took meaningful snap shares.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of reps to be had for Jalen Carter.
Like the Jordan Davis part of it, his development, we'll see what that looks like and how much he cuts into that. But different players, I mean, having those two guys next to each other is a nightmare. I mean,
veteran in this league. Yeah. I know Joe made the call. I mean, Brandon Graham is just the best. He's just such a great dude, and he'll take that kid under his wing. He'll be just fine. That's a nice call. You're right. That's what it takes sometimes. You got to have some veterans that take some of these slappies that come in there and, and help mold them.
Yeah.
That's how it works.
And so
great call.
The Bears probably are going to get the exact same player they were going to draft. They just get an extra 4th round pick here.
Yeah.
And so you can't hate that. And Philly, I guess, what's the motivation for Philly to make that trade, though?
Defense. Play defense for somebody else to come up.
Makes sense. And get up before to get the best player in the draft, potentially.
I mean, Chris said 9 was kind of the spot where Pittsburgh would start considering moving up for Carter. Just kind of putting the puzzle pieces together. So if another team calls and Philly says, yeah, we'll guarantee you get the same player. That's almost the same deal as when Tampa traded up for Tristan Wirfs when
good point.
With Javon Kinlaw with San Francisco. They flipped 13 and 14. And I think a 4th round pick was what was added to that mix too.
Wasn't Solomon Thomas kind of the same thing too? Didn't they move up only one spot for him?
Yes.
Yeah.
And this pick is a 2024 4th round pick.
Oh, okay.
Aaron Freeman from Locked On Falcons joins us with fresh off the heels of getting the best player in the draft. So congratulations on that, Aaron.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Right, we are the anti-analytics. We do not care about what positional value is with the Atlanta Falcons, and we got Bijan Robinson, arguably, as Kyle said, the best player in this draft class. Although I think I would put Jalen Carter slightly ahead of that.
What's the vibe check from Falcons fans on this pick? Because I know drafting running backs can be polarizing, and Algier had his fans. What's the temperature from Falcons fans right off the heels of this?
It's polarizing, as you suspect. The people that don't take running backs high. We don't need a running back. Tyler Algier, Jalen Carter is there. We need pass rush. All that sort of stuff that you typically hear. So you'll get a lot of people that are not fans of the pick. You have a lot of people that are fans of the pick. And one of the things I've said on Locked On Falcons a lot over the last couple of months, there are 2 types of people in the world: Bijan Robinson fans and people that haven't watched him yet. So I think a lot of those people that aren't necessarily fans of this pick, once they start watching Bijan Robinson, they'll quickly turn around.
So in your conversations leading to this moment, Aaron, it sounds like you've been pro Bijan. This is something you've been a champion for this happening, and it did. And so I guess you get to spike the football a little bit.
Yeah, it's something I thought was possible.
It'd be the ultimate cliffhanger if we lost him now, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. Well, I guess we'll let Aaron...
Just
Ross.
like the Falcons guy, starting but can't finish.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Ross said, mic drop, see ya.
All right. We'll see if we get Aaron back.
All the best there on coming back to us. So, Kyle, we still have the Bears on the clock here. Are you thinking O-line here? They can go
Peter
Skoronski? That's the
Peter Skoronski.
All right.
I mean, from a tackle perspective, right? Let's talk about the other candidates. I think Darnell Wright is maybe predictively in this conversation based off the buzz. I don't think there's any other interior offensive lineman or at least interior offensive line flex that's available. DeJuan Jones' stock has been falling the last month. Broderick Jones, Darnell Wright, and Peter Skoronski, I think, are the only three names that are in the conversation here. But yeah, when you made the commitment to trade out of the number 1 overall pick and build around Justin Fields and you acquire DJ Moore via trade acquisition from that pick swap, this offensive line, and it's the same thing that we just got done talking about with Tyler Algier versus Bijan Robinson. Yeah, that's great. Braxton Jones showed you some promise as a 5th-round pick at left tackle. But you need to get a hell of a lot better on the offensive line, period. So make one of these guys your pick.
Speaking of picks, Kyle, I got the Chicago Bears pick here.
Go on.
You ready for this?
Yes.
The number 10 pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Darnell Wright, offensive tackle, Tennessee. That's your second offensive lineman off the board. They like some road graders there. They're going to put that dude and probably Jenkins at right guard. And they're going to move some bodies out of the way.
Yeah. I'm here for that. It was not too long ago that Larry Borum was considered to be a promising player as another day 3 selection on the offensive line. I applaud them for not clinging to their priors with Larry Borum and not clinging to their priors with Tevin Jenkins and moving him to guard last year. I think that paid big time dividends for them. So getting Darnell Wright now to place next to Tevin Jenkins gives you a really nasty 1-2 punch in the run game. And for the same things that we're talking about with the Indianapolis Colts, you have Justin Fields who challenged the single season rookie rushing or quarterback rushing total. Take advantage of that. And I think that they can. So, Wright, I think from a size perspective and a protection perspective, that's the question that I have is his lateral movement skills and pass protection to stay engaged. Like he's got to get hands on you to be able to sustain protection. And Justin is a quarterback that likes to hold on to the football. I think that's kind of the big mystery that I have versus where Darnell Wright's strengths are. But in the run game alone, this is definitely going to check the box.
Yeah, we talk about improving weaknesses, right? But sometimes we don't always talk enough about just further leaning into strengths. And the Bears' run blocking was actually pretty good last year. For some of the criticisms that we can have for their offensive line, they run blocked pretty well.
Yeah.
And Darnell Wright is going to come in and elevate that. He's going to move bodies out of the way. I do think that you bring up a good point on a concern there that Justin Fields is a quarterback that is going to hold the ball a little bit. It's going to stress Darnell Williams' ability to really stay connected in pass protection. But when he can quick set and drop anchor and get hands on, I mean, it's game over. I mean, he's got potentially the strongest hands in the class of any offensive lineman.
Are you surprised Wright went this early?
Yes.
Predictively, though? I know from an evaluation perspective, we both came away with relatively the same impression on who Darnell Wright was. But it was a DJ that came out really early and was like really staunch with the support predictively where he had him ranked.
Yeah, I mean that there's certainly been some buzz there. I felt like when you said early, I guess early as in before Peter Skoronski, early as in before Broderick Jones. I thought he was in play to be a top 15 pick. That was never my doubt. It was okay. Really, it's before those guys.
Okay, but my counterpoint to you here, and I'm just playing devil's advocate because we got a little bit of time and we've got the microphone to ourselves for now. How much do you like Peter Skoronski at offensive tackle in the NFL?
No, I don't.
Right.
I play him on interior.
And I would put him in the same spot. I would much rather play him inside. So I think if you're looking at tools, Wright's longer. He's more powerful. I think his athletic profile, as far as functional athleticism, I'm ignoring the combine testing, right? I'm just looking at functional athleticism. I think they're comparable, but he's got a greater gravitational pull as a blocker than Peter Skoronski does.
I think that's true. And I think that speaks to the length, right? Where Skoronski, I thought, had to chase it a little bit because he got outreached so frequently. And that's why I think he's a guard. But gravitational pull is a good way to put it. I mean, just ask Will Anderson.
Right. So I think from that perspective, I'm not necessarily surprised that Skoronski is still on the board and Wright went. I would have thought for Chicago it would have made sense because of regionally and familiarity and valuing that positional flexibility when you do have a couple young guys, including Braxton Jones, who maybe you wanted to give a chance to continue to play. That's why I thought Skoronski would be the pick, because it's like, hey, no matter what, he's going to be in our best 5 combo. Well, instead, they went and drafted a right tackle, is what they did. So let this be one of the notches in the belt to eliminate the right tackles are less valuable than left tackles conversation, right?
Yeah, not in today's NFL. The Bears, Kyle, they traded back, and now they're on the clock. They've made a selection. I don't know the selection quite yet, but we talked about Christian Gonzalez potentially with that 6th pick after Witherspoon was snatched up, and he's still available. I wonder about their appetite maybe for a Skoronski, right? I mean, their offensive line, that interior, if they want to play him on the interior, you think that'd be a potential. I mean, Lukas Van Ness, we know they like their D linemen.
Yeah.
So this should be a very interesting selection for the Lions, as we've had a lot of movement here with the NFC side of things here with these recent picks.
I'm a little vindicated that the corners fell, though. That was one of the things in my mock draft that I kind of struggle with. I'm like, man, I felt like these corners dropped a little bit. And for us to get through the top 10 and this to be perceived to be a really good corner class, and Witherspoon be the first off the board, and Christian Gonzalez is presumed to be the next corner off the board whenever that happens. And we definitely don't want to assume, because it's been that kind of draft, right? That for me is kind of I inadvertently felt it coming, because it wasn't all that long ago where you considered Atlanta, and I understand that they traded for Jeff Okudah, but Atlanta was a corner spot. Philadelphia, and I understand they brought back Darius Slay and James Bradbury, but they were a corner spot. And Detroit was a corner spot, and Seattle ended up being a corner spot. Like, you had all these spots in this really good class. So it's I don't want to say it's neat that players aren't going, but it's interesting to see that storyline develop. When I sat down and tried to do a predictive mock, I looked up and I'm at like 14. I'm like, dang, I only got one corner off the board.
My wires were crossed there. The Lions are not on the clock. It's the Tennessee Titans.
I just thought you were setting the table for the pick. I didn't
number.
read anything into it.
No, I appreciate you.
Draft dudes do math?
Yeah.
Draft dudes do math?
Sure.
Count to 12?
It's tough. It's a tough thing to do. So we do have the Titans on the clock at pick number 11, and I do have their selection. With pick number 11, the Tennessee Titans select offensive lineman Peter Skoronski from Northwestern. So they did not pick Will Levis. They did not pick Hendon Hooker. They're leaning into this offensive line.
Well, let's say this about drafting Skoronski. For all of the reasons that I thought that it made sense for Chicago, I think it makes sense for Tennessee when you consider that they added Brunskill in free agency, who has interior positional flexibility. They added Andre Dillard in free agency and paid him a handsome amount of money. But nevertheless, he was a player who had to ping pong back and forth between guard and tackle in Philadelphia.
This is what you said, though, Kai. You said once the offensive line run starts, it's here, and it has absolutely been here. We've had back-to-back offensive linemen selected to go with Paris Johnson. So, I mean, in the last, 6 picks, we've had half of them be offensive linemen. I'm interested to see what the plan is for Skoronski with the Titans. With Andre Dillard, is he locked in at left tackle, or can he play left guard potentially? I mean, are they want to continue with Nicholas Petit-Frere at right tackle? Where's Dylan Raduns fit into this equation? I think
Raduns might be the guy on the bubble here.
Honestly, he might be, and you're rolling with potentially Aaron Brewer at center now after Ben Jones was such a good player for you for so long.
Do we want to play Brunskill at center and play Skoronski or Dillard at guard and put the other one at tackle? I think that's probably a better combination.
I think so.
So if I had to guess, this is bad news for Aaron Brewer, and it should be.
Or Raduns, potentially.
Or for Raduns, for sure.
I know that Titans fans are probably just happy it wasn't Will Levis. Based on some of interacting, seeing mock drafts, feedback that we get, they did not want Will Levis. And so they're leaning into this and got a trench player I think what's hard for me about processing this is I don't necessarily look at Skoronski and say, wow, I feel like the Titans really found an answer.
But it's about what you just got done talking about with Darnell Wright. It's not about getting better at a weakness. It's about reinvesting in your strength. Who have the Titans always been?
Yeah, run the football.
And Peter Skoronski in zone concepts, I think that's been, securing the A level of the defense has always been where he's at his best in the run game. So I see the fit. Is it the best value, especially if he ends up playing guard for you? No. And it's certainly not a good value for you if you play him at tackle and you paid Andre Dillard $9.3 million a season to be your left guard. But it's who they are.
Right.
That's just who Tennessee is. You talked about it when we were talking about Derrick Henry, asking, is Derrick Henry going to get traded during the draft? And you said, no, he's probably going to get traded at the deadline when Tennessee starts 2-5 and they realize that the show is over. Because this is who they are as a football team, which is fine. But it doesn't give you a lot of margin for error, and it's the quarterbacks, and there's young quarterbacks that have been instilled across the AFC South, and somebody in the chat got mad at me for saying, oh, old man Tannehill's the last man standing in Tennessee. I'd be not feeling too good about my quarterback situation. That's fine. But those guys, 2-3 years from now, the projection of the team is Tennessee, you got to get that spot figured out long term. And if Levis isn't your guy, that's fine, right? In the meantime, you can sustain who you are. But it does present challenges for how you're going to consistently win football games.
Does this signal to you that they're going to at least find out what one more year of Tannehill and Henry looks like?
Probably. I mean, dude, they lost their last 6 games last year. You could very easily say, hey, we weren't that far off from being a 10-11 win team. We just fell apart and got injured down the stretch.
Tons of injuries, yeah. And, I mean, the years before that, they've been a division winner, playing in the AFC Championship game, the number 1 seed in the playoffs.
Right.
I mean, that was 2 years ago. The Titans.
And the year before that, they played in the AFC Championship game.
Right. So they're not ready yet. They're not ready to say,
there he is.
We're done. Who we got?
There
who we
is.
got?
Stewart. Tannehill's better than Stroud and Richardson right now, you mope. Yes, I agree with you, but we're not just talking about 2023.
Right.
That's the whole point. You're talking about a 3, 4, 5, the next chapter of these organizations.
Yeah. Okay.
You have an unanswered question long-term at quarterback.
Offer Ryan Tannehill in a trade to the Colts for Anthony Richardson. Like that's obviously that's what I'm saying. It's like
throat like that. I was just justifying that he was there. That angry person was there.
All right.
And I'll look for the views count to go down one when he gets mad at us. Maybe Stewart. Appreciate you checking out the show.
So what I talked about a while ago is actually real now, and that pick number 12, the Detroit Lions, are on the clock. And so
you want to talk about them?
Yeah, I do. I do. My Lions, right? Or our Lions, right? We're still in on this.
Our Lions.
Loaded with draft capital. Excited to see where they go here because I think it's going to give us a clue. Like if they go with a receiver, then they're very concerned about Jamison Williams.
At this point. I mean, there's some people that thought that Green Bay moved up and did the pick swap to get in front of New England for Jackson Smith-Njigba.
I wonder at what point somebody starts thinking about trading up for Will Levis.
I don't know. All we heard was Minnesota was really interested in getting a quarterback.
They've done business before. They've done 2 trades in the last year. The Lions and Vikings.
Well, and this is kind of the stratosphere where I think it becomes realistic for Minnesota to have that conversation. I want to pull up my draft capital for them.
Getting up to number 3 was always, or 2 was just felt like way too much for Minnesota, who I still think has other questions on their team at wide receiver, at defensive line, at corner.
I got to take my second time out here.
We got to talk about the Lions pick. It's
okay.
In. The Lions with pick number, is this 12?
Draft needs to do math. Yes, this is 12.
Are selecting Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, Alabama.
They did what?
Jahmyr Gibbs, running back, Alabama, pick number 12 to the Detroit Lions.
Okay, hold on. We're going to timestamp this first of all. Okay. Jahmyr Gibbs went in the top 12. You know who deserves to take a bow right now? Keith Sanchez. I've heard Keith Sanchez over Draft Network time and time again say, Jahmyr, you can't tell me there's 15 players in this draft better than Jahmyr Gibbs. Well done, sir. 2 running backs in the top 12. Detroit traded down and got 34 and then took Jahmyr. Hey, Matt Derry's back. Can't imagine what Matt Derry would want to talk to us about. Hey, Matt.
Guys, I have no idea what this is. None.
Out of left field, huh?
Zero. When I tell you, I got a text from the inside and it's like, wait till you see this. And I'm like, oh God. Cause I was figuring, I don't know, maybe Nolan Smith, maybe a little bit of a stretch, even the Kancey pick, my boy. But Gibbs, a running back? I don't get this at all. This must mean goodbye to DeAndre Swift. I don't know if they've got a trade ready, but you can't have Gibbs, Swift, and David Montgomery on the same team. That's a waste of time.
They paid David Montgomery a pretty decent amount of money, did they not?
Yeah, they did. They gave him $6 million a year. He's got 3 years, and he's a great teammate. And he said, "I'll share carries with DeAndre and Craig Reynolds, and Justin Jackson is decent as a 4th running back." But to go, I mean, Gibbs has speed, but when you need defense and the defense is coming and there's some depth on the D line, and Joe and I talked last week on my show about it, but this one makes no sense. Like, this is a weird one to me. What do you guys think?
I was very excited in our conversations in the winter about, I think that the line should be thinking about drafting Bijan Robinson.
Yeah.
I was in on that idea.
Okay.
Now I think there's a drop off here.
Yeah.
But I think a creative offensive mind like Ben Johnson, with the offensive line talent that they have, I think they can maximize him. I have questions about the value. I mean, at number 12, you have, as we talked about, number 18 coming up. I mean, we certainly would have felt a little better about him at 18. We probably still had the same reaction. He's a good football player. I mean, I think it leans into their identity of what they want to be. High character guy. He can catch a football. He's dynamic and explosive. I think he's everything they wish DeAndre Swift was.
Totally. I mean, that's the thing, is the guy that was on DeAndre Swift the most and made his life tough was Deuce Staley. You saw it on Hard Knocks. You saw it throughout the season. There were plays where DeAndre would catch a screen pass and he's got 30 yards in front of him. And for some odd reason, he's cutting middle of the field right into the linebacker for a 5-yard gain. And he runs to the sidelines and Staley's like, what are you doing? Follow your blockers. Like, just basic football stuff. Jahmyr Gibbs has a ton of speed, 4.36 40, and you're right. He fits the Ben Johnson mold of play action pass, and you shoot him the football out of the backfield. It's great, but right now on the roster, you've got Swift and you've got Montgomery. Now, Montgomery's a little injury prone. But a running back at 12, when Christian Gonzalez was on the board, when not Pete Skoronski, why am I drawing a blank on the other offensive lineman? Torrance, any of these guys.
Broderick Jones.
Jones, any of them, where you could add some depth on the line, where Brad Holmes, for the first 2 years of his draft, has been big on drafting linemen. Sewell, Pascal, Onwuzurike, McNeil, Hutch, Houston. I mean, the list goes. He loves linemen. To take a running back here is a bit of a luxury pick at 12. I don't know if I love this so much.
Ben Johnson's going to have a blast with him, though.
Oh, yeah.
I will say that the creativity of Ben Johnson with the versatility and the receiving skill set of Jahmyr Gibbs, I think, is a piece of this that, once we pick up the pieces and kind of the shock value disappears, I do think that mesh, Johnson's going to have a blast with him and the ways that he can move him around. But who was the threat between where you were picking now and even if you want to take him at 18 versus going in a different direction at, the conversation for Jahmyr Gibbs probably started with who? Tampa, Baltimore, the Chargers. I mean, and all those teams were behind you at 18.
Yeah, agreed. That's the thing. I mean, unless they had some sort of clue from another GM, and Brad Holmes talks to a lot of them. I mean, he's real close with the guy in Minnesota. they made the deal last year for Jameson. Maybe someone said, hey, he's going to be gone at 18, but in many mocks following your guys' show, I didn't see it. I thought that was a player you could get at 18, or even if you really wanted him, you could package one of your 3 now second-round picks to move up late first and get him anyway. So you have to figure at 18. Now the Lions have to take they're going to have to take a defensive player. I don't know if it's going to be Murphy or Smith or a corner if someone falls. I thought Gonzalez was going to be the pick here. Could be Banks at 18. We'll see. But this was a stunner, guys. I had to hop on with you for sure.
You may just have to rearrange the players. You know what I mean? Like if you just put Gibbs to 34 and you put these 2 really good picks that are coming up before that, maybe you can talk yourself into it. I'm guessing at 18, the same players are going to be there that we've been talking about, at least some of them. What if they go tight end? Moving on from Hawkinson, Brock Wright kind of being the guy there. I know they drafted James Mitchell. Could they surprise us again and get a tight end? We got two running backs off the board before we get a wide receiver or a tight end.
Well, you just mentioned wide receiver. Let's talk about that for a second. Jamison Williams is betting on college football from the Lions facility like a moron. So he's out 6 weeks. Quintez Cephas is now off the team because he bet on the NFL. So all of a sudden that wide receiver room with Marvin Jones on a 1-year deal is a little thin. Chark is now in Carolina. So if they go running back at 12 and receiver at 18, this town will. Now, again, you got 3 second-rounders tomorrow. Mm-hmm. But, man, with that defense and how it is, and I know it's gotten better, and on paper it's gotten better, and all the cornerbacks that they signed in free agency and getting Chauncey Gardner-Johnson was a steal. But to me, you've got to take a defensive player at 18.
Matt, who are you hoping is the pick at 18?
Well, if Christian Gonzalez were to somehow fall to 18, I'd run the card up. I just think that would be a great value for them at 18 and another corner that they need. Like I said, I'm a Calijah Kancey fan. You guys know that. I would take him at 18. If Nolan Smith were there, if Miles Murphy were there, another edge, I'm all for it. A lot of people here in Detroit really want Jack Campbell, but I'm not taking him until tomorrow. So,
well, division rival, the Green Bay Packers have made their selection at number 13. And with that pick, they select Lukas Van Ness, the edge from Iowa, number 13 overall. The Green Bay Packers, they pick defense. Why do we ever think that they won't?
They jumped the Pats for Van Ness.
Why would we ever think they would pick an offensive player as they move forward with Jordan Love as their quarterback? Lukas Van Ness, he feels like a Green Bay player, and it's certainly a nice hedge with Rashawn Gary coming back off of injury. Preston Smith is getting older. The pick makes sense to me. A young player. I think he's got nice physical traits in terms of height, weight, speed, athleticism's there. I think he's got pretty good flexibility for a bigger rusher. I think there's a high ceiling here, and they were rewarded for picking somewhat of a raw player in Rashawn Gary and what he's proven to be, and they go back to the well and get Lukas Van Ness.
You guys do so much, and obviously Kyle's handle is grinding the tape. You guys watch so much film. A guy at 13, and look, I like that pick for Green Bay, but he didn't even start a game in college. Like, wait, what? Like, you watch him on film and you go, man, he looks good, but why didn't he didn't play every down? It's bizarre to me. But again, that's the beauty of the NFL, right? Like you said, Rashawn Gary was so dominant at U of M here in the state of Michigan, and then he's been okay in Green Bay, but he hasn't been the splash player he was in college, right? Same with the linebacker at Michigan with the Steelers now, Devin Bush, who's god awful as a pro and was really good in college. So
I think for Van Ness, and you put him on that Green Bay front, think about getting ready to transition away from Preston Smith, right? You think about the length, the explosiveness, heavy hands. I think the dots connect here in that regard. Obviously, he doesn't have the same inside versatility that Zadarius Smith did when Zadarius Smith was so good during his stretch with Green Bay, but we've seen them go after these kinds of players. And there's one thing we know about Gutenkist. It's I'm not afraid to draft a guy for 2 years from now in the first round. He did it with Jordan Love, and it took him 3 years to get there. So, this is the kind of luxury I think that you have when you as an organization have a certain level of stability and aren't worried about coaching or GMing for your job on an annual basis, is these picks are easier to make. It's easier to frame this selection because you're more confident that you're going to be there 2 years from now to see the player realize what he is and not have a coaching change or a scheme change that's then going to throw him on his head and he's not going to pan out and he has to go somewhere else. So as far as the trends of Brian Gutekunst, yeah, this certainly checks the boxes. I was curious if they would go a different direction and get a pass catcher because of Jordan Love and put something around him, but this is all the things that they've been to a T, so I don't know why I caught myself being surprised that they went with a defensive pass rusher and a lineman.
Well, the New England Patriots are on the clock here with the 14th selection. You got to think they like their options. Christian Gonzalez is sitting there for them. They've got Broderick Jones. Hey, you're welcome, Josiah. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. They got Broderick Jones. If they want to go wide receiver, they're all there for him.
Nolan Smith.
Nolan Smith. Oh, what a good player.
Now,
Zay Flowers.
Is Nolan Smith too redundant for what you have in Josh Uche?
Well, he's a billion times better
against the run
defender. But the Patriots have traded this pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the Patriots move back from 14. They go to 17.
Coming up for a tackle.
The Steelers trade away pick 120.
I'm going to ask you to repeat that in just a minute. I'm updating our master sheet here.
14 and 17 for 120. So Pittsburgh coming up. They might want Christian Gonzalez
for these picks.
No, there's you can trade up for anything. Just give people anything to come up.
Miami's coming up to 16 here in a minute.
They'll give up a future next 4. Yeah, be no problem. I mean, you mentioned I can think Broderick Jones makes sense. Christian Gonzalez makes sense here for Pittsburgh. I think both.
Yeah, but
of those.
The corners are here. I don't think you're coming up for a corner. Are you?
Well, they're jumping the Jets. I think that's a good point. Sue Ann points out in the chat here. They're jumping up, or they're trying to get ahead of the Jets, which we think is an offensive line spot.
The Jets
too.
And the Commanders were both considered to be potential tackle spots.
Yes. So you would think this is an offensive tackle.
It's my assumption. You know what happens when you assume, though.
Right, but I mean, Broderick Jones to Pittsburgh here would just be phenomenal.
Yeah, all the things that we talked about creating and forging identities and Pittsburgh and what they've historically been good at. They pound the rock, and they took a first-round pick in Najee Harris, and they flushed his first 2 years down the toilet because they couldn't block in front of him, so he averaged 3.8 yards per carry. Sam Teets. Shout out Sam Teets in the chat.
What's up, Sam? Thanks
for freaking
being
out
here,
right now.
Oh, literal Pittsburgh Steelers fan.
Yes.
Okay.
He's very distressed right now.
Sam, I have the pick for you with the 14th selection in 2023 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones, offensive tackle out of Georgia. And folks, I love this pick. I think Broderick Jones is one of the highest ceiling players in this class. He's got size, athleticism, power, length. He's a mauler in the run game. He has incredible range. Watch this guy move laterally. He's good down the field. He gets to the second and third level of the defense and picks up players. Got all the footwork and length and body control needed to be a dynamic pass blocker at the next level. I think this is a high ceiling player. I think they'll be able to put him in right away at left tackle, maybe move Dan Moore to an interior spot. And like Kyle mentioned, you have a lot invested in Najee Harris and Kenny Pickett. You've done well to give them a left tackle.
Yeah, building out around Kenny Pickett. I think Broderick Jones with his upside, I think he's a better run blocker than he is pass protector right now. But having a mobile player like Kenny Pickett, when you think about how Stetson Bennett was able to move around in the pocket and extend plays with his legs, I think there's some overlap there as well. So I think this is going to be a plus starter for them quickly. And I also like that this frees up Dan Moore to be more of a utility offensive lineman too, right? I think that gives you a lot more flexibility for what your interior offensive line could look like.
Yeah, there's no question about that. I mean, they signed Siamalu. They have James Daniels. Chuks Okorafor, I think they like him at right tackle. I think utility offensive lineman is what Dan Moore becomes now. I think he becomes a backup at maybe
your
a four-hole
guy.
a 4-hole backup. Maybe you do some jumbo stuff. Aaron Freeman, what's up, Mike?
Welcome back, Aaron Freeman.
Not the only team to pick a running back.
Yeah, my computer got very excited about the Bijan Robinson pick, and so decided it wanted to celebrate on its own. So had to get that running. But as I was saying, I think before we got cut off, there's two types of people in the world, Bijan fans and people that haven't watched him yet. And I think a lot of the Falcon fans that are upset with this pick over the next couple of days will start watching some highlights and seeing some film breakdowns of Bijan Robinson. And I think they'll, as all fan bases do, hate the pick initially and then fall in love with the pick. By Sunday, this is the greatest pick that's ever happened. You guys know how it goes.
We sure do. We sure do. That's why you got to get all the takes out there before the draft, so you can be intellectually honest about everything through and through. Do you feel validated at all that Jahmyr Gibbs comes off the board pretty quick after?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think a lot of people were talking about Jahmyr Gibbs. So anybody who is going to roast the Falcons on their draft grades over the next 24 hours about taking Bijan Robinson in the top 10, I think will probably slide that grade over to the Detroit Lions, just because that was not the expectation for Jahmyr Gibbs to go this high. I think a lot of people had him going around where your team is picking, Joe, Buffalo, or even Kyle's team, Miami, on day 2. So to see him go this high, I think takes a little bit of the stink, if you want to call it that, for taking a running back this high for the Falcons. So it was a little surprising. So, kudos to Detroit for making Falcons, get a little bit less heat from all the folks that say, running backs don't matter.
Well, I think this draft is kind of telling us a few things too. There's positional value, and you see that with offensive linemen, and you're seeing that with quarterbacks. And then if you're not drafting for positional value, the better players are non-premium positions if you're not drafting off of some of these positional value players, and some of these premium positions do have some of the best players in the class, but there's no middle ground, right? Like you're seeing hey, we're drafting who we think is a really good player who can really make an impact for our team. Draft value and positional value be damned with Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs. And if you're not seeing teams do that, it's pass rushers, quarterbacks, and offensive linemen at this point. And I think that's really interesting in this class, which has been so polarizing for how people have received the actual quality of the entire class.
Yeah, I think you guys would agree. This is an indictment of the overall perception of this draft class. We've heard a lot of talk over the last couple of months. It's not really a great class. The top of the class doesn't have as many blue chip types of players. And we saw several of those guys get picked early, but some of the guys, like Jalen Carter, has some concerns about him off the field. Tyree Wilson, dealing with an injury question mark. This gives me hope that maybe Brian Branch is not going to fall as far as people have been projecting him, given what you're talking about, Kyle, with the positional value. So it does seem like teams are just taking players that they know are going to be good, the so-called safe picks. And running backs, one of those positions that we know the jump from the NFL or from the college game to the NFL is not necessarily as big as it is at other positions. So I think the expectation for teams like Detroit and Atlanta, you're going to get a productive player day one. And you saw what both of those teams were able to do successfully on the ground these last couple of years. Detroit has one of the best offensive lines in football. The Falcons are looking to continue to build that type of unit, and we saw them produce highly with Tyler Algier last year.
Especially in the NFC, right, where it's generally perceived to be the wide open conference out of just how competitive the AFC side of things is, versus when you stack the NFC, it's Philadelphia, Dallas, San Francisco, and whoever else is coming up is kind of feels like it's wide open for a bunch of teams to go out and stake a claim for.
Yeah. The Falcons play in the NFC South, and you guys know that the NFC South ain't the strongest division based off of last year. And it's really anybody's division. The Falcons, I think, were last place last year. They could go from worst to first. Carolina, if Bryce Young hits the ground running, they could jump and take that division. Tampa Bay, losing Tom Brady, you would think, okay, well, they're back in a rebuilding year, but they still have a pretty solid roster. They kept a lot of their star players. And if the drop off from Tom Brady to Baker Mayfield isn't as huge as some people think it is, they could also be in the mix. And of course, New Orleans, kind of running it back with basically the same team with Derek Carr at the quarterback position instead of Andy Dalton and whatever Jameis Winston was a year ago. That's also a team that expects to be competing. So I think the NFC South is going to be a hotly contested division this year, and we'll see what the rest of the conference is like. I think most people would assume Philadelphia is the front runner there. We'll see what San Francisco and their quarterback situation is, but it's definitely a conference where it's about, who you got up front than necessarily who you got under the center. And I think that will, we will see a team potentially emerge from, this NFC conference that may not necessarily have a quarterback that I think a lot of people expect, like we saw last year with Jalen Hurts.
Well, the New York Jets are the next team on the clock, and they moved back a little bit in the Aaron Rodgers trade. Potentially they missed out on Broderick Jones due to the move back. They got about 2 minutes left here on the clock to get their pick in.
This board didn't fall great for them, did it?
No, it did not.
I mean, you figured offensive line was kind of near the top of their wish list, right? And we have Paris Johnson's gone, Broderick Jones is gone, Darnell Wright's gone. DeJuan Jones and Bergeron have felt like they've slipped. Or DeJuan Jones has felt like he slipped. This is too early for Bergeron based off of the general consensus on him as a player. I don't know. Where are we going here? Skoronski's off the board.
I mean, maybe this is Brian Branch, Kyle.
Did Christian Gonzalez get picked?
He's still out there.
Okay. That's interesting. I did not expect him to fall this far.
I mean, I know that they certainly like what they got from DJ Reed and Michael Carter in the slot, but I don't know if that prevents you from going after Christian Gonzalez here. This is the first pick with Aaron Rodgers as the quarterback of the Jets. Win now, New York Jets.
So if it's win now, who do you like?
I mean, they can't go wrong with an offensive lineman. I just don't know who is that offensive lineman.
We should probably be thinking about interior defensive line here. They lost Sheldon Rankins. It's Solomon Thomas right now scheduled to start next to Quinnen Williams. And there's
and who's appropriate value to pick it?
Bresee, Kancey,
at 15.
Mazi Smith. I'm just throwing out ideas.
Kancey does kind of fit, that Robert Saleh, just pin your ears back and get after the quarterback mentality.
And Rosenfield in the chat says Torrance, but man, you got Vera Tucker, and you're paying Lake and Tomlinson $13 million a season. And Torrance doesn't have guard tackle flex. Do you want to play Vera Tucker full time at tackle?
You got
how about Smith-Njigba?
Maybe so.
Like, excuse me, I'm not going to let Mecole Hardman stop me from pulling anybody in.
No, or
I'm just not. And Mecole Hardman perpetually versus the hype that he gets in fantasy circles in July every year versus what he actually gives you on the football field.
I would like that move because maybe that makes Corey Davis expendable, and maybe he gets traded to the Falcons who need a number 2 wide receiver across from Drake London.
That feels inevitable to me at some point. They get some big cap
Corey
savings
Davis.
there. Yeah, I mean,
it's like $10 million, aren't they?
We got the pick from the New York Jets. It's not anything like what we've been talking about at all. At number 15, the New York Jets select Will McDonald, edge rusher from Iowa State.
I love this draft, man. It's so unpredictable.
Kyle, why'd you have to laugh? I was going to keep it together there, man. I thought he could be a late first round pick. One of those teams, even the Bills, Kansas City, late.
Yeah,
he's a top 15 pick.
Oh, it's another pass rusher.
239 pounds, above Nolan Smith. Nolan Smith is falling.
I'm shocked that Will McDonald went above Nolan Smith. Will McDonald seemed like the consolation prize if you don't get Nolan Smith earlier in this draft.
Aaron, stick around. This might be you and I the rest of the way. We may have lost Kyle. Oh man. Well, I mean, he's a bursty, bendy edge rusher. They can release Carl Lawson and free up a bunch of cap space, right? That's another possibility there. I mean, Jermaine Johnson. I mean, this is a deep rusher situation. They have Jermaine Johnson, John Franklin Myers, Carl Lawson, Michael Clemens, who showed some promise last year, and now Will McDonald part of the mix. They want to get after Josh Allen and Tua and Mac Jones.
I'll start with this. I love adding a toolsy pass rusher, okay? So I can get behind that component of this. But if you wanted Will McDonald and you were afraid somebody else was going to take him before you, just let him do it. I think this speaks to two things. We asked, okay, who's the offensive lineman that's available right now that's the appropriate value? You don't have one. Okay, you're boned. Great. Cool. But you had to add a better backup plan if you got sniped by Broderick Jones by one spot.
We haven't had a receiver drafted.
I told you.
Do you find that surprising?
No. Who was it? Was it Benjamin Albright that said we might see more running backs go in the first round?
We have infinity more running backs than
wide receivers. And I said, I think I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, I thought JSN was in the mix for Tennessee at 11, but other than that,
surprised he's still here. JSN.
Right.
Aaron, I agree with you. I'm surprised he's still on the board with just how consensus wide receiver one he felt like he was. That we're halfway through the first round at this point, or we're a half a pick away from halfway because we have 31 picks. And he's still out there. I think that surprises me.
Yeah. You know, I've been consistent. If it wasn't going to be Tennessee at 11, it was hard to see a wide receiver come off the board until we get into the 20s. Then we got some wide receiver needy teams, but the way this draft is going, it doesn't feel like the teams that need the certain positions are taking some of those positions.
Joe, I do have an official comment from Chris Schubert.
Okay.
I texted him.
What do we got?
And I said, oh, no.
And
he said, yeah, I know.
So what the AFC East, the Patriots moved back and the Jets picked Will McDonald.
So far, that's it.
Not going to be a huge draft influx of talent into the AFC.
I'll tell you this. The Jets made a better first-round pick than the Dolphins will tonight. I'll tell you that.
Look, there you go. There it is. There it is.
I laugh at myself, too.
The Commanders, they're on the Sam Howell Washington Commanders are on the clock here. 5 minutes left in their pick.
This isn't Christian Gonzalez. I'll be upset.
Right. One thing we didn't talk about with the Pittsburgh pick is they didn't pick Joey Porter. So that was the legacy thing didn't happen there. Maybe they'll get him. They own pick 32, right? Maybe could you imagine if they get Porter at 32?
They have 32 and 49. Now, I don't think he'll make it to 49, but he might make it to 32.
I have felt like if Joey Porter Jr. wasn't a Steeler, wasn't a Commander, he's going to be a Raven, right? It just feels like Joey Porter's son has to play for the other side of that rivalry. That just feels
unless he's going to play for the Commanders right now.
The pick is in. At number 16, the Washington Commanders select cornerback Emmanuel Forbes out of Mississippi State. If you're 166 pounds, you can get drafted in the first round to play cornerback in the NFL. The ball skills, everything is amazing about Emmanuel Forbes except for the size, right? He's got length. He's a dog. He can cover. Unbelievable ball skills. The only concern is he's 166 pounds.
What do you think his actual playing weight is? Can you get up to 172, 173?
And he's still 20 pounds away from being
undersized.
Yeah. But over Christian Gonzalez, over Joey Porter.
We heard this. We heard this on the timeline today that Forbes had a real shot to go in the teens and that he might be CB3. Well, he's CB2. Which I think is probably the big surprise. And maybe in a different iteration of the multiverse where some of the trades don't happen, he is CB3. But Joe, like you said, you love the ball skills. And I think if you think about the East, right, and you think about having to cover CeeDee Lamb and you think about having to cover Devontae Smith, I wouldn't put him against A.J. Brown right now.
Nope, that would not be
we
good.
need a couple ham sandwiches before I'm going to put you a man against A.J. Brown. But
50-pound-ish, 60-pound-ish. Is that happen? No, like seriously, does that happen?
I'm
not a math guy, but that's like literally a 60-pound size deficiency at a corner.
Yeah, it's a large swing.
Whew.
But there's some guys in that division in the NFC East that I think make sense for him to cover. And well, I like getting a playmaker on the back end. We know how good that front is. And we may see Chase Young traded during the course of this weekend, but I like getting a guy with ball skills in the back end, especially because they have some young safeties that have shown some promise. You think about what they got in Cameron Curl and Derek Forrest. It's a nice new piece to add to the mix.
And corner was an issue for them last year. They had some injuries. Obviously, William Jackson, he flamed out there. I think they'd like to be a little bit more versatile with maybe using Kendall Fuller a little bit more in the slot. Right. And I think this potentially opens that up. I understand the corner investment. I really do. I guess we've now had a 166-pound cornerback go in the top 20. We had a 5'10", 190-pound quarterback go number 1. We knew this was a draft of outliers, and it's unfolding right before our eyes. I guess it's only a matter of time before Calijah Kancey comes off the board.
I'm calling a timeout, Joe.
All right.
It's 10 o'clock.
It's 10 o'clock, and that's means it's time to tell you about our friends over at Ultimate Football GM. You've heard us talk all about this game before, and if you think you'd make a good NFL GM, well, then you got to give this game a try. When you play Ultimate Football GM, you get to control and manage every strategic aspect of your team as you play through seasons and try to build a dynasty. With Ultimate Football GM, you're responsible for controlling the destiny of your franchise by hiring the right coaches and coordinators. You got to manage finances, including negotiating player salaries and terms. You got to navigate and deal with free agency, the draft, injuries, player personnel issues, all the ups and downs of a season, all this in a challenging and realistic game world. Ultimate Football GM is completely free, playable offline, on the go, as you want and when you want to. Locked On NFL Scouting listeners, you get a 100% free boost to your franchise when you use our promo code Locked On in the game, all caps, by the way. That's Locked On in all caps. So make sure to check it out today. To download the game, just visit ultimate-gm.com or look it up on the app stores. That's ultimate-gm.com. Ultimate Football GM, start your dynasty today.
So if you would like some symbolism, guys believers in symbolism, kind of omens.
I feel like I have to say yes.
But, yeah, it would really help a bit.
Aaron's like, sure, Kyle, sure.
Well, hear me out. We just had Will McDonald and Emmanuel Forbes go 15 and 16 in this draft. My cat just barfed all over the floor over here. So we had somebody at the beginning of the show, the stream, say, I'm waiting for a cat or dog cameo on this live stream with Kyle and Joe because our pets are always photobombing.
I've been fighting the dogs the whole time, which people don't know. Nacho and
my cat just ate over here, walked over to the other side of the room, and just barfed everything up. So that's if that's not an embodiment of what the hell's going on in this draft, I don't know what to tell you. But the Patriots are on the clock, Joe, unless I've missed something, and they've moved back again, which wouldn't surprise me with Bill Belichick.
They're on the clock, yeah. Number 17 overall. They got some time here left to make their selection, but I don't know that the offensive line value is there. Maybe Matthew Bergeron, Anton Harrison.
They got Riley Reef too.
Okay. Couldn't start for the Bears last year. You know what I mean? Like
they don't have an egregious hole at tackle right now.
All right, we got the pick. We got the pick from the New England Patriots.
It's not a tackle either, is it?
It's not a tackle.
Pick number Riley Reef. There you go. Joke's on you.
Pick number 17, the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez, cornerback, Oregon.
Put it on the board for my mock draft.
It's a good pick. It's a good pick. Hey, we had a lot of criticisms for Bill Belichick in his drafting. I do not have any criticism towards this pick. I think Christian Gonzalez is one of the better prospects in this class. Has every tool in the bag, right, in terms of length, size, athleticism, fluid. He's showed his ball skills wonderfully last year at Oregon. And, I think that they've really asked some of these corners that they have to do some difficult things and playing a lot of man coverage. That's part of the deal when you play in New England. And you're in this AFC East that now has the Dolphins and Hill and Tua and Waddle. That's a nightmare to deal with. You got Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs. And now you got Aaron Rodgers, right, and Garrett Wilson. You needed some help at corner. I don't think you can say anything but this is a great job by New England, not only getting this player, but trading back and getting some additional draft picks as well.
Absolutely. When we look at the successful Belichick defenses over the last 25-ish years, they always seem to have a high-level corner when their defenses has been at the best, whether you go all the way back to Ty Law, whether you go back a couple of years ago to Stephon Diggs, the year that J.C. Jackson had a couple of years ago. So it did feel like if they could get a top-end corner, whether one of those guys like Witherspoon or Gonzalez fell, I thought Witherspoon was more likely to fall to the Patriots here in the middle of the first round than Gonzalez. But, Gonzalez checks all the boxes. Somebody that I talked about a lot on Locked On Falcons as a possibility for the Falcons at 8, that when you look at the average height, weight, and speed of a top 10 corner over the last decade, pretty much Christian Gonzalez checked all of those boxes that NFL teams typically look for. And it's a seemingly, until this draft, it was seemingly a height, weight, speed position, but we saw Emmanuel Forbes go down. He doesn't check one of those boxes from a weight standpoint. So I think it's a great pick for the Patriots.
Yeah, I agree. I think Gonzalez has the best blend of traits. And you think about what that cornerback room looked like. They had a lot of smaller bodies. Everybody's last name was Jones. They were all 5'10". Like getting Christian Gonzalez with the height, weight, speed element that he has and the growth that I thought that he showed this year from a ball skills perspective, I think it really kind of punched the final mark on his resume to be a complete corner. I do think the one thing that I think he'll get tested in a little bit in this Patriots system is physicality and tackling. I think those are elements of his game that, as a bigger corner, he can continue to grow and develop into, but at least from a physical stature perspective, he gives you the ability to do some things that Jack Jones and Marcus Jones just aren't going to do because of their stature, right? So you have the counterpunch when somebody throws a big 6'2", 210-pound athletic guy on the perimeter your way. And you have somebody you feel has the level of confidence that they can handle that matchup physically and not get overpowered on the outside. So for rounding out, Aaron, I think you hit the nail on the head. When the Patriots defense has been the best, these are the kinds of body types that they have. And right now they had a lot of guys to try to match speed with what the division provides you, and that's great. But you got Alan Lazard in this division now playing for the New York Jets. You're going to have to cover him with somebody. And I think this is a good kind of player to take that kind of role and match up. And I think the ceiling here is the highest because I think from a physical skill sets perspective, he has the highest ceiling to be the most complete corner of any corner in this class.
It has been awesome to navigate through this first round with everybody. We're past the halfway point. And if you're enjoying what you're seeing here, I'd invite you to subscribe to the Locked On NFL Scouting YouTube channel. Check us out on all your podcast feeds. We're here for you daily. Kyle and I, we talk team building across the league every single day on this podcast feed. So if you're enjoying the discussion, we'd invite you to subscribe. And heck, if you're enjoying the stream, share it. Go to Twitter, go to Facebook, tell somebody that you're watching this, and we'd love that as well. We appreciate the support. The chat has been awesome. The listenership has been absolutely awesome. So thanks for being here. This has been awesome. I said awesome like a million times there, and
Aaron's been awesome too.
Aaron's been awesome.
I'm glad we got him back. I'm glad his computer recovered from the Bijan pick.
Aaron's been trying to hijack Locked On Bills for me for a few years now. I and maybe Bijan is gonna keep him with the Falcons because I'm not going anywhere.
I'll give Bijan 1 year and then I'll be back on trying to undermine you on Locked On Bills.
Like, what's going on here, man? I like what I'm doing. Why are you coming for my job?
Hey, man, look, the last couple of years being a Falcon fan have not been fun. I wanted to talk about a good football team for once. I feel like the Falcons are starting to change that narrative. So I'll hang out with Locked On Falcons for at least a year. But if they don't bring it this year, I'm coming for your job, Joe.
Congratulations to Joe for finally listening to chat and switching his hat. They've been asking for a Bills hat for about 3 picks now.
Well, when the Bills are on the clock, we got something else lined up. We're good. We got
you're going to pull out that cruddy draft hat design that they have this year. Beautiful. I already saw you pull it up because we're doing the giveaway.
Absolutely beautiful. Now I got to pivot from my cool surprise. So what's up? Well, who's on the clock here? The Lions, the Detroit Lions.
Mazi Smith.
Brother.
Lock it in.
It's going to be a weird pick. I just know it.
Please let this be Mazi Smith.
Well, what's funny about that, Aaron, is I feel like the last 2 years of watching Brad Holmes navigate these drafts, I've loved his picks. And so maybe it will be weird. I don't know. Everything's been weird here in these last few picks, but yeah. I've liked Brad Holmes in the direction that he's been going.
Yeah.
He's not getting Christian Gonzalez. That would have been something if they would have.
Oh, Matt Derry threw his hat down wherever he was at when that pick came through.
I hope Matt comes back in.
Comes
for this
back.
Next pick. Yeah. Maybe it's Calijah Kancey. That'll be a
he'll come back for the victory lap if it is Kancey too.
For sure.
He will. He will.
Is there any other? I don't know. We've seen 4 edges come off the board, but they're not the edges we've thought. With I guess we thought Van Ness would be this early, and Will McDonald. Like, is another outside pass rusher in play here? Is there anybody surprised or on the board?
Nolan Smith.
This juncture.
Nolan Smith. I love Nolan Smith.
Do you think Nolan Smith is a Detroit Lions defense type of player?
Yeah.
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 He'll take a couple of bites out of some kneecaps.
Dude, that dude playing the run is special. The way that he takes on pullers and squeezes down gaps. I mean, he is unbelievable at defending the run. I think he's a souped-up Hassan Reddick. A quicker, more flexible, way better run defender, Hassan Reddick. Whoever picks him, I'm going to be celebrating that pick. We have the pick. Wow, we have the pick. With the 18 overall selection of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell, linebacker from Iowa.
We said it.
I feel so vindicated, but I'm also so sad. I'm so sad right now.
This felt like a Detroit Lions second round pick.
Oh,
but now it's 18. So I got the weird pick I wanted. So I'm happy.
I've been saying for months that this man is a first round caliber talent.
This was a top 20 player in this class.
Right. Everyone's saying he's a reach. He's a reach in the first round. No, he's not. He's a top 20 pick. Watch the tape. He checks every box. The intangibles here are absolutely off the charts. Leadership, 2-time defensive MVP at Iowa. Won all the coaches' appreciation awards. Height, weight, speed, downhill ability, block deconstruction. He's good in coverage. Like, I was trying to figure out, right, like, what was I missing here? People are asking me, why are you high on him? I'm like, no, why aren't you high on him? The guy goes top 20. He deserves to be top 20.
You know, it's a really fun locked on subplot to follow from this. And it's not Matt Derry coming back because I can't wait for that. But Peter Bukowski versus the Lions and Jack Campbell now. I believe he was the one that had the take that said if Jack Campbell didn't test like he did at the Combine, no one would be talking about him as a first-round pick. Detroit just took him in the top 20.
You are putting them head to head here. You're putting
That's
Peter.
Right.
I love it. I love it.
Listen, and I agree with everything that you said about Jack Campbell. I got a chance to watch him as I'm scouting players for the Dolphins, and I feel like Sean McVay when the Patriots took Cole Strange, and they did it. The Lions did it to me twice when they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell, and I'm like, oh, these players maybe they'll make it to 51. No, the Lions took them both in the top 20. So I'm Sean McVay. Here we watch this guy. They make it to the third round. He checks so many boxes, and he's such a fun foil versus Malcolm Rodriguez too. When you think about Rodriguez as a late round pick and didn't have the stature, but he had the quickness. And here's Matt Derry. But then you have the stature and the physicality and the deconstruction skills and being able to play in light boxes that Jack Campbell brings to the table. I love the player. I absolutely see why this is a Detroit Lions pick, but I'd love to hear from Matt Derry as to his reaction after watching Christian Gonzalez go one pick in front of the Lions at 17.
Hey, fellas. Don't laugh.
I love the pick. I love the pick, Matt.
Do you really?
Yeah, I love the pick.
I love the pick too.
Here's the thing. Couldn't they have gotten Jahmyr Gibbs and Jack Campbell tomorrow?
I don't think so.
Really?
No.
You think Jack Campbell was going in the first round?
I was hoping the Bills picked him.
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that's more of a need for the Bills than it is for the Lions. Remember,
that's the question, but go ahead.
The Lion. This is a Chris Spielman, Dan Campbell pick. It's the white middle linebacker. You know, it's the Big Ten guy. But like, you got Rodriguez, you got Anzalone for 3 more years, and you got Derek Barnes, and you're playing 2 linebackers because now you got Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, so you're playing 3 safeties. Where's he going to play? Jahmyr Gibbs, where's he going to play if you've got Swift and Montgomery? This would be a great conversation on Saturday. You know, like, hey, well, slide him in somewhere. This is the first effing round. I don't know. Maybe I'm off base. Maybe I've been eating the Lions cornbread and drinking the Kool-Aid for so long that I'm Mr. Negative tonight. But these are 2 luxury picks, in my opinion.
Aside of the terms of the commitment to Anzalone, what was Anzalone's play like last year in your mind in Detroit?
I mean, he's a solid player. They love him. He's the captain of the defense. He wears the C. He's got the green dot on his helmet. But you gave him 3 years, so he's got to be sticking around. And like I said, Malcolm Rodriguez is a cult hero in town and was a real nice late-round pick last year. And Derek Barnes is a second-year guy that Chris Spielman's taken under his wing and they feel good about. So again, when you also are having Mosley, Sutton, Gardner Johnson, Tracy Walker, and Kirby Joseph all on the field. And then you've got your guys up front. You can only put 11 on the field. So I don't know. I'm a little perplexed on this, but maybe I'll be wrong. Hopefully I am wrong.
I think you bring up a fair point. Like, if you brought back Alex Anzalone, that brings me questions. I'm not as high on Malcolm Rodriguez, and I know that's Lions fans yell at me all the time for this.
Yeah.
I think you get a much more complete player. I think you can keep Anzalone and Campbell on the field all the time, and then you have C.J. Gardner-Johnson as kind of that slot, second level player that plays in the hashes. But I think this says a little bit more about Malcolm Rodriguez than people want to admit.
Yeah, I mean, he started off really hot, and he obviously won a starting job. And it wasn't just his performance on Hard Knocks. He actually was really, really good in the preseason, and the rest of the linebackers were not. And guys like Jared Davis, former first-round pick, were released. And so Rodrigo, as they called him, played a ton. Toward the end of the year, teams figured out they could find him in pass coverage. Tight ends are running behind him. Running backs are running behind him. So they made the change, and Barnes played on passing downs. Anzalone was out there the whole time. But that's just my question is, with these two picks at 12 and 18, Gibbs is telling the Detroit media right now, I'm stunned I went 12. I thought I'd be in the 20s. I wasn't even ready for the phone call. Great. So are the rest of the fan base, So it's like, I know the Lions feel good about themselves. I know they've added depth. But to me, these look like two luxury picks almost. This isn't a 12-win team. It's a 9-win team. But, I would have taken an edge there. I would have taken Kancey there. Maybe he'll be there when they pick 34. Who knows?
I don't think he's going to be, because we got the Tampa Bay Buccaneers pick here at number 19. And with that selection, as we welcome James Yarcho to the stream.
Hey, James.
Bucs select Calijah Kancey, defensive tackle, Pitt, number 19 overall.
I love it.
Floor is yours, James.
Yeah, James gets the floor here.
Yeah, they could have gone a lot of different directions here. You still had Anton Harrison hanging out there at 19. You could have, with Jackson Smith-Njigba continuing to fall, you could have done a trade back and still probably snagged Harrison within the next couple of picks. But Vita Vea led this team in sacks last year. So helping the pass rush was a big thing. Now, I had heard a lot of rumblings about Nolan Smith throughout the day, helping out the edge. Joe Tryon-Shoyinka has not lived up to the hype or the expectation. Shaq Barrett's coming off of the Achilles injury, but I really like this fit of Calijah Kancey lining up there with Vita Vea. It should make for a very, very interesting defensive line, especially now they got to face Bijan Robinson twice a year.
We get all the outliers in the top 20, Kyle. Bryce Young, Emmanuel Forbes, Calijah Kancey, they all come off the board.
Yeah.
Obviously, Kancey, his appeal as a penetration style player on the interior is really intriguing, which doesn't necessarily line up with what we've typically seen from Todd Bowles in a gap control type defense. And so excited to see how they unleash him. Excited to see what type of market share in terms of snap counts he gets, right? He's 280 pounds with sub 31-inch arms. That's not normal, right? That's not typically what we see as an every down player or a high percentage of snaps player in the NFL. But there's quickness here. There's pass rush acumen that I really, really like. He plays with a lot of urgency. Interesting case study. That's a player I'm going to be closely monitoring his career to see how this pans out.
They're going to keep coming back to the well here on the defensive front, aren't they? You think about Tryon-Shoyinka, Logan Hall, now Calijah Kancey. They want to get this unit right. And I certainly think when it was at its best, and you think about the Super Bowl run and Ndamukong Suh and what he was, this isn't that kind of player, but they had difference makers up front. And I think that hurt them last year, and it impacted the linebacker play behind it, I thought, too. So I think there's kind of a waterfall effect there. I don't know that Calijah Kancey is the style of player that's going to protect your linebackers anymore. Joe, as you mentioned, he's not really a gap control style player, but on third downs, especially in a pressure-based defense like this, where you're going to actually manufacture some one-on-ones, I like the third down projection for him. My question is just, where does he play early on the early snaps on 1st and 10? And maybe he doesn't right away, and that's okay. This is a team that's in a little bit of transition, and the NFC South, as we've talked about, is wide open. So I'd like to think Todd Bowles will have some kind of vision for what the year one package looks like for Kancey. And as you said, it's an outlier player that we're really fascinated to see how he evolves from here.
I'm a Pitt alum, so I've got to see a lot of Calijah Kancey over the years, and I wanted him to go to a place where he could basically specialize as a pass rusher, and I think Tampa Bay's the right place because they already have some guys up front. You got Vea, you got Logan Hall, who they drafted last year in round 2. So you can kind of ease Kancey into their rotation and just have him be a pass rushing specialist. And I know as a Falcon fan, and that's going to be a difficult matchup because you have Vita Vea, the power that he brings, and then you have the speed and quickness. So it's going to be difficult for a team like the Falcons on their interior. They have some question marks at that guard spot, to kind of match up with the different types of players that Tampa Bay is going to be bringing. So I really like this fit for Calijah Kancey. Unfortunately, it may wind up hurting the Falcons in these years to come.
I think Vita Vea's presence in Tampa Bay helps me like this pick more, right? A player like that, the size that he brings to the table, I think that's a benefit to him, right? I think you want to have the right one or right A-gap defender to go with Calijah Kancey. And that's something that's a great point to bring up in this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, you take a look. They still have Will Golston, who has been one of the better run stoppers on this team, but they just didn't get the pass rush going, especially after Shaq Barrett went down. So having a guy like you guys have said that can kind of specialize in that. Logan Hall, kind of slow to develop. We still don't really know what the Buccaneers have in him. And then Joe Tryon-Shoyinka, who has shown flashes of being able to get to the quarterback, but he hasn't been able to finish. And that was my biggest knock on him last year is you see so many great moves by him to generate pressure, but then the inability to finish and allowing quarterbacks to escape the pocket, create plays, and continue to keep the chains moving for opposing offenses. Bringing in a guy like Kancey can really help that out, I think, and they'll be able to utilize him in spurts. Kyle, as you mentioned, kind of being that specialist to get started. But I think as he gets more comfortable in a very complicated Todd Bowles defense, he'll become more of an every down player. Maybe that won't be until next year, but for right now, just the raw talent, the burst, everything that he offers next to Vita Vea as a rotational guy, I think is a great fit for the Buccaneers.
Seattle Seahawks are now on the clock here as we get to pick. Is this 21? This is pick 20. Remember, they picked Devin Witherspoon with that first pick.
JSN's still out there.
Yeah, and I mean, with DK and Lockett at receiver, that would make a lot of sense. We've had no receivers, no tight ends off the board yet. Mazi Smith is there. We know that they like all the tools. You always got to bring up Ade Adebaware, right, from Northwestern, who I think will be a tough player for the Seahawks to not draft. I mean, or they could do something super Seahawksy and go way off the grid,
way off the reservation. How about Joe Tippmann, who you discussed with your mock?
Yeah, I mocked Joe Tippmann to the Seattle Seahawks. Is this? I mean, we can't forget about Will Levis as well, and they didn't overcommit to Geno Smith with that pick with that contract. They gave him a lot of money, but it's not impossible for us to think about them going with a quarterback.
Basically a 1-year deal, right? With Geno?
Yeah, it's not that big of a deal. So Seattle's always a team where they're on the clock and you just kind of rub your hands together and you say, okay, what are we getting? And we're minutes away here.
Is Drew Lock still there? Isn't it going to be weird to have Will Levis and Drew Lock in the same building?
What I guess.
I mean, I don't know about you guys. You guys watch more film than I do, but like to me, if you're not a fan of Will Levis, you kind of see Drew Lock in him, right? Is that fair?
I like Will Levis more than I did Drew Lock coming out, but
I
do
too.
Still have Drew Lock. I think Drew Lock has told us what he is, right? In the NFL, he's a backup and one you probably don't want to have to play.
So it would be taking a shot on a player that you could make an argument has profiles with similar strengths and weaknesses when you consider what Drew Lock and his strengths and weaknesses were coming out of Missouri and Will and where he's at. I know Joe doesn't look like you totally agree with that. And
I saw
from
the
a system
pick, so
perspective.
I'm reacting to the pick. Sorry.
Well, you can't say that and then not drop it on us. So let's go ahead and let's get that out of the way.
All right, pick number 20. Hold on, I have conflicting reports. We will wait.
Dude.
We will wait. No, we have to wait. I have conflicting reports.
And I've completely lost my train of thought on what I was talking about the parallels between
If it
Levis
helps,
and
I just saw the pick as well.
Well, I've got two different ones, so I gotta wait.
Two as well.
I gotta wait.
I only see the one from Albert Breer, who's
Yep, and that's different than what another guy has. So we're gonna wait a second.
Oh my goodness.
Someone's gonna get old takes exposed. Okay. All right. Okay, we got the pick. At pick number 20, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson Smith-Njigba, wide receiver out of Ohio State.
A dream come true for him, for him to be on the board at 20. You never dreamed, and we talked about getting Tyler Lockett and DK Metcalf and getting a third receiver in this passing offense, and for it to be wide receiver 1 and be JSN is phenomenal value for Seattle. So well played in that regard. And I think he's really going to unlock a lot in this offense too.
No question. That route running to the middle of the field is going to be a major asset moving forward. And, they took D. Eskridge way too high, in my opinion, second round in 2021. He's not going to be that slot answer. Well, now they got this guy who can be that. I think he could play on the outside. That frees up Tyler Lockett to be a little bit more interchangeable. And I think if Seattle wants to run 11 personnel, they finally got a group of guys that can really do that. So it's to me, it's long overdue for them to get this third receiver.
I love the pick.
As the card-carrying president of the Ohio State Haters Club, I love Jackson Smith-Njigba. He's so freaking talented, and I love this fit just as much as I love the Witherspoon fit for Seattle. I absolutely love this fit for the Seahawks. And to get him at 20 is just an absolute steal.
Do we want to wish Nick a happy birthday?
Absolutely. Thank you for your support, and happy birthday to you.
Told us it was his birthday. So happy birthday as the Seattle Seahawks make their pick of Jackson Smith-Njigba and get a steal at 20. So that now gives them Devin Witherspoon and Jackson Smith-Njigba with their 2 first-round selections.
Building blocks, right?
What do you think about the combo here?
I can't help but think about last year as well with Ken Walker and Tariq Woolen and Abraham Lucas and Charles Cross, and now 2 players here that I think are going to come in and not only be high floor players, but guys that I think have really nice ceilings to develop into as well. They're John Schneider is very quickly bringing me back in as somebody who's criticized his drafts up until last year. I think he's back on track and really doing some good things here.
I agree.
So our next double dip, we don't have another scheduled double dip at this point. Oh, Philadelphia. This board's falling pretty good for Philly, too, at this stretch.
Don't forget, they got Jalen Carter already in this draft, and they got that extra pick for the tampering issues with Jonathan Gannon. Incredible.
The Jalen Carter pick is the only pick in my mock right, other than the Bryce Young pick that I got right on my mock draft.
I've forgotten about my mock draft in some ways.
That's probably for the best.
Yeah.
With the next pick here, we do have the Los Angeles Chargers on the clock. They've got about half their time remaining. We've got our first receiver off the board. Could we have our second receiver? Could this be Zay Flowers, Jordan Addison? Could this be a tight end? We've been talking about tight ends for this Kellen Moore-led offense. Now the offensive coordinator, we know he likes tight ends. They're all on the board for him. He'd have his pick of the litter. Or do they go with that interior defensive line, right? I mean, I think that's a team that has been having issues there for a number of years. Mazi Smith's on the board. In this draft, you don't know.
Yeah, it feels like all offseason people have been mocking them pass catchers, right? Tight end, wide receiver, another type of playmaker on that offense. I've even seen Bijan Robinson. Obviously that's not going to happen. But the Chargers defense still needs a lot of work. So is it just simply take the best defensive player available at this point in time, or should they look to give Kellen Moore, with the offense he's going to install, a new weapon? You got to imagine, coming from Dallas, the Jason Witten vibes, Michael Mayer, that's been a comp that's been made a ton. Makes sense to me.
I'd love a tight end here, but I mean, to me, this wide receiver core needs some differentiation. Mike Williams, Keenan Allen, Josh Palmer. I mean, how much longer is Keenan Allen going to be an answer for them? I think
they almost teased that they might be moving on from him this offseason. They obviously figured it out for this offseason, but You certainly feel like you're getting close to the end of the road there.
I mean, Zay Flowers gives them something different. Yak guy, quick and uncover quickly, as opposed to these big body possession style players. I mean, I would love that for Herbert. Again, defensive tackle is still out there as well. But I mean, you got to score points in the AFC West, right? You got to score points.
Yeah, because they're certainly not stopping anybody. So,
which is probably a shame when Brandon Staley's your head coach. But I think it's really come down to run defense for them, and that's why Mazi Smith is a player that I can't get out of my mind as well as we consider the possibilities for the Chargers. We haven't had a trade in a while. We had so many trades early, right? We had 4 trades in the first 14 selections, and then none since. Maybe that just has more to do with this class, the way the board is falling.
Yeah. A lot of players.
How about Minnesota sitting here at 23 and a couple picks too, and them being rumored to be a quarterback destination? And they have 2 quarterbacks on the board that had first-round buzz for a long time.
Yep. Could you imagine, like, stick and pick them? If they're
Right.
good, right? I mean, like, if they like them, it's better than trading up to, like, 3 and giving up everything.
And Quessie's not really – he hasn't been an older prospect guy. And I know these are 2 older quarterbacks, so maybe that will not manifest for those guys and the fall will continue. But if they've been dead set on looking to get a quarterback and transitioning, getting ready for the transition away from Kirk Cousins, like just kind of looking on the horizon, that might be the next quarterback destination we get here, especially because Baltimore just is up in the next couple of picks as well. They just took care of their long-term quarterback issue.
They're on deck. I think Baltimore is going to tell us a lot. I mean, we don't want to get to Baltimore yet because the Chargers pick is in, and we'll get to that here as soon as it comes through. But yeah, Baltimore on deck's a team that I'm pretty fascinated with, especially with Deonte Banks on the board. You never. Baltimore always does things that I like, so we'll see as we await this pick from the Chargers.
It was in.
It's in. I just don't have it. I have it now. I have it now, folks. I have it now. This is okay. What pick is this? 21.
21.
The 21st pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select wide receiver Quentin Johnston out of TCU. So I just talked about getting different types of receivers, and they said, you know what, Joe? No, we're
gonna do the exact same guy.
Ones we always get. We're gonna get Quentin Johnston and be a big-bodied possession guy that actually has good yards after catch skill, but I just feel like there's so much redundancy with what they already have here.
This is the Mike Williams insurance policy when he gets hurt and misses a month every year.
Maybe you don't pay Mike Williams $20 million a year when that's how it always is.
Makes sense. Yeah. I'm not the world's biggest fan of Quentin Johnston.
Same.
You got Mike Williams, the jump ball guy. I don't know if Quentin Johnston can really do that because I didn't really like his physicality when the ball was in the air at the catch point. Seems more like a throw him shallow drags and let him, cook after the catch type of guy. And I feel like there are maybe more complete receivers on the board like Zay Flowers or Jordan Addison. And you guys mentioned Keenan Allen's kind of been their possession guy for years and years, and his absence most of the season seemed to be a really limiting factor. So it does feel like getting a guy that has sure hands and can really consistently move the chains is something that Justin Herbert needs. And I don't know if Quentin Johnston is going to be that type of guy, but he does have playmaking potential. And if he can develop and become, that big X that everybody is coveting in the NFL, we'll just have to see.
So I think that for me is when I think about Quentin Johnston, and you just mentioned, Aaron, if he can develop. Well, I think this is one of the better destinations for him to kind of learn how to develop a little bit when you consider he has kind of the intrinsic playmaking ability with the ball in his hands and run after catch ability. He's a little one-dimensional as a route runner and obviously played against a lot of soft coverage in the Big 12. Getting to play with Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, hopefully that can extrapolate and expand that element of his game and pull out the best parts of him to be a field-stretching type player for Justin Herbert and really capitalize on his Justin Herbert's big-time arm. So you see the vision here, but if you're thinking about the arms race in the AFC West, I don't know how much of a needle mover this is going to be versus being an insurance policy for a starter that you already have? And is that the ideal investment in a first-round draft selection? I don't know, but the Chargers apparently think that it is.
Still no tight ends, Kyle. All the tight ends are available. And the offensive line, since the Broderick Jones pick at 14, has really kind of slowed down. I'm wondering.
We might get Jacksonville coming up with the Cam Robinson suspension, maybe a tackle spot. Interior offensive line teams coming up potentially with the Giants.
Yeah, maybe even Dallas.
Maybe Dallas.
What's Jacksonville's guard situation? Is this an O'Cyrus Torrance destination?
Maybe that could be. That could be. We got to get there. We got the Ravens on the clock currently. Got about 6 minutes left to make their selection. You know, DeAndre Hopkins is rumored potentially to go to Baltimore. If they go receiver here, you feel like that probably ends their pursuit of Hopkins. Nolan Smith is still here.
I was just going to say, Joe, I'm hoping the dream that you put out there in the Locked On mock draft happens when it comes to DeAndre Hopkins. So.
Yeah, me too, brother. Me too. I don't know that they would go with a nose and Mazi Smith. Nolan Smith is on the board. I know that they're counting on Odafe Owe and David Ajabo to be answers for them off the edge. Corner, Kyle, are there corners that you like here? Joey Porter Jr. is out there.
Porter Jr. is out here. Deonte Banks is out here.
Banks, yeah.
And meanwhile, your top three corners are Marlon Humphrey, Brandon Stevens, and Darrell Worley.
That makes a lot of sense.
Feels like a good corner spot.
Yeah, this feels like Deonte Banks, the way he tackles as well. I mean, you'd have some really physical corners.
Yeah, we said it when we did the mock draft on Wednesday. It's just that it would be the most physically imposing, not the best, but it'd be the most physically imposing 1-2 punch of outside corners. Or right up there at the top of the list.
And you're still competing with Cincinnati, right, in this division. And look at the receiver talent that they have. And those are physical players in Higgins and Chase.
Yeah.
So I get it. I would understand that quite a bit. Mike McDonald's defense there.
I like the narrative of Joey Porter to Baltimore. I just want to see Joey Porter have to root for the Baltimore Ravens.
That would be fun. Aaron, that's a great nugget.
Wasn't he asked about that? And he said his dad would wear a Ravens jersey if he got drafted there.
I need to see it. So
I think he did say that.
If I have a son and he gets drafted by the Dolphins, I'll have a Dolphins jersey.
Well, that would, respectfully to your son, it would probably statistically make him the second best Marino in Dolphins.
Well, with all due respect, you're probably correct. And he's probably with the hand size that what we got over here, it's not looking good for him to be able to grip a quarterback.
It's not good.
Yeah, so we got some real challenges there. That would be weird to have another Marino on the Dolphins, right? But
yeah, very weird.
Baltimore Ravens. Still on the clock, pick 22. We have the Vikings after that, so the purple teams are picking back to back here. Waiting on Will Levis. We're waiting on tight ends to come off the board. Do we have a little receiver run? Does this start to really pick up now that we've had JSN and Quentin Johnston come off the board? We start to see Jordan Addison and Zay Flowers. Is there a defensive tackle situation coming here with Bresee and Mazi Smith? These are the things in my mind here as we start to get into the I guess the 20s here.
Well, and in a lot of mocks, you saw the back 8 picks is where the defensive tackle run, interior defensive line run really started. So as you're kind of trying to read the tea leaves here a little bit, you got Adebawore, who can play inside. You have Brian Bresee, you have Mazi Smith, you have Keon White, who's there and is also capable of playing inside. I think these are all names that, in this stretch of picks, you have to consider if the trend is going to continue. And, a lot of this draft has been about drafting physical players, big body players.
Here's a good note here on the Texans Cardinals trade, where the Texans traded 2024 first round pick. They traded their own first round pick, not the Browns. So the Cardinals will have the Texans first round pick next year. You better win some football games.
No, they'll have the Browns first round pick or the Texans first round pick.
They'll have the Texans first round pick. I meant to, I got there and then I messed it up at the end. Yes, the Cardinals will have.
I don't like that for Houston.
No, you'd rather give them the Browns pick. Let's be honest here. You're probably still going to win 5 or 6 games, right? Be real. So the Cardinals probably are going to have 2 top 10 picks next year.
Okay.
Like,
Great news
seriously.
for Arizona. Yeah. Well, no, it's well played. Very, very much here for them hiring Lincoln Riley after a year of Jonathan Gannon with the tampering and then drafting Caleb Williams.
You gave up draft picks for Jonathan Gannon. You had to tamper with him, the weirdest coach hire of the cycle. Man,
No, we don't got to do this to the Cardinals now.
wow.
Where's Alex Clancy? When
All
you
right,
need him?
we got the pick from the Ravens. The Ravens have made their selection, and
Is
we
it
do
a
have
corner?
No, it's not a corner. The wide receiver run is absolutely happening here. With the 22nd pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers, wide receiver, Boston College.
I got
Yards
this
after
correct.
catch.
I got this correct in my mock draft. So we got 3 picks. All right, nailing it, guys. I'm nailing it.
You would think this probably ends their pursuit of DeAndre Hopkins.
Probably.
Gives them a really dynamic route runner, in my opinion, a guy that can uncover quickly, really talented with the ball in his hands. I think he's got 3-level ability. He's undersized. That's going to be true for all the receivers we talk about probably for a while here, now that Quentin Johnston's off the board. But it's another playmaker for this offense, and they just paid Lamar Jackson more money than any team in the history of the league has ever paid a player, right? And so part of the criticisms has been, well, you haven't really surrounded him with wide receiver talent, and that is absolutely changing as this offense now evolves to Lamar Jackson with Todd Monken, with Odell Beckham Jr., with Mark Andrews. It's exciting to see how this is all going to come together. And another piece here, I think maybe you could have made a strong case for the corners, but also the corners is deep, right, Kyle? We've got a ton of corners throughout the top 100 that make a lot of sense. They go with a weapon for Lamar.
I guess the hard part for Baltimore is they don't have a lot of picks. So I don't know when they don't have a 2. So you could talk about the depth of the corner class, but now you're waiting to see who's there in the 80s. I like this selection for, look, if you're going to go out and you're going to be serious and you're going to invest in Lamar Jackson and you're going to sign him to a contract and you're going to be serious about it, you're going to give him a new offensive coordinator, you're going to sign Odell Beckham, let's give him some wide receivers and really do this thing. Okay, fine. This is a better player than James Prochet and Devin Duvernay, and it's not even close. I do think it is an upgrade versus what the other smaller bodied receivers that have lived in the slot and had to play on the outside for Baltimore have been over the last couple of years. So I applaud this move from that perspective. I think from a body type perspective, between Odell and Zay, you're kind of getting a picture of what they are maybe looking for on the outside to complement the tight ends and the running game that they're capable of fielding. So complementary talents. I think all of that is there. And this is a guy who can make the plays with the ball in his hands. So I'm as excited as I possibly could be at this juncture for drafting a wide receiver. If you told me that Jackson Smith-Njigba wasn't on the board, I'd say, okay, great. Zay Flowers is going to give you something you don't have in that wide receiver room as you continue to try to support Lamar Jackson to be the kind of player he's capable of being with consistency.
I'm a fan of this pick. I think you have OBJ for a year, right? Maybe more. We'll see. I don't think you're committed long-term to Nelson Aguilar. Rashad Bateman can't stay healthy. So Zay Flowers has an opportunity to come and immediately help and give a long-term asset. As you say, Kyle, this is kind of the type of receiver that Baltimore has consistently gone after, whether you go back to Hollywood Brown, sort of more of a smaller speed guy. I'm curious just to pick your guys' brain on it. I've heard people comp Zay Flowers to Antonio Brown from a skill set standpoint, but seems to have a very different makeup than necessarily Antonio Brown had based off of all the things I've heard. But I'm just curious what your guys' insight into that.
Zay Flowers is absolutely a team guy. I know there's a lot of love for him throughout league circles for the fact that he actually stayed at Boston College, right?
He declined a lot of money to transfer, right?
Yep. He's a loyal guy and high character. I've had a chance to interview him 2 different times at ACC Media Day, and you love the makeup, the demeanor that he has. He's the kind of guy that's going to want Todd Monken's playbook on the airplane ride over to Baltimore. And so, yeah, super high character. But I mean, skill set wise, Antonio Brown, I mean, when you can detach yourself to all the disastrous things that happened late in his career, I mean, this is one of the most special players I've ever seen, right? I mean, just the way he was able to run routes, get open, catch a football, play big. I mean, so I have a challenging time invoking that name, but I think that they got a high character guy that can be a dynamic playmaker for the offense. And I mean, how could you be mad about that? So now we have the Minnesota Vikings here. They have under 5 minutes left to make their pick, and certainly we've speculated about quarterbacks. I think they have.
I don't know that it is.
I don't know that it's going to be either. But Will Levis, is he going to go? Is he going to get drafted today? I mean, we're kind of running out of opportunities. Maybe the Raiders are going to come back in and get him or something like that. We'll have to get Q back in here if that's the case. But Deonte Banks seems like a dream type player for them as well, Kyle. I know that you're well familiar with Brian Flores and what he likes in corners. They have a big need there. He's on the board. That feels like good value to me.
Well, here's what I can tell you about Flores running the defense too. He needs dudes that can play man coverage at a high rate. And Minnesota doesn't have a lot of corners. They transition away from Pat Pete. I would be surprised if it's not a corner weight the way that the board fell. And I have to feel like whether it's Banks, Porter Jr., Brents, like there's guys that fit that Flores MO that they have really had to overhaul defensively. And you've seen them kind of embrace making the transition. So I'd bet corner right now.
I would too. Aaron, do you think there's any different direction for Minnesota? Maybe defensive line? Receiver. Do they like Jordan Addison? They can use another guy there. I mean, Thielen's no longer around. I mean, is KJ Osborne, Jalen Naylor, and Justin Jefferson good enough?
You got to get a replacement for Adam Thielen. I don't know if KJ Osborne's the guy. Jalen Reagor, did he do anything last year that makes you think he's more than like a third or fourth receiver? So I think Jordan Addison makes a ton of sense here if Minnesota does not go for that corner. But as you guys say, Brian Flores loves his guys that can man up. And right now you just have Byron Murphy, and that's about it.
Look who it is.
Mr. Wiggins. What's going on, Tony?
What's up, man? What's happening? Sitting in here in this in the press room waiting for a press conference with this pick. Hopefully they make one. I think everybody that they like is still on the board, so they might move back a little bit.
You're on deck. We got the Minnesota Vikings here with a little over 2 minutes left to make their selection. I'm excited we got you in here, Wig, for this Jacksonville pick whenever that does come through.
Yes, sir.
Who when you say that all the guys that they like are still on their board, what are the names we're talking about here?
Well, Trent said a couple of things. They were focused on 137 players for the draft. On their board, they hope to pick all of the guys out of that 137, which goes to the fifth round, so they should be able to do that. And he said they were focused on three people. They knew one would fall to him. So speculation began that it was some mixture, in no particular order, Brian Branch, Nolan Smith, and an offensive lineman, probably Osiris Torrance or maybe Anton Harrison, because of the suspension that they know about, the one that I knew about 2 weeks ago. You guys saw it on my thread.
It's true.
Because out of respect, I did not want to out my source. So, and then that's something you just don't put out there unless you're absolutely 100% sure, because those things stick to a guy's character. People will Google that stuff forever. So I want to make sure. And they're in a little bit of a quandary. I don't believe they knew about this before they allowed Juwan Taylor to bounce. So thinking that they were just going to plug and play, Doug Peterson mentioned that, okay, we know Walker can play right tackle, can't play left tackle. Walker can even kick inside the guard. So that's when I thought. And Coach Roush, the offensive line coach, loves that versatility. And I hear a friend of mine, Pete Prisco, says that Osiris Torrance was a guy who could play left guard, or even right tackle for a pinch. So they're in a bit of a quandary. They can't get off to a slow start. They have a first place schedule. They have the 49ers, the Chiefs, the Ravens, the Bills, the Bengals. That's a lot, to get off to a 4 to 6 game start when your quarterback is not being the ultimate protected, ultimately protected by the front.
Yep, Vikings are taking Jordan Addison.
The wide receiver run does continue here with the Minnesota Vikings, who have picked 23. Go with Jordan Addison, the wide receiver out of USC, formerly of Pitt. You can look at this wide receiver core and realize that they have a need here, and they need another player to go with Justin Jefferson and TJ Hawkinson at tight end. Obviously, big needs remain for them at corner, but I think as they move forward with Kevin O'Connell in this offense, they needed more at wide receiver. And Jordan Addison, as this run was happening, they felt like they probably had to step in and get their guy. They get route running, good hands. If you really want to get excited about Jordan Addison, he was perfectly good for USC last year, but watch him at Pitt in 2021. I mean, you really saw so much more of what he brings to the table at all three levels with route running, playing with a little bit more timing with Kenny Pickett in that offense. I know he didn't test well. He's a little small, but if you want guys that get open and catch the football, I mean, Jordan Addison does that.
How about 4 straight wide receivers too?
Yeah, man.
I mean, the question was, okay, what is the market and interest, and how much is the depth going to deter this? And this felt like it was one of the inevitable things early in the offseason when the Adam Thielen stuff first started breaking down, and you realized that they were going to go in a different direction. And KJ Osborne's been a nice player for them, but very clearly getting another complimentary player that can be a high volume player. That puts Osborne probably in a better spot in the pecking order with the depth chart as the 4th target in the passing game, depending on what the backfield looks like, and if you get a back that's going to catch a lot of balls as well. So I like this for Minnesota. When you look at the supporting cast and building everybody out around each other, it's just a question of how quickly can we make an impact. And if it's anything like the last decision they made at wide receiver when they drafted Justin Jefferson, they should be getting a pretty good player pretty quick.
I find it really easy,
but not with the one.
I find it really easy to surround when you have a great player. Like when you have a great quarterback, it's easy for you to sit back and just take a guy that somebody stands on the table for. And when you have Justin Jefferson, it is very, very easy to take a number 2 wide receiver when you have a guy who can do everything like him.
Oh,
Wig
really?
called his shot.
The Jags have traded, by the way. The Giants are on the clock.
Giants traded up to number 24. They didn't have to move too far. They were picking number 26. Tony, you called your shot. You said all the guys are there that the Jaguars like, so they moved back.
That's how guys have been.
Obviously, we're very interested to see the terms of the deal, but the Giants are coming up for a player here, and I don't know if they're getting antsy about wide receivers. All the interior offensive linemen are there. We know that they have a huge need there as well. Nolan Smith is on the board. The Giants wanted to get this player. They moved up to get him. I'm very excited to see who it is.
If I took a guess, I think it was Torrance. I think they really need to fortify the interior of that line. You got a head coach that was a former tight end, man. They always worry about blocking and protection and grinding. So, and in the Northeast, he plays at 342 along with those guys they already have. That's a dangerous. If you think about that, that's really. It's not the pick yet, but it's still. I'm surprised. Are y'all surprised about all those wide receivers though? Because I thought they'd be one.
Yeah, they stacked up there. Kyle, we have the terms of the trade here. The Giants move from 25 to 24. The Jaguars pick up 160 and 240.
We don't want that. We don't want to be
160 and 240 is what Jacksonville gets in return for moving back one spot.
I think when you look at some of the other prices that have been paid, the last one spot pick flop was 9 and 10, and it was a 2024 4th round pick. For the Jaguars to pick up an extra pick this year, or 2 extra picks this year, one of them being a 5th round pick. That's a pretty good return based on what kind of the standard has been set in this specific year in this vacuum. I don't think you compare it to other years, but when you compare it to 9 and 10 got flipped for a future 4 and you got a 5 now, I like the value, especially if you're going to pick the same player.
Yeah. For me, I hope what they do is take some of that extra currency and then get up in the sweet spot, because I really believe like between maybe pick 60 and pick 120, that there's not a big variance between all of those players. I really think this might allow them to get that extra corner. Darius Williams was fine, but they realized halfway through the year that Darius Williams didn't play well in the slot. He looks like a slot, but he plays better outside. So they might go for a guy who is a future outside corner like Deonte Banks, who can play the slot because of his athleticism until they cycle through some of the guys that are already on the roster, and then they slide him outside.
So, Kyle, the Giants are on the clock.
Yeah, it is.
Interior offensive line is just such a glaring issue. But are you going to move up and give away 2 picks for an interior offensive lineman?
Yeah, the 5th round was the only round I didn't have.
Do they need Brian Branch?
It depends on if we're playing defense for somebody else in this range. We said this was kind of the range and stratosphere in which you might see an interior offensive lineman kind of pick up steam and start the second run on offensive linemen. So I think that's kind of the interesting layer here, whether it's Osiris Torrance or Joe Tippmann or anybody else.
All right, we have the pick for the New York Giants, who move up to number 24 overall. They select cornerback Deonte Banks from Maryland. So here he goes. We felt like he should have been the pick for several teams here recently, and he goes to the Giants.
Before we talked about
premium player, right? I mean, looking at their corner situation, they picked Cordell Flott pretty early last year, but they have Adoree Jackson. To me, they needed another starter. I think we probably underrated the need that the Giants had at corner, and credit to them, they get a really dynamic player here that can tackle, play the ball, all the athleticism in the world. He had a perfect RAS score to come in and provide an answer in a division where we've talked about it. You know, there's some high-flying passing offenses here with what you think Dallas can be, of course, with Philadelphia. A physical guy to match up with A.J. Brown, physical guy to match up with CeeDee Lamb. You know, that's going to be really helpful.
So, Joe, real quick, you obviously are very familiar with the brain trust in New York. How does this fly versus your expectations for Joe Schoen as general manager? Obviously, Brian Daboll is an offensive coach, maybe not as much of an influence, but you've seen Joe Schoen be groomed and bred and have come up around Brandon Beane. So is this the kind of corner, when you consider some of the other corners that were out there, that makes sense to you?
Well, I think with as much as I'm aware of Joe Schoen and Brian Daboll, defensively, Wink Martindale is just really different than Sean McDermott, right? A lot more man coverage. And I think that's important. I think Deonte Banks is a good man coverage corner that can absolutely tackle and play a little bit on an island as well. And so I think this leans into the style of corner that they need. And I think, look, I mean, Cordell Flott, I mean, I wasn't high on him as a starter for this team, and maybe he now moves to the slot. We'll see. They have Holmes there as well. But I think as a true outside guy, I think this is really what Wink Martindale values in a corner, you know, thinking about the players that he enjoyed in Baltimore.
Tony, I want to get your thoughts on this after I remind Joe that it's the top of the hour.
It is the top of the hour, and that's a good time to remind everyone that the Locked On NFL Draft coverage is presented by Ultimate Football GM. If you've ever thought you'd make a good GM, then you got to try this mobile game app. When you play Ultimate Football GM, you get to control and manage every strategic aspect of your team as you play through seasons and lead your team to glory by trying to build a historic dynasty. With Ultimate Football GM, you're responsible for controlling the destiny of your franchise by hiring the right coaches and coordinators, managing all the finances, including negotiating player salaries and terms, navigating your franchise through free agency, the draft, injuries, player personnel issues, and all the ups and downs of a season. All this coming in a challenging and realistic game world. Ultimate Football GM is completely free, playable offline, on the go, as you want and when you want to. Locked On NFL Scouting listeners, all of the Locked On listeners, use our promo code Locked On. You'll get a 100% free boost to your franchise. That's all caps, Locked On, in the game store. That's Locked On. So make sure to check it out today. To download the game, just visit ultimate-gm.com or look it up in the app stores. That's ultimate-gm.com. Ultimate Football GM. Start your dynasty today.
All right, Tony. Banks, and then call your shot here. Everybody in the comments wants to know.
The Bills traded up. Jacksonville moved back again.
They moved again. I thought they were going to move back to New Orleans. They moved again, y'all.
Bills are on the clock, boys and girls.
I'm telling you.
Here we go.
They absolutely know who they want. Now, I'm wondering, Joe and Kyle, give me your opinion. How important is the fifth-year option when it comes to trying to get the guy you want and then giving up that fifth-year?
So we have
fifth-year option.
Fourth.
Well, I think especially with the rookie wage scale, I think it's
then they're going to use that
super
ammo to
relevant.
trade back up in a second. You watch.
I don't think it's a deal breaker, but for Jacksonville, what's interesting, Tony, is you said that the opportunity to kind of get up into this sweet spot a little later in the draft, and these incremental movements down are going to load up a lot of picks for you at this point that you can then have at your disposal if you want to go get aggressive and go get other guys, knowing full well you're going to end up with the same guy. So I think the motivation for me is the flexibility on day 2 more than the 50th option.
Prior to the trade with the Giants, they did not have a 4th round pick. So
they get a 4th round pick. Yeah, the Bills sent them 130 back in this trade to move up 2 spots.
They're going to get
25
for Jacksonville.
Yeah, that's great value. They didn't have a 5th round pick.
told me,
Correction.
Mark,
So
that
now
he
they have
thinks they
a
want a
pick
receiver.
in every round
I don't know
where
who's
they
left
didn't
on
have
the
a
board.
5th round pick. I think they're going to use some of this ammunition to get up and try to get back up into that 3rd round area because there'll be some really good play. I think you get a starter in the 3rd round. If you can luck up and get Bergeron or Incoom or somebody like that to really help your depth, but that can also contribute early. That's a good move for them. And I give Trent. I've been hard on Trent Baalke, but I give him credit.
Yeah, the Bills have traded their 4th round pick multiple years in a row now. As they move up here to pick 25, they're on the clock with 4 minutes left to go. I see needs on defense for this Bills football team. I think defensive tackle Mazi Smith makes a lot of sense. Edge rusher Nolan Smith makes a lot of sense. Excuse me. You got linebacker Drew Sanders is still on the clock with Phil needs. I'm not sure if there's a wide receiver that makes sense. Maybe Josh Downs, who they've been linked to. Thank you. So we'll see who they move up. They wanted to get ahead of Dallas, obviously. Dallas has been a tight end spot. The Bills have been bringing in tons of tight ends for pre-draft visits. So there's a number of ways the Bills can go with this, but this is now the 4th time, I think, that Brandon Beane has traded up in the 1st round to get a player. So this is kind of Brandon Beane's he said he gets antsy, and here we go.
So you have it?
I have the pick.
All right, go ahead.
Let me get one more confirmation here. One more confirmation. I've only got it from one spot here.
You need to stop saying you have the pick when you don't have a confirmed pick.
Because
everybody's going to be
they come
down,
quick.
Man.
They normally come very, very quick.
So you said this is the 4th time Brandon Beane has moved up in the 1st round. And he's
Josh,
been there since 2017?
Yep. No, 18 was his first draft.
18 was his first draft.
18 was his first draft. Okay, we have the pick. We have the pick. So is this the 25th pick?
Yes.
With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid, tight end from Utah. We've talked a lot about the Bills wanting to get into more 12 personnel, especially after the O.J. Howard signing really didn't come together. And they get Dalton Kincaid, who is unmatched when it comes to receiving ability in this class. Really dynamic route runner, unbelievable hands, unbelievable ability at the catch point. And I think that the Bills want to use more 12 personnel, and I think they get a very dynamic receiving tight end in Dalton Kincaid. Now, the question is, can they really get him going, right? I mean, they've committed to Dawson Knox. He just signed a 4-year deal that pays him $14 million a season. And they're not necessarily utilizing him to his fullest extent. And so I'm excited to see how this offense evolves, right? One of the things when Ken Dorsey took over with Mike Shula, this offense, it was thinking about back to Carolina when they had Greg Olsen and Jeremy Shockey and all the production that they had. And I think the Bills feel like they've got 2 dynamic pass catchers now to lean into more 12 personnel. Now I'm anxious to see how it actually evolves and if they get these guys enough opportunity to make this pick make sense.
Joe, I certainly think it feels like if you were going to put a tight end in Buffalo, this is probably the one that helps you find the balance between getting in 12 personnel and having proper weapons in the passing game still, as compared to having a player who, Dawson Knox can block, and Dalton Kincaid, I think, is a sufficient blocker, but that transition for him will probably be challenging at first. But to have the pass catching ability where you can still go heavy and prompt teams to have 3 linebackers on the field in some of these 12 personnel looks and still be able to throw the ball and push it up the seam, I think is what's really exciting about the mesh with what Josh Allen is capable of doing, what the Bills offense has been, what Dalton Kincaid brings to that, where you think about getting in front of Dallas, presumably long considered to be a tight end spot, is for the cost of 130 for the peace of mind that you get the right tight end and you don't just want to take a tight end to run 12 personnel just for the sake of it. I like this for Buffalo.
So we finally get a tight end off the board, the first one. We've been waiting for this to happen. And so now Dallas is on. So this is why they jumped Dallas. We figured Dallas was going to draft the tight end.
Tight end spot.
So that makes sense for the trade up. Maybe this will be Michael Mayer. Maybe this will get a tight end.
Remember the Duval dozen?
Tony, any reactions to this one or how this board is unfolding for Jacksonville when you consider they started at 24 and we've had Banks, Kincaid, and potentially another tight end coming?
Yeah, so because of the franchise tag on Evan Ingram, I thought that the value for them at tight end, first of all, I wouldn't have tagged him. I would have tagged Juwan Taylor. And just if I didn't re-sign him, I would. This is a good draft for tight ends, right? And guys that could play in Doug Peterson's system. Just think about Musgrave. So I still believe that for what they want to do, this thing is setting up really, really well for him. You know, he pretty much said he had 3 guys that he knew one of them would fall to him. And the way that the board came out, with those 2 running backs going, 4 wide receivers, we have Calvin Ridley now, so they didn't need that. And all of those quarterbacks, they started out with the 24th pick, but theoretically they had the 16th pick because there were like 8 guys they probably weren't going to take anyway. So I think they probably looked up and saw 5, 6, 7 guys, and they were like, these are the people that we want to pick, and we can move back and get some extra currency and maybe get another bite of the apple.
Yeah, so we've long heard Michael Mayer affiliated with Dallas, which I think kind of becomes fun. It gets interesting. It's one of those things where it's played out, but we also heard a late push for Sam Laporta at tight end. Is Sam Laporta potentially surpassing Michael Mayer? I know that was this morning, was it Diana Rossini? Somebody said Laporta might get into the 20s and end up being a pick. So is Mayer and him kind of being, he's not the tight end one. We know that now. The Bills saw to that. But is his stock going to stay where the expectation has been all throughout the season? Joe, it's pretty stunning to see how many Bills fans were on this stream because the Bills have made their pick and we just had a mass exodus. Everybody got the answer and the reaction they needed from you, and that was it.
Come back. We got fun. We got the Chiefs and Bengals and Jags coming up. Don't leave us. Don't leave us. Maybe the Bills will trade back into the first round, right?
Joe, you're very much processing right now. I can see it on your face.
Well, you got to process. Right now. Your team makes a pick. You got to process the pick. You know what I mean?
Well, I saw somebody ask the question, how do we know, how do we trust that the Bills are going to use Kincaid correctly?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I would love to hear your thoughts on that and why that question is one that is at the top of somebody's minds with taking a player like this.
Well, I think it just comes down to Dawson Knox and him not necessarily being a high volume piece of the offense. And they've already committed to him $14 million a year for the next 4 seasons. And so it's like, okay, now you have another tight end that you want to get going. Obviously, this is a first round pick. This is going to be a key piece of your offense moving forward. And so it's truly a signal that they want to do more 12 personnel. And that's the evolution of this Bills offense with Josh Allen and Ken Dorsey in year 2 of him running the show. I think that's where this has to come together. I think it's a very, very fair question, but based on that signing of O.J. Howard and that background, you could tell this is what they've wanted to do. Now it's a matter of it actually coming together. Josh Allen throws the ball to receivers. That's what he's done for 3 years. And so we'll see if that actually stylistically does change, but a weapon for Josh Allen. You've seen that kind of be the theme here with the Ravens. They've got a weapon. The Chargers got a weapon. Bills want to make sure that they can score points with everybody.
How does he change the challenges Buffalo has faced does he change the challenges the Bills have faced in the postseason? When you think about they've been very close the last couple of years. Is there anything as you're immediately processing this pick that you feel like gives them a different layer that you thought was hard when it got late in the year and you play playoff football?
Yeah, I think defensively, that's what really let the Bills down in the postseason, in my opinion. And the last 4 years, they've had a playoff exit, obviously, and it's been because of, I think, the defense more than anything. And certainly Von Miller not being available for them late in the season this past year was not ideal, right? That was your big ticket player that was supposed to be your closer and allow you to beat the Bengals and Chiefs late in the season. And then that didn't happen because he was injured, obviously. So my biggest questions remain on defense. They really do. But if you're buying into offense and scoring points, I mean, this is obviously a player that helps you do that.
Cowboys make this pick yet?
No, this is the Cowboy. I think this legitimately could be they were planning on Kincaid and have to pivot, but they've got a little under 3 minutes left to make this selection. And of course, Tony, I mean, call this shot with this Jacksonville stuff with multiple trades back now. You mentioned that they want to use the depth of their board. I mean, it's absolutely happening right before our eyes. I mean, that's a great call.
Yeah, it is, and he's doing a good job. And I know some fans may get upset, but there's just been so many people attaching Brian Branch to this team because they need that slot corner. If he is a corner, I don't know if he's a safety. And because so many teams are nickel 70% of the time, I still wonder, can you use a first-round pick on a guy that might not be in your defense on goal line situations, or that other 30%? I think they need a full-time starter and need to address the nickel stuff later on. I just think they need big people, man. They kind of put themselves in a bad spot with the suspension of Cam Robinson and the departure of Jawan Taylor. And, you know, sometimes we get caught up thinking about these teams that score a lot of points and we forget about the trenches. Kansas City has a great line. Philly has a great line. That to me, that's where it all starts. It all starts. Championship football starts in the trenches. So I just think they need to make sure that they take care of Trevor Lawrence by drafting big, strong, good people.
Well, and Tony, you think about the entire left side of that line now with Cam Robinson, and whether it's Ben Barch or it's Tyler Shatley at left guard, like that side, that's got to get better. And, you know, I think it's very interesting that, you know, they have dropped down. They've kind of read the tea leaves here, but they still sit in front of a couple offensive line potential destinations in Cincinnati at 28. You're still in the catbird seat in front of them. And then Kansas City needs a right tackle. And you know, we have a couple tackles that we considered fringe first-round guys.
They are
whether they go tackle or they go with an interior offensive line guy.
The Jags.
Yep.
From
we got
what
some
I can gather,
moves
are
here.
going to pick the Kansas State pass rusher.
Yeah,
The Jaguars are taking Felix from what I've been told.
Well,
State pass
You're saying it? That's what you're hearing?
who is Dallas? We need to know who Dallas is picking.
Presumably, it's not Felix Uzomah from Kansas State.
Jaguars take Felix.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, so I gave what was a magnificent seven today. Magnificent seven. I took the old Telly Savalas movie, and I said if the Jaguars end up with one of these guys, you guys should be happy. And the last guy I picked was Felix from Kansas. I think he reminds me a lot of Yannick Ngakoue. He's just bigger.
We do have the Dallas Cowboys pick, and with the 26th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Mazi Smith, defensive tackle, Michigan. Kyle with the audible, oh, wow.
I like that for them a lot.
Absolutely.
Dude, Dallas has been chasing getting better on the interior defensive line for 4 years now, and they keep drafting 295-pound Big 12 nose tackles and wondering why they're not any better in the run defense. It's about darn time we went out and we got a 340-pound brick house to play in the A-gaps. And they brought back Hankins this year, and I get that, like, he was good for them after they acquired him at the trade deadline. They got him for the Raiders, I think. That was a good move, and bringing him back is a good move and a prudent move. But now you got Mazi Smith. You actually have somebody
Considering him an edge
who
or
can anchor, hold the A-gap, is capable of rushing the passer. You put him in the heart of that defense, man, does that is a home run for their run defense. I think that's Mazi Smith is a great selection for Dallas.
Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love this pick for Dallas. Kyle, you mentioned just not being big enough at times, and you've seen them lose games in the playoffs to teams that were able to run the football on them. And I think this is the type of player that can change that. I think he can defend multiple gaps, and I think he's got totally like untapped potential as a pass rusher. I mean, this guy was number one on Bruce Feldman's freaks list. And I think pairing him with what they have off the edge with Parsons, with Lawrence, I mean, they got some real dudes here that can really affect things. And I kind of look at this division, and outside of Philadelphia, I have questions about the interior offensive line for the Giants and the Commanders. And now they got to deal with Mazi Smith, who's an absolute brick house in the middle of that defense. I love this pick for Dallas.
I love it. Dan Quinn spoiled this point, isn't he?
My goodness. Yeah, that's absolutely fair. So I love it for Dallas. That's one of my favorite picks of the first round. And so now we can actually have the Jaguars conversation.
Bring Tony back. Let's talk about the Jags pick.
Yeah, so I've heard there will be more four-man fronts. I did think that they needed to pick a starter. Doug Peterson was asked right at the starter of at the combine, I believe, what's the area that needs to be improved the most? He said pass rush. When you have 3 first-round picks on the team already, that's a bad sign that you need pass rush. You have 3 first-rounders, including the number 1 overall pick last year. I expect more four-man fronts. And then I realized, I thought about Kansas City. Carl Athens wasn't a starter, I don't believe. So if you think you're a playoff team and you can use a guy in certain situations, the key though is to them getting off to fast starts. They got to get off fast start to make people play from behind, because now you can go to your packages where you put Trayvon inside and you can have multiple pass rushes and a little bit of an amoeba defense. And you can just tell them to go chase the quarterback. But if they're in these games where they're not ahead and they have to stay in their base, that means they're going to have a couple of first-round picks standing on the sideline. And that's just not, to me, that's not good value as far as how you allocate funds and allocate picks.
Is there a chance they move on from any of those guys, Tony?
Well, you guys didn't like my Josh Allen trade. I did that, though, because he's on the last year he's on his 5th-year option. They didn't extend him. And normally when a guy gets picked in the top 10, if you like him that much, you don't even let him approach the market. You do it early. They signed Devon Hamilton. They haven't even talked about an extension for Josh Allen. And I think they're going to play and get whatever I can out of Josh this year, and then just take the compensatory pick when he leaves next year. But they're all about the draft. They're not going into free agency and doing a whole bunch of things when it comes to starters. I think they believe that they've arrived to the point where they can now draft, develop, and retain. We'll see how that works out.
So now our sequencing is very weird now that we have the Felix pick super early here. I feel like every time I watch Kansas State on defense, like this guy showed up all the time. And I'm especially impressed with the variety that he offers. I think he's got a lot of power at the point of attack to play the run and win with power, but he's also got a lot of speed and flexibility to his game as well. And so this Jaguars defense is certainly loaded now with some edge rushers. And like you mentioned, it leads to some other questions. I know Dwan Smoot's not back, right? And he's kind of been an important player for them, right? Maybe underrated to an extent. I think this is a good player to help with that departure as well.
Yeah, it is. And he is a pure edge. I think he's a hand on the ground guy. I don't think he's going to be standing up. I think they made that mistake with Trayvon last year. They figured it out probably in week 10 or 11 that he's better with his hand on the ground, and he started to play better. Trayvon just has to learn to do one thing. If you watch his tape, he pushes people back. He's a bully.
They are taking Anton Harrison.
But they're playing.
Okay.
They are.
Tony, I think you quick snapped this on Felix. That's not the pick.
No. It's Anton Harrison. So Mike DeRocco from ESPN got it right. They're taking the offensive line.
See, we got out of our rhythm. Mistakes were made.
Well, see, I was listening to these non-lockdown people around me. I should have just been paying attention to my own stuff. But Harrison was also one of my magnificent 7D. The thing is, if they go with the tackle, I wonder what they're going to do if they start him right away at left and walk a little at right, and then Cam Robinson comes back.
27, right?
Do they walk a little and put him at left guard because Ben Barch won't be ready early. He won't be there in training camp. What do they do? You can't go wrong with big people. People say it all the time. If you have any guess, take a look at Howard. In Philly, you take a line of scrimmage guy. I like him as a player. I just feel like with letting Juwan go and taking him here, what it says is you're not building on anything. You're replacing. You're 9-8 last year. I don't care about how you got the playoff win. You're not at the point now where you just replace players, not 25-year-old tackles that didn't miss a game. That, oh, by the way, the Super Bowl champions thought he was good enough to give him a big contract. That, to me, they haven't arrived at the point yet where they can do this, but I think the Cam Robinson alleged suspension it made it have to happen right now.
So what can you tell us about Walker Little? Because that's a player that's been pretty fascinating for me. Surprising pick, got some run last year. Do we feel like he's an answer for them at tackle?
Everybody around here thinks so, but people say he's the answer for Jahmyr Wright. Then they say, well, he's better than Cam at left. Then Doug Peterson says he can even kick inside the guard. And I'm sitting there thinking like, well, Walker Little might be the greatest offensive lineman I've ever heard if he can play all three of those positions. The issue is he didn't play until Cam Robinson got hurt. Ben Bart's got hurt. And if he's that good and you can't keep him off the field, you plug him in at left guard then. But no, they traded for Cole Van Lannon and all of these other players, and they played Ben Bartz, who's pretty much a journeyman. As opposed, you didn't see Walker Little until they got a second injury on the line. So I don't know how much you can really depend on him. And maybe he's not the Swiss Army knife that fans seem to think he is because he was a second-round pick. I just, it's really weird to me that they're just replacing people at this point as opposed to adding to it. Kind of feels like a house where you had to go back and redo the slab. You know what I mean?
So
I really like, just real quick, Joe, I really like Anton Harrison's tape at Oklahoma. I thought he was really smooth. He obviously fits your size profile for an offensive tackle. I think he has the lateral mobility to play guard too, if you need to play him at guard, depending on how you want to play the musical chairs here. So I'm glad you asked about Walker Little. I think that's great insight for a player who, we were kind of surprised got drafted out of Stanford as early as he did. We kind of heard the buzz about, the former 5-star guy, the injuries he felt like kind of really tallied up on him at Stanford, and has shown some promise in stretches. But now I certainly think that Jacksonville's hand was kind of forced here with the Cam Robinson stuff, and it maybe prompted you to go in a different direction. And I think they're fortunate to have Harrison on the board here because we generally perceived Harrison was projected to go in the top 20 in a lot of spots based off Tampa's needed offensive tackle and how the board was stacking up for them.
So, Kyle, we got the Cincinnati Bengals up next year, pick number 28. They've got about 5 minutes left. Tony, thank you for your insight, sir. You got a bunch of work to do here on the Jaguars' new tackle, Anton Harrison. Cincinnati, we're on to Cincinnati. And this is a fascinating situation as well. We've heard they want to get some interior pass rush. Maybe there's some offensive line. Is this a Matthew Bergeron spot? Tight ends are still there for them if they wanted to go that direction. Your thoughts here as the Bengals are on the clock?
It really feels like if you had to identify a need, it feels like tight end, right? Obviously, they had the big success story this past year in free agency, and that was a one and done at tight end with Hayden Hurst. I'd really like Michael Mayer in that offense. I think he's not as dynamic as Hayden Hurst, but that's okay. I don't know. I think you'd be hard pressed to go wrong with Mayer or one of the offensive linemen.
I know that Joe Goodberry, somebody I pay attention to a lot when it comes to Cincinnati Bengals, he talked about edge rusher as a potential need for them as well. A low hang, just an underrated need. I know they have Hubbard and Hendrickson and Osai showed some promise, but those guys got injured late in the season and that kind of hurt them a little bit. So I'm paying attention to edge rushers there as well.
How about Nolan Smith?
Brother. All right, we have the pick. At pick number 28, the Cincinnati Bengals do select an edge rusher. His name is Miles Murphy.
Wow, he made it in the first round.
Clemson. He's a first-round pick. He's certainly got first-round traits. There's no question in terms of size, length, athleticism. And when he's cranked up, man, he's dominant, right? There you see dominant stretches from Miles Murphy when you watch him play. I think the concern is that he's just not consistently dominant, but the skill set here is really, really exciting. And obviously he gets to be part of a pretty loaded starting group of defensive linemen, at least in Cincinnati.
Yeah. When you think about the division, right? And you got teams that are capable of running the ball. You're kind of seeing the push for more balanced offenses, and Miles is capable of doing it all as far as the stature and the build and the explosiveness and the fluidity. I think he'd be a great player to learn from Trey Hendrickson. You think about what where Trey Hendrickson was a little rough around the edges coming out of FAU and what he's become, and it is a starring player for them. Sam Hubbard as well. I mean, they certainly have a type on the edge. And
Yeah.
Myles Murphy fits that type of player from his build and just how physical he is. And you're going to have to be able to roll deep and continuing to invest players in the pass rush and staying ahead of your needs. We've seen Cincinnati do this the last probably 2 years or so, where it feels like some of their selections are with an eye towards, hey, we have to make some decisions. We have to, make some financial calls, and them having a player on a rookie contract at a premium position like this as they're getting ready to pay a quarterback and potentially Jamar Chase as well in the same window after this upcoming season, I think it's pretty smart business.
Kyle, as we get to the New Orleans Saints here, who are now on the clock, I want to tell our audience we're back again tomorrow. We're doing this
And
again.
Saturday.
Tomorrow first,
Tomorrow,
right?
yeah.
All of day 2, we're going to be here doing the same thing, talking about every picks, and excited to welcome some teams to the party. Obviously, the Miami Dolphins will be here, and I'm sure that the Locked On Dolphins contingency will be very much ready to see your instant reaction to picks. So if you're here tonight and you're going to join it, come back on tomorrow, and then of course we'll be here on Saturday as well. So we do have the New Orleans Saints here on the clock.
Interior defensive line, Brian Bresee.
Too easy, right? Is that
Feels
too
like it.
right? I mean, maybe Nolan Smith. I'm going to say Nolan Smith until he's picked. I feel like, because I love him so much. Maybe
I
he'll
love you,
just
Sue
fall.
Ann. Bills Mafia has been extremely well represented in the chat all
I
night.
pumped it up all week on the pod. I was like, "Come with me, let's do this together." And I'm thankful for everyone
We're
showing
in the
up.
maze together. How do we get the cheese, right?
Well, Dalton Kincaid's the cheese tonight, so we'll get some more cheese tomorrow. Yeah. Did you hear? There it is. There he is. Oh, okay. Here we go. We got. All right. Kyle's found them all.
I found them.
Found them all.
They're here.
Did you hear Mickey Loomis's comments about trading back? He said, if we
No.
trade back, then we're admitting that we're taking a lesser player. And he just doesn't believe in that.
That sounds about right for Mickey Loomis, right? Their entire history and MO. Oh, here's Ross Jackson's getting ready to join us as well.
I'm waiting for Ross.
Here's a thumbs up in the background. They've always been the team that gives up all their picks to go up and draft 3 guys. So I'm not surprised at all. That they
But he
don't
said
wanna
it
move
out
down.
loud. He said it out loud.
Well, then good for you.
But it's
You
just
gotta
not
hide from
true.
it.
It's just not true.
Nah.
It just means that you like a lot of players and you're fine with getting
No.
extra picks
If
to
you're
get.
worried about not having a player you like at your pick, then you trade up.
Okay, Mick.
That's what you do.
Don't want to. And how would this player feel if we had to move back and get him? It's a lesser player, dude. Not buying that at all.
Mr.
Here he
Jackson
is.
said,
What's
he's
up, guys?
ready.
What's up, guys? Am I coming through?
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
you're
you
coming.
sound
through.
all right.
Okay, perfect.
How's the facility treating you?
It's been fun. It's been fun so far. I have to say that this has been very unexpected in terms of how this draft has gone so far. And I think you guys have been talking about that this entire time too. But this has just been a wild draft. There's a lot of options here for the Saints at 29 that I did not expect them to have here.
Like who? Tell us names.
It's
We
not
want names.
Mazi Smith.
No, not Mazi Smith, but Mazi ended up coming off the board, which was unfortunate because that's the guy that you guys know that I really like. But I also like Brian Bresee, who's still on the board from Clemson. Myles Murphy almost made it there, but even the tight end and Michael Mayer comes down. Osiris Torrance is still there, so there's a ton of guys that the Saints could potentially roll with here that would be good fits for them.
Is there any direction that they could go that would really surprise you? That you would be stunned to see them go based on the way the board fell?
Yeah, Will Levis. That would be shocking. Or either of the quarterbacks. I know it is a conversation that's happening. I'm here at the New Orleans Saints facility. It's a conversation that's happening where people are kind of wondering, should the Saints do this? Will they not do this? Should they go quarterback? Should they not go quarterback? I think it would surprise me big time if they did. The other one that would surprise me, not to turn everything back on you, Joe, but Nolan Smith would actually surprise me as well. 6'2", undersized, like just doesn't really fit the Saints prototype at edge rusher or on the defensive line. So that one would surprise me, although I love the player and would love to see that shift in the prototype for the Saints, especially with all the mobile quarterbacks.
We are one pick away from the Eagles getting Nolan Smith on the board.
Oh, Kyle.
Ah,
If they would have
Holy
picked him at
cow.
10, nobody would have had any
Nobody
questions.
would have batted an eye.
Nolan Smith and Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter.
you guys want the Saints pick?
Your honors.
I don't-
Let's do it.
oh, you're not going to Tony us, are you?
No, I'm not going to Tony you.
Now, what was
Okay.
that?
That's just Tony being Tony, man. No,
Well,
that
it wasn't
is-
his fault. It was the room.
No,
I
it was
heard
not.
the room.
Yeah, it was not his fault at all. The pick for the New Orleans Saints at pick 29 is Clemson defensive tackle Brian Bresee.
There it is.
Exactly who it should have been at this spot. Somebody that makes a ton of sense for them. Attacking interior 3-tech guy, high character guy. These are the things that this New Orleans Saints care about very much, and he checks all those boxes.
I'll tell you what, with Brian Bresee, when he's on, oh my goodness, he's a top 10 caliber player. He just had a lot of adversity, whether it was the kidney infection that he had last year that really it cost him to lose like 40 pounds. He had the shoulder and knee the year before, but when he's healthy, and we haven't seen that much of him healthy, I mean, this guy is very, very disruptive. And we've seen the Saints be willing to draft a guy with some injury concerns like a Ryan Ramczyk, and I don't think they're thinking twice about that.
Yeah, no, I think that they're and the other thing that they, that to take into consideration too, I think, there have been a lot of folks that have kind of looked at Brian Bresee and have gone, well, he didn't produce enough in college, but there's a lot of context to that. Of course, he dealt with, the situation with his younger sister passing away at the beginning of September, that 2022 season. I'm sure that had, and then there was an 18-month bout before that transpired, and so, I think that for the Saints, like this is a guy that checks the culture box. I asked Mickey Loomis yesterday, like, what are some of the kind of cornerstone criterion that you use when it comes to evaluating draft prospects that aren't about the box score, that aren't about the athletic testing? And one of the things that he talked about was the makeup of those players. And Brian Bresee is one of those guys that is, beloved by his teammates over in Clemson, that walked beside him when they did the Clemson walk on the way to the stadium that day when he was playing for his sister and all these other pieces. I just think he checks a lot of those boxes for New Orleans, let alone also the prototype, arm length, height, weight, disruptive nature, Saints need, all those things.
I think what's really interesting about Brian is if you want to see his best stuff, you got to go back 2 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
When he was a freshman and when he first came in and the impact that he was first able to make there with Clemson, when it was still Brent Venables calling the defense, and obviously that whole defensive structure changed this year. And I think there were a lot of players that didn't have a chance to showcase themselves to the best of their ability with just the scheme change, never mind all the adversity that Brian Bresee had to go through last year. You want to see what Bresee's like at his best, man. His true freshman tape was electric.
Wild,
really, really
wild good. And he's just definitely one of those guys where when he's on, he's a top 10 type player. It's just, will he be there? Is he going to be healthy enough to do that? Like the Saints will have to answer those questions, but it won't be the first time that they have, like Joe mentioned, it won't be the first time that they have gone out there and invested in a guy like that. And sometimes it works out, Ryan Ramczyk. Sometimes it doesn't, Marcus Davenport. So
how about the athleticism on the interior of the Saints defensive line with
looking at that.
Yeah.
Bresee, Colin Saunders for his size. I mean, this guy does cartwheels and backflips and everything. And Nathan Shepard. I mean, you talk about toolsy interior players. They got him in waves in New Orleans.
Well, and then even their ends, they've got big ends too between Jordan and Tano Passingno.
Granderson as well.
What's up with that?
Granderson and Peyton
Passingno
Turner,
should
who
have got
they
a
used
bigger
to-
deal. He
Should have
got more money.
Yeah,
should have. Players love being here in New Orleans, man. There's the monetary portion of the deal, and then there's the rest of the deal that is all about the city. So it all works out, all balances out.
He was in my bargain bin list of like free agents. Like someone's going to get a steal with this guy, and then he didn't even get to free agency.
Well, it all evens out because I had Colin Saunders as a guy to sign for like $2 million a season.
That's right.
I think he got like $4 million, I think.
Yeah,
from
he got a
the Saints.
check.
He got a pretty handsome amount of money. So out of your pockets with your projection, Joe, and into the pockets of Colin Saunders. So,
well, I'm happy for him. As the Philadelphia Eagles are back on the clock with about 6 minutes left to make their selection. They can do the thing, Kyle. They can do the thing. They can get Nolan Smith with this pick right here. And
It's going to be the Baltimore Ravens special is going to be Howie Roseman this year. Last year it was DaCosta. Just sit here and let good player after good player fall into your lap.
They can go with Brian Branch. That would be an incredible pick for them.
Yeah, because they lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson this offseason. Now, I don't think safety's their most pressing need. I know Hassan Reddick from a contract perspective gets ugly in 2024 from a cap perspective. That gets kind of big. So if they want to have a player in the wings and have another rotational player, and I think, what did you call him? You called him like deluxe Hassan Reddick.
Souped up Hassan Reddick.
Souped up Hassan Reddick, like better run defender Hassan Reddick. I think I'd be surprised if that's not the pick, because we heard that Philly liked Nolan Smith at 10.
Well, in another storyline here, as we consider we have 2 picks left, the Super Bowl teams, the Eagles and Chiefs. Unless somebody trades out, Will Levis isn't going in the first round.
Right. Do you think there's a chance that happens? Who are the teams like right outside the cusp?
Vegas is at 38. Tennessee's at 41.
How about the Rams at 36?
Yeah, I mean, you got to be thinking about it.
I think, was it DJ did that and had him trade up for Hooker?
I mean, either that or just he's not a first-round pick, which it surprises me.
It surprises me from an intangibles perspective and a physical skills perspective, but not based on how he played last year. I think we would all readily admit he did not play well last year, but that situation was some of Will, and it was also a lot of not Will.
But it's also this was in a text exchange between you and I as we were talking about some of these quarterbacks over the last several years, and you said, look, I'm done trying to figure out the NFL's quarterback riddle. Like
you have no clue what rules and what filter they're going to choose to apply to what kid.
No clue.
I mean, all we heard before the draft is, the Mannings put the stamp of approval on Will to the Colts. Like that matters, first of all. Because it clearly doesn't.
Right. They picked Richardson,
but
it didn't take them long either.
Yeah, I mean, there's toolsy guys every year that this gets applied to. And then there's toolsy guys every year that the teams are more than eager to just gobble up and not waste any time. Hey, Pat Riley with a good call. We said Joey Porter might make it to 32.
Mm-hmm.
He might make it to 32.
Well, we have a pick for the Philadelphia Eagles, and with pick number 30, the Eagles select Nolan Smith.
I needed this. My mock needed this.
Edge from Georgia. I mean, unbelievable. If they picked him at 10, I wouldn't have thought twice about it. They get him at 30. I think they get souped up Hassan Reddick with Hassan Reddick on this defense. I mean, 70 sacks is coming back for this team.
The Philadelphia Bulldogs. It's incredible.
Hey, you want to have a great defense, just get all the players from the best defense in college football.
That's right. And they'll just keep falling into your lap.
I mean, how do you not love this? This team won the NFC. I mean, just put them in there. Whoever wins the AFC, you play the Eagles next year.
They're going to take Keely Ringo at 62 then? Is that
yeah, they have to, right?
And then they'll take Christopher Smith at 66 with their new early third-round pick because of the Jonathan Gannon stuff that came out before the draft.
Keep your eyes peeled for Robert Beal later on, you know.
Okay. Chiefs. Who do you have the Chiefs picking?
Well, they need an offensive tackle. Could this be the Matthew Bergeron spot?
If I would not bat an eye if it was Matthew Bergeron.
No, I wouldn't either. You feel like the edge. We're kind of out of edge rushers for them, right? Like, we know that they want to get a little bit more versatile. I mean, B.J. Ojolari, that feels a little early. Felix, who didn't go to the Jaguars earlier, out of Kansas State.
I had Will McDonald here in my mock, and
that's
a
top
good call.
15 pick.
It's a good call. He went in the first round, but
I feel like that's too glaring of a hole at offensive tackle, in my opinion. I mean,
yeah, but do they trust Lucas Niang? Lucas Niang's been in that system for a few years now.
Why should he's hurt? Or he's always hurt.
Dude, they perfectly transitioned away. I get it from a durability perspective, so I hear your argument, but they transitioned away from what they had with Schwartz and hit a home run with Wiley. Wiley was good.
Yeah.
Wiley got an $8 million a year contract with Washington. It was a good signing. Any other spots? Like, is there any wide? There's no pass catchers here, right?
Josh Downs. I mean, that's way. I don't value Josh Downs in
Yeah,
this range.
not at 31. Not after the wide receiver.
Jalen Hyatt. Is it Jalen Hyatt? Just there's your vertical guy to go with this offense. I don't know.
Okay, you can draft Marvin Mims in the 3rd round.
I agree.
Right.
I agree.
Corner.
I mean,
I get they got a lot of good production, but they got a lot of good production from like day 3 picks.
Right. They've been doing it at corner for years.
Right.
Josh Williams, man. This is Mr. Irrelevant of the 1st round, or do they trade out? Does somebody come in and get that 5th-year option for Will Levis?
Rams would be my pick.
Oh man.
They are also going to embrace what 2022 is going to be.
They have to, because they and what's sad about that is they have like Stafford and Aaron Donald and Cooper Kupp. Like Kupp and Donald are like blue chip players.
Sean McVay didn't retire for this, right?
Dude. Right. He came back. Just wild.
I'd really like to see I see Bub in the chat, Adebawore for them too. Because they lost Frank Clark.
Yeah.
Get a dynamic, big-bodied, physical guy up front. Pat, Dolphins trade and get Mayer. I really like how the 1st round went for the Dolphins.
Oh, for tight ends.
Well, just in general.
And you got all the interior guys are still there too.
Correct. I'm not stressed to move up yet. So I would not move up here. I would not give up what would presumably be a future 1st round pick, especially with what you got to come from 51. You're talking 20 spots to get a 1st round pick.
That'd be fun if we both get tight ends with our 1st pick. We can talk about their careers forever. You can measure them against.
Tied at the hip.
It'd be
tied at the hip.
Really fun dynamic of our relationship that we don't need.
Right.
Get Steve Avila, damn it.
I'd love Steve Avila.
Get a tight end, damn it.
I'd love a tight end.
So the Dolphins are in good shape here for that 51st pick.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the way the board fell in the 1st round.
A little over 5 minutes left for the Kansas City Chiefs to make their selection. I think they need to go with an offensive tackle. I think they should be thinking about trading out. Who's Joey Porter Jr., Brian Branch, Will Levis? These are the names that are 1st round players that they're not going to go, right? That's
probably not. Are there any surprise picks here? Is there any surprise? Is there anything that Kansas City would do here that would floor you?
I don't know. I mean, the most surprising thing that I think is realistic is another tight end.
Yeah, Kelsey's getting up there, but he's also Keon White. Good call, bub.
Oh yeah, he's at the draft, right?
Yeah, he's there. I don't know. I look at their edge rush group, and it's Karlaftis and Charles Omenihu and Mike Dana. And Mike Dana's been a good rotational player for them. He's been a productive pass rusher.
Well, it's Frank Clark and Carlos Dunlap. I mean,
right. They could really use. I don't know. I think Colin Saunders is a big loss for them too.
Bresee, not Bresee. I meant to say Keanu Benton.
Benton, yeah. I think there's a lot of different directions that they can go with this pick. And I would like almost all of them. I don't know how much I like safety between Justin Reed. They got Mike Edwards, and then they had Brian Cook, a 2nd round pick last year.
Right.
I think safety's not a spot I would expect for that.
What you got for us, KC? They want us to talk about them winning the Super Bowl, and that it's in Kansas City.
Not going to. So quit asking.
Hey, you chose to call them the reigning Super Bowl champions on your mock draft.
Right. I checked the box, so it would just be done, and we can move on with our lives.
We don't have to talk about it anymore.
Yeah, we don't have to talk about it anymore.
Hear you on that. What's fun about the talent remaining is what could happen overnight. Teams are resetting the board, looking at it.
Just restack the whole thing.
And you got some teams here, I mean, at the top here of the 2nd round that, some of these teams moved up. Houston moved up. Pittsburgh moved up. the Rams need picks. Could you see some movement here? Something that intrigues me is always that reset. Oh gosh, don't even look at your TV screens. What is going on here?
Is it something?
Oh, they're bringing out Lombardi trophies and every other thing as they get set to announce the pick. I mean, there's an empty. They have the two that they won, and then there's an empty one here. I mean, we get it. You guys are awesome.
Won't be their last.
Mahomes. Right? Yeah. There's more coming.
Yep.
We're happy for you.
The new gold standard that every fan is going to unrightfully compare the expectations of their franchise to for the next 10 years.
Right.
Be like, oh, why can't we be the Chiefs and make the playoffs for 18 straight years?
Because you don't have Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, well,
and look, if Jalen Hurts doesn't have the goofy fumble, if they don't have that line drive punt to set up the game-winning score.
Right. Well, and here's the thing. Them winning the Super Bowl this year, that Pat has cemented his status as the transcendent quarterback, right?
Yes.
How many transcendent quarterbacks, how many scheme transcendent quarterbacks do you think there are? Or situation, we talk about system quarterbacks, right? But like Pat lost Tyreek Hill and they won the Super Bowl and he was good, right? Like, okay, congrats. You are a system and scheme transcendent player at the quarterback position.
It just doesn't
How many of those are like legitimately exist right now in the NFL?
Maybe one.
Right.
He might be it. He might be the only one.
So don't measure yourself against that. It's not fair.
Oh, we will, Kyle. Oh, we will. And what's funny is people think that they've been all in on offense. It's loading up around Mahomes. No, they haven't.
They just keep spending their early picks on defense
15,
again and again and again.
Since 2018, 15 of their 20 top 4-round picks have been on defensive players.
Say it again.
15 of their 20.
20?
15 of 20 first 4-round picks have been defensive players. And your offensive players have been like Clyde Edwards-Helaire, Sky Moore, Lucas Niang, Creed Humphrey, and Mecole Hardman. That's
Creed's
the list.
Good.
Yeah, I didn't say they get some bad. They didn't get bad players, but it's not like they've just been investing. They traded away Tyreek Hill. I mean,
so they're just going to take.
Oh, brother,
time
this
on
is
the clock to.
This is the pick is in. You have never seen more television coverage dedicated. I get it. It's the home city for the draft. They're doing what anybody should do. We're just jealous. That's all it is.
I'm not jealous. I just have to pee, and I've been sitting here for
brother.
4.5
you are
hours.
not kidding about that. I have to pee as well, and so do my dogs.
I heard the puppers whining,
brother.
Right?
Yeah, they would like to use the restroom as well. So,
yeah, this is my second C4 of the night. I'll probably have another one, but when the Chiefs submit their pick, I'm gonna reset and then come back. No catheter, Pat. No.
Who owns round one? The Eagles.
The Eagles won round one.
The Eagles won the round one. Oh man,
good for them.
All right, we have the pick, and finally, Felix Anudike-Uzomah comes off the board, 31 overall to Kansas City. We talked about this. This probably would have been Will McDonald if he was there. They wanted to add more to this edge rusher situation, and I think with what they brought in with Charles Omenihu, with George Karlaftis, with Chris Jones, I think they needed some more burst and speed off the edge, and they get that in Felix, who we've already kind of talked about him with that fake pick that was made, but there's a lot of versatility here. We didn't go to the Jacksonville Jaguars. There's a lot of versatility here with what he brings to the table as a power rusher, speed, got some good flexibility. I think he can play the run, and he pops every time you watch Kansas State, and he's a good football player.
He's a little different, a little bit more Mike Dana than Karlaftis and Omenihu too, right? Just he's a powerful player, but he's not George Karlaftis. And I think that gives you a little something different to work with, where I think you can have some really complementary skill sets there at your disposal. So, any parting thoughts, Joe?
The NFL draft is my favorite thing that happens every single year. So this has been an absolute blast getting to navigate through the first round, and I can't wait to come back and go through day 2. tomorrow.
Absolutely. Well, a special shout out to everyone who tuned in all throughout the night tonight, and see a lot of great comments in the comment section. It's great to see all of you. Great to spend this time with you. Also, thanks to our friends over at Ultimate Football GM for their support of our draft coverage as well. They've made a great game, spent a lot of hours in it, plan to spend a lot more hours in it, but I'm going to get a few hours of sleep here in just a little bit because we are signing off for the night. Kyle Krabs, Joe Marino, Locked On NFL Draft 2023 coverage. Keep it locked in right here on Locked On because it is your teams every day. We will see you all again tomorrow for day 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft. Peace.